The Tang dynasty had three unparalleled things: Li Bai's poems, Pei Min's sword skills, and Zhang Su's cursive script. Immortal poet Li Bai was not only skilled in literature but also possessed exceptional sword skills. He began his fascination with the sword at the age of 15. Subsequently, his abilities flourished, making him the second-best swordsman in the Tang dynasty, only behind the sword Saint Pei Min. Perhaps even Gaia favored him, as Li Bai's sword techniques were further refined, turning into a genuine secret manual and making him a true master of the sword. Li Bai did not come to Shanghai City for fame or reputation but to visit a friend. Even so, his presence was enough to shake the world. Ouyang Shua wanted to retain this immortal poet. However, he needed to find an appropriate role for him. You are skilled with the sword and naturally do not wish to be constrained by others. To the east of the city lies Dongli Mountain, home to the Dongli sword sect. Since my wife is pregnant and cannot serve as the sect master, the position has been vacant. Would you consider accepting this role? It offers you both freedom and the ability to visit your friends, Ouyang Shua said. Upon hearing this, Li Bai became instantly interested. Is the name Dongli taken from Mr. Jingjia's wine-drinking poem? Li Bai asked. Mr. Lingjia was the Eastern Jin poet Tao Yuanming, known as the ancestor of poets. He was the true master of the poetry world and a predecessor to Li Bai and Du Fu. That's correct. Excellent. Li Bai decided, I'll accept the position. Ouyang Shua smiled, congratulations, sir. The Dongli sword sect now has a chance of rising up. Given the current state of the underworld, the Dongli sword sect could only rise with a stellar sect leader. Li Bai is undoubtedly a good choice. Name, Li Bai, Saint Rank. Title, Immortal Poet. Dynasty, Tang Dynasty. Identity, Dongli sword sect master. Occupation, God rank swordsman. Loyalty, 75. Bone structure, 20. Comprehension, 20. Luck, 10. Charm, 18. Specialty, Wine Sword Immortal, raises sword Dao talents by 80%. Cultivation method, Qinglian sword code, God rank. Weapon, Qingping sword, God rank. Evaluation, known as the Immortal Poet, his brush astonishes the world, and his poems are on another level. Gaia truly favored Li Bai, granting him a God rank cultivation method and a God weapon. Combined with Li Bai's exceptional stats, Gaia created a sword god. One could foresee that the Dongli sword sect, under Li Bai's leadership and the support of Great Xia, would shine in the underworld. Crushing Shaolin and Wudang would not be impossible. Just as Li Bai took charge of the Dongli sword sect, a system notification broke out. System notification. Sword god Li Bai moves into Great Xia and takes charge of the Dongli sword sect. Original title of Home of Martial Arts automatically upgraded to Land of Martial Arts. Congratulations, player. The moment the news spread, the world was in an uproar. Players were astonished that Li Bai was a sword god and shocked that such a character would lead the Dongli sword sect. The underworld is going to be a mess, some muttered. Some already predicted that an even more chaotic underworld was about to unfold. Along with the various sects appearing in the wilderness, the Dongli sword sect, created by Great Xia, was not on the players' radar. As such, they clearly did not anticipate this change. Leveraging its status as an official sect of Great Xia, with a sword god at the helm and existing secret manuals, the Dongli sword sect quickly became a popular choice for adventure mode players. Especially for those who had already relocated to Great Xia, the Dongli sword sect was the ideal option. This time, the underworld was set for a new shuffle. Ouyang Shua, with these thoughts in mind, asked Li Bai to take charge of the Dongli sword sect. His goal was to help the sect rise to the top and bring order to the underworld. Throughout history, power has spoken, and without control, chaos would ensue. By using Li Bai's name, he could govern the underworld. Ouyang Shua's plan was exceptional. Shaking off his thoughts, Ouyang Shua reviewed the new stats. Land of Martial Arts, increases dynasty civilians' physical quality by 50%, martial artists' skill proficiency by 30%, and cultivation comprehension by 40%. So impressive. Originally, to upgrade the home of martial arts to the land of martial arts, they needed to acquire at least 2 single-type martial arts titles, such as Home of the Sword or Home of the Spear. Li Bai's arrival saved all the trouble. Therefore, following the Home of Philosophers, the Land of Artisans, and the Land of Poetry, Great Xia now had a 4th land title. Gaia Year 5, 1st month, 22nd day, Xia Palace. The influx of Tang dynasty poets into Great Xia had subsided, and Shanghai city gradually entered the New Year period. Whether they were commoners or nobles, all started purchasing New Year goodies to welcome the Lunar New Year. The entire wilderness ceased its wars, a sign of peace and prosperity. The Lunar New Year held great significance for the Chinese, and no one wished to slaughter during such a time. A festive season marred by the smell of blood was considered inauspicious for both individuals and dynasties. At the end of the Lushan rebellion, Feng Qiuhuang successfully obtained Guozi, achieving her goal. The day they returned to fallen Phoenix City, Guozi was appointed as the Marshal of the Flaming Legion Corps, becoming the top military figure in fallen Phoenix City. With renowned generals like Ran Min, Zhuo Bo, and Wang He, the Flaming Legion Corps was well staffed. With this corps in command, Ouyang Shua had no need to worry about Feng Qiuhuang. In the morning, Ouyang Shua was in the Imperial Reading Room. The Navy generals were still in discussion, and many decisions required Ouyang Shua's input. He needed to determine how to utilize the resources of the entire dynasty to ensure the Navy's transformation proceeded smoothly. As this core project concerned the fate of the dynasty, Ouyang Shua was naturally committed to it fully. Additionally, with the Chinese New Year approaching, the annual official evaluation was underway. The results directly affected officials' promotions and demotions. Though Zhang Tingyu was in charge, Ouyang Shua still kept a watchful eye on the process. This was particularly important for the newly acquired Shu lands, Chuanbei, Xiangnan, and Jiangchuan, which still lagged behind other provinces. Shu lands, Chuanbei, and Xiangnan all had different organizational structures before this. Reorganizing them would require a significant amount of work. Moreover, changing the name of an organization could alter the mindset of officials. Given the complexity of the situation, Ouyang Shua instructed Zhang Tingyu and the official ruling department to use evaluations to address issues in the 4 provinces. Those who failed would be dismissed. Consequently, Zhang Tingyu faced immense pressure, with many people seeking him out daily. The evaluation results were often pessimistic, revealing corruption, abuse of power, and poor performance. If not addressed promptly, these issues could lead to more significant problems in the future. Not only the 4 new prefectures but also Yunnan, Chuanan, Lingnan, and Minnan faced their own challenges. As the saying goes, a large forest hosts all kinds of birds. As Great Xia grew richer and more prosperous, local powers also emerged. No system, no matter how well designed, could prevent greed. While Ouyang Shua believed that Zhang Tingyu could handle the pressure, he could not remain passive. He needed to show clear support for the official ruling department. Those seeking help in the city included not only the officials who failed but also their superiors, even at the prefecture governor level. After all, no prefecture would willingly lose so many officials at once. Ouyang Shua's stance was firm: whoever wants to plead for their subordinates should come to me. I want to see what excuses they can come up with. Looking across the entire Great Xia, there was probably no one as bold as this. The moment Ouyang Shua's words spread, many officials quietly returned to their respective areas. They knew the king was serious. Any official who had served the dynasty for a long time had the utmost respect for the king and would not dare to defy his orders. With the recent update, Gaia gave NPCs more sentience and stronger desires, which posed an even greater challenge for the officials. Therefore, Ouyang Shua especially summoned the director of the regulatory department and the minister of the censorate to instruct both organizations to increase their monitoring of local offices. In secret, Ouyang Shuo also instructed Shinbuhai. Over time, some of Ouyang Shuo's thoughts had changed. He hoped that through the censorate and the regulatory department, they could control and monitor the officials, rather than relying on intelligence organizations like the Shanghai Guards. Since ascending to the position of king, Ouyang Shua did not want to rule by fear. Therefore, he specifically told Shinbuhai to instruct the Shanghai Guards to sheath their swords. Of course, monitoring was still necessary. Besides monitoring officials, it was also essential to keep an eye on the affairs of various regions. The provincial governor offices reduced the workload of the imperial court but also gave rise to thoughts that provincial governors should not have. Balancing these relationships would depend on Ouyang Shua's skill. A vast dynasty spanning tens of thousands of miles, with nearly 100 million people, naturally required more than one person to manage. Thus, he needed to use the cabinet to lead the civil servants. Along with Yen Song's entry, the cabinet already comprised 3 elders, each possessing vast experience. Consequently, Ouyang Shua divided their tasks. Out of the 3, Xiang would oversee the big picture, Kojuan would monitor the imperial court, and Yen Song would focus on local areas. Together, they would ensure the smooth operation of the Great Xia. Ouyang Shua, the ruler, would oversee the cabinet and the dynasty. On the 22nd day, in the afternoon, at Qingjing Hall, Jiangsheng, the Kojuan, Yen Song, Xiaohe, Wei Yang, Fanli, and Du Ruhui gathered to discuss the 5th year of Gaia financial budget for Great Xia. Joining them were Industrialization Department Director Qin Bingguang and 4 Seas Bank Treasurer Meng Jida. Since the dynasty's establishment, financial budget management had become more systematic. At the start of the year, the dynasty's funds, major expenditures, estimated income, and other financial matters needed to be settled before the new year. At year-end, they evaluated the budget set at the beginning of the year, and those who exceeded the budget faced consequences. Let's begin. Ouyang Shua, seated on the throne, said expressionlessly. Since his ascension, Ouyang Shua rarely handled territorial matters as he did when he was a lord. Now, he focused on the big picture and spoke much less frequently. First, many issues did not require his direct intervention. Officials understood his intentions and acted accordingly. Secondly, as a king, his every word affected millions of lives, so he had to be cautious. Seeing this, Jiangsheng stepped out and said, "Mr. Fan, please report the financial court's expenditures for the previous year as well as this year." Yes. Fanli stepped out and reported, "Last year, the imperial court earned 65 million gold, with taxes and holding earnings being the main sources. There was 51 million in taxes and 8.5 million from holdings. The holdings included the 4 Seas Bank, Shu Mountain Iron Corporation, Chinese Shipping Group, and others." A day earlier, under Ouyang Shuo's instructions, the Industrialization Department combined cannon, armor, warship, and other forms of production to form the Songlong Military Work Corporation, which quickly became the largest and most profitable corporation in Great Xia. The Great Xia system was slowly transforming, gradually becoming the financial cornerstone of the imperial court. Financial expenditures were 61 million, with 21 million on public facilities, 18.5 million on the military, 12 million on administration, 5 million on subsidies, and 4.5 million on other expenses. Public expenditures included basic welfare, education, healthcare, and infrastructure, which is why they comprised the bulk of the spending. Among the other expenditures, one was special, the royal family's expenses. This included the maintenance of the palace, court ladies, maidservants, and the expenses of Ouyang Shua, Song Jia, Binger, and others. Listing the royal family's expenses meant that Ouyang Shua was not setting up private funds outside the national treasury. Historically, the imperial family and treasury funds were separate. The treasury held taxes and agricultural profits, while the imperial family's funds came from tea, salt, silk, and other sources. In contrast, Great Xia had made the sales of silk, tea, and quality salt public. Along with the ore contract with Australia, their control over ores was also loosening. The imperial family's funds were used to support the royal family. Typically, there would be excess funds that would be transferred to the national treasury. Of course, there were times when it was lacking, especially in the later stages of the dynasty, when the royal family was vast. At such times, they would be like termites, corroding the foundations of the dynasty. Each renovation of the palace would use vast amounts of gold. During the Ming Jiajing era, one palace fire used up 7 million silver taels, depleting half of that year's income. The treasury was used to pay salaries, repair roads, build bridges, and fund irrigation projects. During disasters, these funds would be used to provide aid. Of course, some rulers used the national treasury as their own. In the later stages of the Ming dynasty, such acts became prevalent. The rulers did as they pleased, allowing officials to extort money from the people. Some emperors were even as corrupt as the officials, splitting the funds with them and using the money for their own purposes. Although such actions filled the royal family's coffers, they made life difficult for the people. Hence, Ouyang Shua wanted to prevent this from happening right from the start. The royal family, apart from using the gold allocated to them by the financial court, had other sources of income. First, there were the jewels that Ouyang Shua found during his explorations, a portion of which would be reserved for the treasury. Secondly, Song Jia controlled the mountain and seas entertainment holdings, which generated a significant income each year. With these two sources of income, since the royal family only consisted of 3 members, Ouyang Shua could not spend all the money from the treasury. Moreover, Ouyang Shua was a thrifty king. Apart from during important occasions, he would not splurge. As the saying goes, set a good example. Being thrifty, Ouyang Shua, as the king, naturally ensured that the people under him would not dare to splurge excessively. After deducting the expenditure, at the end of a year, the imperial court had only 4 million gold in reserves. Of course, to the outside world, Great Xia's millions of troops in the wars they started 3 to 4 times a year, while still being profitable, was a great achievement. On a global scale, more than half of the territories were facing a deficit and could only maintain basic operations by raising taxes or borrowing. After the 5th system update, with the decrease in building speed, the catastrophe system, the smarter civilians, and the economy, the 5th year of Gaia became even more unbearable. If one was not cautious, they might lose everything they had built up. The Yan-Huang alliance had lost several consecutive wars, and their foundations were severely weakened. Fortunately, they had initiated trade with North America. Leveraging their business acumen, they were able to recover quickly from their financial struggles. The 4 million gold that Chen spent at the auction was likely drawn from his family's personal funds. Given Handan City's financial state, they could definitely not afford such a large sum. Speaking of last year's financial situation, Fanli continued, according to our analysis, there are 4 benefits in the 5th year. First, the 4 new provinces that were established can significantly increase tax revenues. Secondly, the Songlong Military Works Group is slowly getting on the right path and will bring in sizable profits. Thirdly, with the start of the industrialization process, workshops are becoming more efficient, leading to a rise in sales tax. Fourthly, the trade agreements will promote voyage trading and increase checkpoint taxes. Calculating all of this, the financial court estimates that we can gain 95 million in profits, and we might even break the 100 million mark. When Ouyang Shua heard this, he was astonished, as a 46% increase was shocking. However, this followed the expansion of the empire and was not due to internal growth. As a result, it would not be long-term. Considering the major wars in the 5th year, the imperial court's finances would not ease up. Xiang observed this and smiled. Although next year's budget is optimistic, the expenditures will also reach a new level. Let's discuss the major projects of the 4 courts. He naturally noted every action of the king. The moment Xiang finished speaking, Administration Minister Xiao He was the first to step out. Among the public works, aside from the basic welfare handled by the Civil Affairs Department, the rest was managed by the Administration Court. Along with the substantial administrative expenditures, this court had the largest percentage of funds used in the dynasty, even surpassing that of the Privy Court. On the surface, it also did not make any direct financial contributions. Therefore, it was easy to understand the pressure Xiao He felt. This year, the Science, Education, Culture, and Health Department plans to expand basic education and health facilities in the 4 provinces. The Agriculture Department wants to increase irrigation, and the Construction Department aims to expand road networks, so the public works budget would need a 4 million increase from last year's amount. Ouyang Shuo asked, did the administration court send people to inquire about the construction statuses in the 4 provinces? Yes. Overall, their foundations are quite good. However, because they were not unified, we need to replant and integrate them into the system. Some construction standards also need to meet the current imperial court's requirements, replied the official. Tell Jia Sixi to organize the people to complete the irrigation before the new year. If possible, reclaim more farmland in the counties and prefectures. Do not waste land, Ouyang Shuo instructed. Yes, my king. Xiao He hurriedly responded. The king's personal involvement in this matter suggested its importance, and Xiao He knew he needed to pay close attention to it. Ouyang Shuo thought about the catastrophe system and wanted the Agriculture Department to prepare for it. With industrialization accelerating and businesses thriving, more and more people were shifting to industrial roles, creating a significant problem. The number of people engaged in agricultural production had decreased. Given the outdated agricultural techniques, ensuring a sufficient grain supply required a sustainable amount of farmland and enough farmers. Without pesticides, fertilizers, and other modern tools, there would be no way to significantly increase yields. Therefore, the only solution was to have more farmers working the land. Thus, in managing agriculture, business, and industry, a holistic approach was necessary. When it was time for Internal Affairs Minister Wei Yang to report, Ouyang Shuo added a reminder, tell Pei Yun that the Civil Affairs Department needs to quickly prepare for grain in case of natural disasters. This will become one of the evaluation components for civil affairs officials. Additionally, the Imperial Court will allocate 1 million gold to start the Disaster Relief Fund, which will be managed by the Civil Affairs Department. Since Gaia introduced the disaster system, they obviously intended to make use of it. In the past 4 years, the weather in the wilderness had been favorable, and there were virtually no natural disasters. As a result, Great Xia had neglected disaster relief and made no preparations for it. This is why Ouyang Shuo emphasized the matter. Understood. Although Wei Yang was a bit puzzled, he nodded. Financial Minister Fan Li then mainly discussed issues with financial liquidity. Fortunately, the Imperial Court was not planning to deliberately start internal wars in the 5th year, so this issue would not escalate. The main concern was the purchase of iron ore. Previously, domestic iron ore production was driven by profit considerations. However, imports from Australia required actual gold. Considering coal and special metals, they would need to prepare 8 million gold. Although this amount would primarily be covered by the Shu Mountain Iron Corporation and the Zonglong Military Works Group, the gold they needed to prepare was real. The China region was left with only 8 territories. The Yanhuang Alliance and Fallen Phoenix City were self-sufficient and would not order from Great Xia, so they would have to manage internally. Of course, the main burden would still fall on the Privy Court, as the significant military expenditure had always been a concern for family. The military affairs minister's face had grown thinner, and he stated directly, we have several foreseeable wars next year, including conflicts with Annan, Japan, and Hawaii. There are also potential wars, such as with Janla and Nanjing. Additionally, there are tensions in Sri Lanka, South Africa, and Algeria, where the Moroccan king is in hiding. Internally, if the Yan-Huang alliance launches a war against West Chu, we might be drawn into it. The extent to which we will be involved will depend on the circumstances. There's also Tibet, the Turkic Khanate, and the 3 imperial cities. We can anticipate problems with West Xia and the Mongols, but there are too many uncertain factors. Du Ruhui's rambling went on, causing Fan Li's expression to darken. If they were to fight all these wars, the financial court's resources, no matter how vast, would be insufficient. However, Du Ruhui's points made sense, leaving Fan Li with no room to argue. He continued, by the 5th year of Gaia, we anticipate expanding our forces by 300,000 troops. At the very least, the Guards Legion Corps is short 1 legion, and the 3 from the Bear Legion Corps need to be fully staffed. The Navy will also require significant expansion, particularly the 3 voyage fleets, which will incur substantial costs. According to the Privy Court's calculations, the estimated expenditure will exceed 28 million. Du Ruhui's words were not baseless, but how could military spending increase by 10 million for only 300,000 additional troops? In reality, both the Eagle Legion Corps and the Bear Legion Corps were formed in the 4th year, and the Guards Legion Corps and the City Protection Legion Corps were fully staffed in the latter half of that year. Hence, these troops did not occupy a full year's salary. Of the 18.5 million expenditure in the 4th year, a small portion was used for military reorganization and war reparations. In the 5th year, the significant military expenditure would begin to show. When Fan Li and the others heard this, they could not help but inhale sharply. If all factors were considered, even if the financial earnings surpassed 100 million, there would not be much surplus gold. If they did not perform well, they might exceed the budget and face a gold shortage. As a result, Fan Li's face grew dark as all this pressure fell on him. Ouyang Shua, unmoved, added, every year, the Navy also needs to purchase over 2 million gold worth of magic crystals from Lemuria. This amount must be listed in the military budget. Fan Li was so numb that he had no words. If ores were included in military expenditure, their military budget would account for 40% of the total. However, this was unavoidable. The world was not at peace, and war was inevitable. Even in a peaceful era, such as the 21st century, Russia's military budget was 14% of its total budget. Speaking of which, Ouyang Shua had done his best to control the scale of the army. Not only did he remove the garrison forces, but he also eliminated a large number of soldiers. If not, the Guards Legion Corps and the Bear Legion Corps would be at full capacity now. Concluding the financial budget discussion, Ouyang Shua said, for the imperial court to achieve our successes, it is due to all of your loyalty and hard work. The path to the top is one we must continue to advance upon, or we will fall off. I need all of you to continue working hard and try to make specific plans for the budget before the new year. Yes, my king. The ministers all nodded, looking really energized. Meeting over. Ouyang Shua got up and walked toward the back hall. Only after Ouyang Shua left did the ministers disperse. On the way, they gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. Among them, Xiang walked alone, slowly descending the Dali stone steps. Out of all of them, Xiang, this despicable minister, was a hot topic. Ouyang Shua made the decision on his own to include him in the cabinet, which many ministers found problematic. Ministers like Wei Zhang and Hai Rui were particularly unhappy. Especially Cheongzhou Prefecture Governor Hai Rui, who was from the same era as Xiang and had past dealings with him. Historically, Hai Rui played a role in bringing down Xiang. Upon learning that Xiang had entered the cabinet, Hai Rui even wrote a letter to Ouyang Shua. However, Ouyang Shua responded, "Do you think I am the Jiajing emperor?" Hai Rui was instantly speechless. Having spent a few years in Great Xia, Hai Rui knew that Great Xia was truly different from the Ming dynasty. The king was skilled in ruling both generals and civil servants, and his abilities could be compared to those of Qin Shi Huang and Hanwu Emperor. Comparing him to the Jiajing emperor was an insult. After some thought, Hai Rui concluded that the king valued Yen Song's talents and would not allow him to abuse his power. When he learned that the king had ordered Yen Shifan to no longer serve as an official, Hai Rui felt both moved and embarrassed, and he said, "The king is wise." Yen Song paid no attention to the outside world. As time went on, seeing that Yen Song did not act rashly, the gossip and criticism would gradually cease. Furthermore, bad-mouthing a cabinet elder was a truly dangerous matter. Not discussing it did not mean they were close. One could tell the situation Yen Song was in by how isolated he was. Ouyang Shuo returned to the imperial reading room. As soon as he sat down, Xingyi handed him a cup of hot tea. The two understood each other well. "Thank you." Ouyang Shuo smiled, treating her half as a subordinate and half as a friend. He enjoyed the relaxed atmosphere in the reading room and did not want to act like a king in front of everyone, as that was too exhausting. Rubbing his head, Ouyang Shuo recalled the suggestions. Strangely, out of the 7, Jiang Shang was from Western Zhou, Kozhuan from Northern Song, Yen Song from the Ming Dynasty, Xiao He from the Han Dynasty, Wei Yang from the Warring States period, Fan Li from the Spring and Autumn period, and Du Ruhui from the Tang Dynasty. None of them came from the same dynasty. Silently, a large group of people gathered behind them. The factions within the dynasty began to slowly take shape. Ouyang Shuo noticed Xiao He and the others' deliberate distance from Yen Song. Besides factions, there are also disputes, Ouyang Shuo mused. He was truly satisfied with appointing Yen Song to the cabinet. While a stagnant pond might be clear, it would lack vitality. Only by placing a koi in the pond could it be stirred up. Yen Song was that koi. Apart from that, Ouyang Shuo saw the rough outlines of the philosophers. As the ancestor of philosophy, Jiang Shang held a supernatural position. Kozhuan represented the Confucians, Xiao He the Taoists, Wei Yang the legalists, Fan Li the business school, and Du Ruhui the school of war. Each group had its own ideals and thinking, contributing to the prosperity of the Great Xia. Through this meeting, Ouyang Shuo seemed to have understood something, yet also seemed to have not. The yearly budget itself was not the core issue. In the 5th year, the Great Xia's income would exceed 100 million, a sum that 99% of players could not earn even if they worked their hardest. The Great Xia's business was vast, and the more it grew, the more it spent. This was not as ideal as outsiders imagined. As the ruler, Ouyang Shuo had to balance everything. He had heard people discussing in secret that they hoped the imperial court would shift from war to internal construction, focusing on administration with the military as secondary. However, Ouyang Shuo did not know how much of this sentiment was for the dynasty's progress and how much was for personal gain. Fighting wars inevitably raised the status and prestige of generals. Not to mention Bai Qi, but also Han Xian and other marshals, even if they did not enter the imperial court, they would hold positions equal to those of the cabinet elders. Even legion generals exuded such confidence. In comparison, the civil servants seemed weaker. Not mentioning others, in terms of rank alone, the generals were far higher than the civil servants. If the dynasty shifted its focus to internal affairs, the position of civil servants would naturally rise. So, the dynasty looked really peaceful, but in truth, hidden currents were moving. Just as Ouyang Shuo was deep in thought, the servant came to report, "My king, Shanghai Guards Commander Shen Buhai requests an urgent meeting." Ouyang Shuo was jolted back to his senses. He did not know what had happened. "Invite him in." "Yes, my king." Chapter 1003, Yang Su's Treasury. The intelligence Shen Buhai brought back stunned Ouyang Shuo. Li Mi is dead. After Pei Renji revealed Li Mi's whereabouts, the Shadow Guards began to pursue him. As a historical figure, Li Mi possessed a divine travel talisman that allowed him to escape at any moment, making it difficult for the Shadow Guards to capture him. However, with Cui Tianqi's meticulous planning, they finally apprehended Li Mi. No one expected Li Mi to be so resolute. He chose death over surrender. Reluctantly, Cui Tianqi executed him. From Li Mi's body, Cui Tianqi recovered 2 scrolls. The first was a list of names of his henchmen in Great Sui. As one of the lords of Late Sui, Li Mi had many allies in Great Sui. The second scroll was a treasure map pointing to something long lost, Yang Su's treasury. Interesting. Ouyang Shuo was surprised to find such a treasure after Li Mi's death. He handed the list of names to Shen Buhai. Make a copy of this and send one to Yang Guang through the Chuanzhou spies. Aware of Yang Guang's ambitions, Ouyang Shuo knew he would use this information to stir up trouble in Chuanzhou, precisely what Ouyang Shuo hoped for. As Du Ruhui had pointed out, the imperial cities of Chuanzhou, Dali, and Chengdu posed a threat to Great Xia. Ouyang Shuo had not yet found a way to dismantle them, so he could only gradually infiltrate these cities. The matter of the treasury was more complex. The map indicated that the treasury was located within Chang'an City. Seeing that Li Shimin had already moved in, the Shanghai guards did not dare to dig for the treasure outright. Thinking about this, Ouyang Shuo wrote a letter to his little aunt. I have good news, come quickly. For work in an imperial city, an adventure game mode player was far better. Seeing that it was 6 p.m., Ouyang Shuo decided not to deal with Wang Bodong immediately. On the 23rd day, in the morning, Lin Jing rushed over to the Xia Palace. Little Shuo, what's the good news you've called me over for? Looking around, only Lin Jing dared to speak to Ouyang Shuo like that. Based on the system, Lin Jing could be considered a relative of the ruler and held a high position. Ouyang Shuo also wanted to give her a title, but she had turned it down, saying the time wasn't right. Ouyang Shuo wasn't bothered by it. He handed her the map and said, take a look. Is this a treasure map? The more Lin Jing looked at it, the brighter her eyes grew. Yang Su's treasury is within Chang'an City, so I hope, little aunt, that you can send men to find it. It would be more convenient if we do it this way, Ouyang Shuo explained. Besides being more convenient and the need to avoid alerting the Great Tang, more importantly, they had storage bags and could empty out the palace. Even if the treasury had traps or oddities, the elite team of the Snow War Rose could handle it. They had been doing such tasks since the start of the game. This was called each person having their own strengths. So, how are you going to split it? Lin Jing was very direct. Even though the two of them were relatives, personal and public matters were separate. Lin Jing naturally would not take all the treasure. Otherwise, Ouyang Shuo would not dare to inform her if he found such good stuff in the future. Rumors have it that there is a large quantity of weapons, equipment, gold, and jewelry inside. I don't want the weapons, change the treasures to gold, and give me a portion. Ouyang Shuo was really generous. Yang Su was currently working for Great Sui, so Ouyang Shuo naturally had no interest in his weapons. Ouyang Shuo was short on money at the moment and still had the contract beast wishing stone he hadn't used. Lin Jing smiled in satisfaction. We have a deal. Wait for my news. With that, she went directly to the back palace to look for Binger. Ouyang Shuo was helpless. His little aunt hated men, so for her to speak with Ouyang Shuo for such a long time was rare. Returning to the imperial reading room, Ouyang Shuo summoned Du Ruhui. Li Mi is dead. From the letters we found on him, it seems he had ulterior motives in asking Wang Bodong to join us. Talk to Wang Bodong. If he's willing to pledge his loyalty to us, I can let him off. If not, hand him over to the military law division to handle. Understood. Over the next 2 days, Ouyang Shuo focused on the Navy generals as they finally completed the organizational framework for the Great Xia Navy. On the morning of the 25th, the matter with Wang Bodong was settled. Upon learning that Li Mi was killed, Wang Bodong tried to attack Du Ruhui on the spot but was subdued. Clearly, he was a loyal man, but unfortunately, not to Great Xia. That day, the Military Law Division executed him for being a spy. Wang Bodong's death caused significant waves in the official circle, particularly within the 2nd City Protection Legion, where many soldiers were close to him and admired his archery. The soldiers were naturally concerned that they might be implicated by his death. Military Law Secretary Feng Yunshan wrote a memorial to request guidance on how to handle the soldiers who might be suspected of having ties to Wang Bodong. Should they be captured and investigated to determine if they were swayed by Wang Bodong or not? Considering the proximity to the new year, it was deemed inauspicious to execute people. This matter was swiftly addressed. Ouyang Shua decided neither to pursue nor investigate any of them. He believed that even if there were soldiers close to Wang Bodong, after the deaths of Li Mi and Wang Bodong, no one would be so foolish as to attempt anything unreasonable. If Ouyang Shua were to investigate, it might incite fear and panic instead. One cannot be too stringent when governing the military. Sometimes, being generous and lenient can achieve a better effect. Those soldiers without psychological barriers could become even more loyal to the dynasty. Shan Xiangxin, working in the Somalia formation, was shocked upon hearing this news. Wang Bodong was a true hero and loyal, and did not deserve such a fate. The regrettable aspect was that he followed such a lord and was deceived twice. The deceased Bodong was now merely a cluster of data, while a living Bodong could have hoped for a future on the planet of promise. The contrast was stark. In the 5th year of Gaia, the 2nd month, 3rd day, 12th month, or the 15th day of the lunar calendar, it was only half a month until the Lunar New Year's Eve. The festive atmosphere in Shanghai City grew thicker and thicker. Lanterns were hung up, and people filled the streets, creating a bustling scene. The government offices were completing their administrative matters for the year, anticipating the arrival of the Lunar New Year holidays. According to the Great Xia system, they would have 7 days off, 3 days before and 3 days after the holiday. At 9 a.m., Lin Jing arrived in Shanghai City once more. Seeing her delighted expression, Ouyang Shua knew she's success in acquiring the treasure. Little aunt is efficient, Ouyang Shua praised with a smile. We've struck it rich this time. Lin Jing then vividly recounted the experiences of her elite group from Snow War Rose. Chang'an, a territory under Jini Wei and part of the Yanhuang alliance, required a subtle approach to avoid suspicion. Lin Jing arranged for her team to be teleported to Chang'an in small batches. Fortunately, the attention of major guilds was focused on the underworld as the satellite city opened up, thus providing the perfect cover for their operation. Upon their arrival in Chang'an, the team, guided by their map, located the treasure at an abandoned residence. Lin Jing decided to rent the place to minimize attention. The subsequent steps went smoothly. Through a well within the residence, they accessed the treasury, which, as expected, was brimming with traps. Despite the expertise of her team, 6 members still perished. Fortunately, the revised system had significantly lowered the revival cost, allowing those who fell to swiftly return to life. With the backing of Snow War Rose and their satellite city enterprise, procuring a few experience and cultivation pills was a minor challenge, enabling the fallen members to swiftly regain their strength and rejoin the team. However, only elite group members received this special treatment. Since the latest update, experience and cultivation pills had turned into valuable commodities. The top 10 guilds dispatched members to clear the market inventory, regardless of personal need, with a swift response to any sales opportunity. Just like that, more than 90% of the pills on the market ended up in their pockets. Only organizations like theirs, with unlimited resources, could manage such a feat. As for solo players, apart from those with good luck, even if they saw the pills, they couldn't afford them. This was unfair, but it was the truth. The game world was even more of a jungle than real life, thriving on the law of the jungle. Gaia aimed to develop a group of strong individuals. Besides the traps, the treasury also housed a formidable boss, evil King Shiji Xuan. After a tough battle, the elite group nearly all fell before finally slaying him. Though Lin Jing described it simply, Ouyang Shua could imagine the intensity of that battle. Fortunately, the great sacrifices were rewarded with unexpected treasures. Evil King Shi Zhishuan's cultivation method, Sky Heart Sutra, Phantom Body Technique, and Invincible Seal were all dropped. These were all Emperor-rank true secret manuals. They also obtained a special item, the Evil Emperor Relic. The relic, designed by Gaia, contained vast amounts of primordial energy that players could absorb to boost their own strength and cultivation. In comparison, the weapons and gold in the treasury seemed less impressive. However, that didn't mean they were worthless. The treasury was filled with vast quantities of top-grade weapons and armor, a huge fortune for Snow War Rose. Some items were dark gold, while others were even platinum rank. With this batch of equipment, their combat strength could reach a new level. Little Shua, you've given me the best New Year's gift. Lin Jing smiled, saying. Lin Jing took out a fist-sized, golden, shiny sphere. This was the evil emperor's relic. Little Shua, let's discuss. The weapons and equipment in the treasury are already worth a lot, and with the 3 secret manuals, I'm taking too much. You should take this relic. As she said this, Lin Jing passed it over. Ouyang Shua smiled and pushed the relic back. What? Lin Jing couldn't understand. Take it. Little ant, you need this more than I do. I'm looking forward to you shining in the World Martial Arts competition, Ouyang Shua smiled. It was already the 5th year of Gaia, and the first round of the World Martial Arts competition had begun. Ouyang Shua had no doubt that Lin Jing had the ability to be among the top 10 in the Jianya region. But to say that she would definitely make it to the China finals and represent the China region at the global finals, even Lin Jing might not have that much confidence. After all, China had always been home to many hidden talents, and who knew what experts were lurking in the wilderness. With the sects opening up, many miracles could be created. Without mentioning dark horses, there were a total of 10 regions, including the 9 imperial cities and Shanghai City. Xingzhou, Somalia, and Morocco were considered secondary regions, each with 5 slots. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the adventure game mode players in those 3 regions. To compete for the top 10 in China, you essentially needed to be the best in your region. Not to mention, the ability required to stand on the grandest world stage and chase the title of the best in the world was immense. For adventure game mode players, this was their ultimate goal. At such a time, each of them hoped to gain some extra strength, which would mean an additional chance of winning. The Chinese have a saying, real men help people out in times of need. This was especially true for the person in front of him, who was one of his few relatives. A look of emotion flashed in her eyes. Okay, I'll take it, she said. Lin Jing obviously knew how significant this gift was. Even among relatives, such a gift held great meaning. A warm current flowed into her heart, not because of the relic but due to the care and concern between family members. Ouyang Shua had a wide smile on his face as he formally extended his invitation. Little ant, for the Chinese New Year, I'm going to hold a feast to invite all our relatives. I hope you can join us. Whether from the Ouyang family or his mother's Lin family, there were many distant relatives. By rough estimates, there should be about 100 people. Including the branch families and in-laws, the number would reach 300 to 400. Over the past few years, as Ouyang Shua's identity became known, some relatives came to Shanghai City. Ouyang Shua did not reject them but instead gave them jobs based on their skills. To this day, all members of the Ouyang and Lin families live in Shanghai City. In a sense, all these people could be considered the king's relatives. Ouyang Shua had come to understand a theory: to rule a vast dynasty, one must not allow relatives to abuse their power, but they cannot be rejected entirely. In fact, a large royal family can help maintain the stability of a dynasty. Sometimes, blood relations are the most stable and loyal. Using relatives is definitely necessary. Ouyang Shua needed to use them in sufficient quantities. Those with talent would be placed in important positions, in the hopes of their success. This formed a stable foundation to support the dynasty. Ouyang Shuo was prepared to grant a large number of titles to the family before the Chinese New Year, including 3 marquis titles, 12 earl titles, 20 viscount titles, and 35 baron titles. Listening to Ouyang Shuo's plan, Lin Jing remained silent for a long while. Her expression was truly complex. "Little Shuo, you've really grown up into a true man, the leader of our family, and its pillar. If your parents could see your current achievements, they would be so proud." Ouyang Shuo tried his best not to cry. Looking up at the sky, he prayed, "Dad, Mom, are you both doing well in heaven?" Who knew that he was someone who still needed the comfort and encouragement of his parents? Seeing this, Lin Jing suddenly stepped forward and hugged Ouyang Shuo. Ouyang Shuo was stunned, and he laughed like a little kid. Such warmth was something he rarely felt. Lin Jing stepped back, with tears forming at the corners of her eyes. "I'll come on Lunar New Year's Eve, along with Xiang." Ouyang Shuo nodded. "That's right. I nearly forgot something." Lin Jing wiped away her tears and transferred 3 million gold to Ouyang Shuo. "This is from the Treasury." This time, Ouyang Shuo gladly accepted it. After sending his little aunt off, Ouyang Shuo returned to the back palace. Since he was wishing for a god beast for his unborn children, he should naturally do it with Songjia. The white stone looked unassuming, but it held a mysterious power. "Let's begin." Songjia was looking forward to it. Ouyang Shuo nodded. He held the white stone and said in his heart, "Use." System notification: notice player Chiue Wui is using the contract beast wishing stone, one-time use. Will you make a wish? Yes. System notification: please choose a wish type. God beast. Given Ouyang Shuo's status, if he were to choose, he would naturally go for the best option. System notification: for a god beast, the minimum amount is 1 million gold. Please choose the amount of gold you want to spend. Friendly reminder: the higher the amount, the rarer the god beast. The limit is 5 million gold. 5 million gold. Ouyang Shuo did not hesitate. Apart from the 3 million Lin Jing gave to him, as a mother, Songjia also took out 3 million from the Mountain and Sea Entertainment Holdings as emergency funds. Who knew it would come in handy? In the 4th year, through Huatsubing, Hua Mulan, and 5 other films, as well as concerts, they earned 15 million gold in profits. As the largest shareholder, Songjia leaped to become a wealthy person in the China region. However, the ambitious female shareholders, including Songjia, were not content with the current scale. They did not want to distribute the profits, but rather reinvested them into producing new movies. Consequently, Songjia was only able to withdraw 3 million gold. System notification: voice your wish. Ouyang Shuo took a deep breath and voiced the wish he had prepared in advance: provide a pair of the most suitable god beasts for my unborn children. This wish was quite vague, but the requirements were very high. The most suitable were the best. System notification: calculating wish, please wait. At the same time, the Gaia body in the city in the skies suddenly opened its eyes and looked directly down at Ouyang Shuo. It's him. Gaia's eyes trembled. Within less than a minute, Ouyang Shuo received a notification. System notification: congratulations, player Chiue Wui. Wish successful. Deducting 5 million gold, obtaining 1 dragon egg and 1 phoenix egg. The wishing stone transformed into a white light and slowly ascended into the sky. Amid the striking white glow, golden and red lights shone brightly. The golden light was eye-catching, and the red light was noble. One resembled gold, the other fire. Strangely, the ball of light shot 2 rays of light, one golden, one red, into Songjia's stomach, where they vanished. As the glow faded, 2 divine beast eggs appeared, one large and one small. The larger one was the size of a water bucket, the smaller one like a watermelon. Yang Shua approached to check their stats, but all he saw was... Did they already sign the contract? Yang Shua was astonished. Fortunately, Gaia did not cheat players. Since he had spent 5 million gold and used the equally precious wishing stone, there should be no issues. Wife, keep them. Yang Shua smiled. Song Jia nodded and stored both eggs in her storage bag. On the 15th day of the second month in Shanghai City, the imperial court would take a break and officially enter the Chinese New Year season. That morning, the palace sent out 50 imperial decrees through the cabinet, all to confer titles on the king's relatives. The messengers, tasked with delivering the decrees, zoomed through the streets of the capital city, a sight to behold. Along with the decrees came gifts of silk, gold, and jewelry as a New Year's greeting. As the news spread, the dynasty burst into joy. To the people, the king bestowing titles to his relatives was a sign of the dynasty's prosperity. Alongside the queen's children, these were great omens. Concerns about the king's relatives abusing their power were minimal. The king, known for his wisdom, martial prowess, and fairness in judgment, was beloved by the populace. He had, in the past, punished relatives who overstepped their bounds. Thus, there was no worry that he would be biased. This only heightened the festive atmosphere. Subsequently, the palace issued another decree, announcing a palace feast for officials to be held the day before Lunar New Year's Eve. This allowed the civil servants and generals to enjoy their reunion dinner with their families instead of the king, a decision that set Yang Shua apart from previous rulers. Influenced by modern thinking, Yang Shua did not wish to burden his men with mandatory attendance at the feast, merely to demonstrate his unity with the people. While the officials often showed great respect at such feasts, in private, they might have complained about the ruler. No accolades or honors could compare to the joy of a family reunion. In the blink of an eye, Lunar New Year's Eve had arrived. Just yesterday, Yang Shua invited the civil servants and generals to the Xia Palace for a feast. Those who joined the feast included not only officials of grade 5 and above, but also the 12 provincial governors and marshals. The star-studded lineup made one look on with mouth agape. The provincial governors and marshals either governed a province or protected a border, holding great power in the imperial court. Their return to the city was not just to reminisce, they had an important duty. After Chinese New Year, Yang Shua was going to hold the imperial assembly. In the Xia Palace, at the Zhaohua Hall. Zhaohua Hall sat at the southwest corner of the palace, and it was where Yang Shua held the feast. Every Chinese New Year, the vast Xia Palace would be redecorated, with lanterns hung everywhere. Compared to the casual civilian decorations, the palaces were more solemn and arranged. Everything had to follow the royal family's rituals, and nothing could be missed. Hence, even during the festive season, no one dared to fool around in the palace. Within the Zhaohua Hall, there were many rosewood tables adorned with peanuts and walnuts. Miraculously, even during this winter season, one could see oranges, bananas, and other seasonal fruits. The skins of the fruits looked as if they had just been harvested. Clearly, Great Xia did not have any special techniques or modern fridges to keep them fresh. These fruits were brought from Morocco province and Somalia province. Among them were Southeast Asian fruits from Xingzhou prefecture and fresh milk from New Zealand. Thanks to the teleportation formation, anything was possible. The Xia Palace had fresh fruits every season. Moreover, they could drink fresh milk from Auckland every day. This was known as the rich having everything from the 4 seas. Within the hall, exquisite charcoal was burned, and spices from Somalia were lit, creating a warm atmosphere and dispelling the chill of winter. In the vast hall, the main members of the Yang and Lin families had gathered, along with the core members of the Song family. Altogether, there were no fewer than 100 of them. Song Wen and Song Wu were also present, but Song Tianxiong's face was a bit odd. He had hoped that his daughter giving birth to the king's children would solidify his family's position. Little did he know that the king would respond with such a move. Even among the king's relatives, there were differences in closeness. In the Ouyang family, those of the same branch as his grandfather naturally held a higher position. Next were the branch families, followed by Ouyang Shua's mother's Lin clan and then Song Jia's clan. Everyone was seated accordingly. Inside the hall, there were rows of tables, but only 4 seats. The closer to the host's seat, the more important the person. The guests included both elderly men and children. Regardless of who they were, they all wore specially prepared dresses, especially those with ranks, who wore the attire that came with their status. Some guests below were extremely cautious, while others could hardly wait for the feast to begin. They occasionally whispered to those beside them, not daring to speak loudly. The children, who usually played around, were kept in their seats by their parents, who prevented them from moving about. In the right-hand corner, an 11 or 12-year-old boy was peeling a banana. "Brother Shua is so amazing. He can buy anything to eat," he said, seeming to be someone who loved to eat. "It's good that you recognize that. You need to study hard to help your brother in the future," his father, seated beside him, said affectionately. In the Ouyang family, surprises had fallen from the sky. This boy's father was known as Ouyang Gong, who worked at the Four Seas Bank. It was said that Meng Jida held him in high regard. Last year, Ouyang Gong was granted the rank of second-class earl, making him a standout in the family. Among the adults in the Ouyang family, as long as they were willing to work hard, they could advance much faster than others. Reflecting on the envy from his superiors and their attempts to curry favor, Ouyang Gong was deeply moved. After the king issued the decree, his family became a hot topic. Many friends, classmates, and even strangers came forward to offer their congratulations. Despite this, Ouyang Gong remained clear-headed and did not let the flattery go to his head. He knew that the Ouyang family's rise was all thanks to Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Gong understood his place. He had heard that during the granting of ranks, 2 people closely related to Ouyang Shua were only given third-class baron titles due to their work ethic. Undoubtedly, this was a warning. Although Ouyang Gong was his senior, he could only look on in awe. At 6 p.m. sharp, a court lady sang, "The king arrives." With a hua, all of the guests stood up in unison and looked at the northeast corner of the hall. They saw Ouyang Shua bringing in Song Jia, his sister, and Lin Jing. "Bow." All of them bowed in unison. Ouyang Shua smiled and moved to his seat. "This is just a family feast, so there's no position difference. Some of you are of my grandfather's generation, my father's generation, and some are my nephews. We are all family." As he said this, Ouyang Shua sat down. Voila, the others followed suit and sat. Now, their faces were more relaxed. Although they were modern people and not bound by old traditions, when they were in the majestic palace hall and saw the solemn court ladies standing aside, following all the rules, they couldn't help but enter a solemn state. No one felt it was inappropriate, instead, they felt it was an honor. An honor for the family. They could foresee that the Ouyang family could be like the legendary imperial families, shining in the country. As the feast began, court ladies brought out plates of delicious food. The younger generation received red envelopes from Ouyang Shua personally. On both sides, there were bands playing, and in the middle of the hall, there were dances. Not long after the start, Ouyang Shua raised his glass, and the music stopped. The hall turned silent. This was the first time many of them had seen this legendary figure, so they couldn't help but feel curious. Ouyang Shua stood up. "Today is Lunar New Year's Eve, a day of family reunion. It was not easy for us all to gather today. The great Xia of yesterday has become part of the past. I'll depend on all of you to help me build the great Xia of the future. Here's a toast to all of you." Ouyang Shua raised his glass. This was a clear sign of his position within the family. The feast reached its peak, and Ouyang Shua smiled. "You don't need to stay at your seats, feel free to be more casual." With that, he led his wife and Binger to greet the guests seated in the front. Song Jua was not dressed in a coronation gown. Instead, she wore a simple dress, as she was concerned that formal attire might create a distance between her and the guests. Binger, dressed in a white ancient princess skirt, was usually playful and mischievous, but she demonstrated excellent court manners during this occasion. Clearly, she had received a good education. The guests were amazed to see this, admiring the family for its refinement and grace. They truly embodied the image of a royal family. At the front row sat the heads of the three families, the three marquises. The person who held the highest rank was Ouyang Bo, Ouyang Shuo's grandfather's brother. By lineage, Ouyang Shuo should address him as grandpa, and he was one of the closest family members to Shuo. However, this grandpa's health was not well. He was thin, with a face full of wrinkles. "Grandpa, Happy New Year!" Ouyang Shuo smiled as he raised his cup, and Song Jia naturally followed his lead. During the wedding, few members of the Ouyang family had attended, so this was the first formal meeting between Song Jia and her in-laws. Ouyang Bo wore a merciful smile as he gently patted Ouyang Shuo's hand, saying, "Good son, good wife, good, good." Ouyang Shuo nodded, likely feeling the warmth and strength of family at that moment. The feast lasted until 7:30 p.m. After the reunion dinner, they moved to the Imperial Garden to watch fireworks. The children played around on the grass, and the Imperial Garden was brightly lit that night. As the host, Binger once again became the queen of the children, leading them to play in the garden, watch the golden fish in the pond, and enjoy the carefree simplicity of the moment. Listening to Binger's clear laughter, Ouyang Shuo smiled knowingly. Binger was often lonely. As Ouyang Shuo's status rose, Binger, being the only princess, became the center of attention. Her teachers also began to be more strict with her. Within Shanghai City, the children who used to play with her slowly drifted away. A difference in status meant they could no longer mix with Binger as they once did. Even if the children wanted to play, their parents would warn them not to disrespect her and to let her win in everything. Over time, they grew apart. Hua Chengjun, the only one of similar age, could not visit Binger because she was by her father's side. When bored, Binger would fight with spirit beasts or mutter to herself. Seeing this, Ouyang Shuo's heart couldn't help but ache. He wasn't sure if this meeting today would be good or bad for Binger. Ouyang Shuo hadn't considered this aspect when he decided to accept his family. Maybe only when playing with her cousins could she truly be happy. Despite being connected by blood, it was the most unrestrained. With this laughter, everything is worth it, Ouyang Shuo thought to himself. As Song Jia reflected, the family feast continued with Ouyang Shuo sharing his experiences from the past few years. After a short while, the elders grew tired and took their leave, bringing the family feast to an end. First day of the Chinese New Year in Shanghai City. According to tradition, the imperial court would conduct a grand worship ceremony. This year's event was even more extensive than the previous one, as it was the first since the founding of the country. Last year, the ceremony followed the customs of a marquis, whereas this year it conformed to the traditions of a king. The key distinction was the additional prayer offerings made to the Yellow Emperor and Yu the Great, alongside those in the ancestral temple. Before the new year, when Ouyang Shuo decided to acknowledge his lineage, he constructed a grand temple within the imperial city to honor his ancestors from the Ouyang family. This ancestral temple was the final piece in establishing the dynasty, in the eyes of the people. To them, the worship ground was vast and bustling, yet to Ouyang Shuo, it was a familiar sight. In the following days, Ouyang Shuo was occupied with attending various feasts. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, Ouyang Shuo hosted a banquet in the palace to welcome officials by Hua, Mulanyu, Gong Chengshi, Wufu, the great official of the West Gate, and other notable player officials, aiming to reinforce their bonds. By this point, these individuals had become a significant new force in the administrative circuit. Ouyang Shuo did not wish to drift apart from them due to the passage of time or distance. In particular, these provincial governors, who had contributed substantially to the dynasty, deserved his attention. On the third day of the Chinese New Year, Ouyang Shuo organized a feast for the generals in the Guards Legion Corps camp. Generals Baiqi, Han Xian, Sun Bin, Huatsubing, Li Mu, Shi Wanshui, and other marshals all attended. This gathering served as an opportunity for the military leaders to build camaraderie. Especially generals like Li Mu, who had recently joined the army. After the holiday, Ouyang Shuo would discuss specific battle plans for attacking Annan with them. On the fourth day, Ouyang Shuo held a feast at Sinan University, meeting professors and exceptional students, showing his focus on educational matters. That night, Ouyang Shuo also met with envoys from various countries who had moved into Shanghai City. On the 23rd day of the second month of Gaia's fifth year, the fifth day of the Chinese New Year, the imperial court's holiday ended. The first day was the Imperial Assembly. The symbolic significance of this assembly far outweighed its practical importance. Xiang, as the Grand Secretary, represented the civil servants in summarizing the past year's achievements, outlining plans for the fifth year, and discussing the outlook for the year. Dragon Legion Corps Marshal Baiqi, the sole commander-in-chief, shared his thoughts on border defenses and briefly described their battle plans for the fifth year. In summary, it was a very friendly and peaceful assembly with no disputes. After the assembly, the Great Xia, which had been on a short break, resumed its operations. In the imperial reading room of Xia Palace, Ouyang Shuo met with Yunnan provincial governor Bai Hua alone. Sit. The two were old friends, so their meetings were more casual. Ouyang Shuo did not call Bai Hua there to instruct her on Yunnan's administrative matters, as the cabinet would handle that. This meeting was primarily to coordinate military and administrative affairs in preparation for the Annan campaign. As the saying goes, before the soldiers move, the grain moves first. Although Annan was not large in size, it had 8 million players. To win this battle, the Black Snake Guards infiltrated Annan in the first half of the fourth year. In the second half of the year, the Military Intelligence Division also joined in. The Grand Council now had detailed information on various places in Annan, including where their troops were housed, as well as geographical and river data. All this information was gathered in the Grand Council for the strategists to review. To the Great Xia, Annan held no secrets. In response to all this, Annan's Haifeng city lord, Yuan Tianke, only had a guess and a premonition. In terms of scouting, Great Xia was many times better than Annan, and they were not on the same level. Great Xia invested 4 to 5 million gold annually in 3 intelligence organizations for this purpose. Besides intelligence gathering, war resource preparations began before winter. As one of the provinces connected to Annan, Yunnan province became one of the primary areas for battle preparation. There's one thing I don't understand. The border between Mengding Prefecture and Annan is the Stone Mountain Ranges. How am I supposed to send the resources to the battlefield? Bai Hua asked. Logically, since it was not the country war month, Great Xia could only use the naval route to attack Annan. The movement of war resources should also be done through the sea. If that were the case, provinces along the coast, like Lingnan Province and Minnan Province, should be the main areas for battle preparations. Bai Hua didn't understand. However, the message from the Privy Court was clear: they wanted Yunnan Province to be ready. Ouyang Shuo smiled. I called you here to clear your doubts. As he spoke, he passed her a seal half the size of a fist. What is this? Bai Hua took it and examined its stats. Mountain opening seal asterisk after use. One can open a mountain path through any mountain. This seal was obtained from one of the lords after they destroyed Singapore. Ouyang Shuo had kept this item until now. He had considered using the seal in Annan. Since Bai Hua felt that Great Xia could not move resources to Annan through Yunnan, Yuan Tianke would likely think the same. Great Xia could open a secret path through the mountain ranges directly into Annan. Now you understand why the Privy Court told you to prepare? You should have said so earlier, Bai Hua shook her head. With such a secret weapon, she felt bad for the Annan players. Of course, just one seal alone wouldn't win the battle. In the end, a true head-to-head battle was needed. However, with this tunnel, their chances of winning grew a little greater. I understand. I'll quicken the battle preparations when I return, Bai Hua nodded, storing the seal in her storage bag. As for the specific location to use it, Baiqi will let you know. The path opened naturally would not only transport resources but also serve as a secret travel route. The location for its use would be determined by Baiqi, the war expert. Understood. Their conversation ended. 2nd month, 25th day, Wuying Hall, Ouyang Shua gathered the military generals to discuss the attack on Annan. This battle would involve the entire Great Xia army. Which forces were to serve as the vanguard, which is the main force, and which were to be responsible for border defenses, all of these elements required thorough discussion. With the onset of spring, the war would commence. Given that Great Xia commanded a vast army, the logistical challenge of mobilizing such a large-scale force necessitated preemptive orders. Such a significant troop movement could not be accomplished within a mere 1 or 2 weeks. Additionally, to prevent the enemy from becoming wise to their plans, it was crucial to maintain secrecy. These considerations made the situation particularly complex. Fortunately, the Grand Council would oversee the operation, with Jia Su and Peng Tong temporarily reassigned to the War Division to assist Zhao Kuo in devising a strategic military plan. As a ruler, Ouyang Shua had to remain in the capital city and might not be able to rush to the front lines. Therefore, before delving into the specifics, he needed to select the principal commanders and their deputies for this battle. Just as a snake must have a head, so too must an army, especially for a conflict of such magnitude. Among the Legion Corps, excluding the Guards and the City Protection Legion Corps, the Dragon Legion Corps, with its lighter workload, was the most suitable. Moreover, the secret tunnel connecting Yunnan Province and Annam fell within their jurisdiction, making them the primary force. Marshal Baiqi of the Dragon Legion Corps was, therefore, the natural choice as commander. Indeed, when the discussion about reorganizing defensive regions took place, Ouyang Shua had already broached the subject with Baiqi. Following Ouyang Shua's vision, the Dragon Legion Corps would leverage this battle to expand beyond the Chinese sphere of influence and focus on conquering ASEAN territories. Upon hearing this, Baiqi naturally harbored no objections. Consequently, despite having no defensive duties by year's end, Baiqi utilized the winter hiatus to intensify the training of his troops, ensuring they remained in peak condition. The best soldiers in the army this year belonged to the Dragon Legion Corps. Baiqi, receive my order. Ouyang Shua said solemnly. Present. Baiqi stepped forward. His face was still expressionless, and he looked very cool. I appoint you as the commander of the battle, commanding both the army and the navy. As the war is overseas, I grant you full authority. As he spoke, Ouyang Shua personally handed him the appointment decree and the soldier talisman. Upon hearing this, Baiqi's expression finally changed. With a swish, he knelt on the ground and respectfully received the items. When Han Xian and the other marshals saw this, they could only envy him. Annan had 800,000 guards, 300,000 territorial troops, and 1.5 million combat players. To take down Annan, Great Xia had to send at least 1 million troops. Without a doubt, this was the largest battle in the wilderness to date. Even the battle maps did not reach such a scale. The Great Xia forces would include the Guards Legion Corps, City Protection Legion Corps, Dragon Legion Corps, and Bear Legion Corps. The Navy would include the Emperor Squadron, the Yashan Squadron, and the Pacific Squadron. All were elites, the cream of the crop. For the Great Xia generals, leading such an army into such a historic battle would make their lives worthwhile. The moment the news spread that they were going to attack Annan, many generals wished to fight. Among them, Hua Tsubing was the closest to the king. However, he was a typical one-dimensional god general and did not know how to command such a large battle. Thus, Han Xian and the others were tempted to vie for the role of main commander. If the king appointed someone else, they might feel disgruntled. However, the king chose Azura Baichi. As a result, even the prideful Han Xian was pleased with the decision. Apart from being renowned in history, Baichi made significant contributions to the Great Xia journey. Everyone in the army held him in high regard, and the Great Xia people revered him as their war god. Apart from the main commander, Baichi, Ouyang Shua appointed Shi Wanshui and Zhou Yu as deputy commanders to assist Baichi. Marshal Hua Tsubing of the Guards Legion Corps would serve as the vanguard general. After setting up the entire structure, they needed to discuss the details. From the Dragon Legion Corps, 5 legions could be sent, from the Guards Legion Corps, 4, and from the Bear Legion Corps, 2. The City Protection Legion Corps would leave the 4th Legion to defend Beihai City, while the other 4 could be dispatched. In total, this amounted to 15 legions, or 1.05 million troops. The remaining Tiger, Leopard, and Eagle Legion Corps needed to guard the long northern border of the dynasty or prepare for internal conflicts, and thus could not be moved. They would only be deployed if the Annan situation worsened. On the naval front, the Emperor's Squadron and the Yashan Squadron would be fully committed. The Pacific Squadron would send only 1 division, as it had other significant responsibilities. Besides occupying Hawaii, the Pacific Squadron would need to maintain a threat to the northern and southern enemies. The northern threat was the Yanhuang alliance. Ouyang Shua was uncertain if Chen would use this battle as an opportunity to attack Great Xia. The aristocratic families cared only about their interests and were capable of ruthless actions. Therefore, during the war, the Pacific Squadron needed to ensure absolute control over the surrounding ocean regions and prevent the Yanhuang alliance from causing trouble. On the southern side was Luzon. Although the Luzon Squadron had been badly defeated by the Yashan Squadron and remained quiet, Ouyang Shua did not dare to let his guard down. A silent dog might be the one to bite. Luzon was the core of the ASEAN lords who desired war. Without the ocean threat, they might have been tempted to join in. The 3 squadrons, besides handling ocean warfare, disembarking, and fighting, were also tasked with ferrying troops and carrying resources. To ensure the smooth arrival of 1 million troops and resources at the front lines, Great Xia gathered 800 large merchant ships to secure a stable supply line. Yanhua Yaoni's Indian Ocean Squadron would take responsibility for intimidating the other ASEAN countries, particularly Janla and Java. In summary, for this battle, Great Xia would mobilize all the troops they possibly could. Following this, the specific strategy was discussed, where the seasoned strategists and generals, such as Baichi and Jia Su, took the lead. Ouyang Shua, the strategist, listened silently, not contributing to the discussions. The military conference extended for 5 days. When the plans were finalized, the Great Xia war machinery sprung into action. With the assistance of the Grand Council, the forces participating in the operation began to assemble at their assigned locations. Vast quantities of war materials were also rapidly gathered. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 3rd month. The winter season gradually dissipated, especially in Shanghai City, which, being situated in the southwest under the subtropical marine climate influence, already had a scent of spring in the air. Ice melting, the earth awakening, and the once quiet wilderness began to flourish. After the Lantern Festival, the new school term commenced. Since becoming a princess, Binger's studies on ancient Chinese civilization became more routine. Over time, her afternoon classes began to conflict with the online lessons she was taking in the morning. The optimal solution was to skip the online lessons and have professional teachers instruct her in modern subjects within the palace. With the position in Great Xia, finding teachers was a simple matter. However, Ouyang Shua did not do this. The reason was simple: in the virtual classroom, she had friends to learn and play with. If she moved to the palace, she would truly be alone. Only after accepting her family did the situation improve. Estimates indicated that 56 people were still in school, from middle school to university, at every level. Ouyang Shua decided to choose a palace on the outskirts of the Xia Palace to serve as the imperial college for the emperor's relatives to study in. All fees would be covered by the royal family. The royal college would blend modern lessons with ancient Chinese civilization lessons. Additionally, Ouyang Shua would prepare a suitable true internal cultivation method for each student to build the foundation of their cultivation. The great Xia royal family needed not only civil servants but also generals. As the only direct-line princess, Bing'er would attend school at the royal college. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the royal college was the highest educational institution. Since Great Xia already had Sinan University, the royal college would not be part of the imperial court structure. Ouyang Shuo's royal college would differ from those in ancient times. When the news came out, the royal family's relatives had no reason to disagree. They longed for a chance to get closer to the royal family. Even if they did not intend to use this opportunity to build relationships, the college's teachers were top-notch. For their children to study there meant they would have an advantage over ordinary children. Not to mention the secret manuals others dreamed of. Since the king made such a promise, the secret manuals would be at least gold rank, or even king rank. As the matter concerned the princess, the science, education, culture, and health department was remarkably efficient, establishing the college in less than a month. A group of teachers were also hired. On the first day of the third month, the Royal College officially began operations. This was a significant event for the royal family, so Ouyang Shua set aside some matters to attend the unveiling and opening ceremony. Family members with children enrolled were also invited. As the king, Ouyang Shua was someone they all looked up to. His words, aimed at encouraging the children to respect their teachers and study hard, though cliché, made sense. Bing'er wore the standardized blue robe for the school. She looked genuinely cute and scholarly, sitting at the front and listening intently to her brother. Perhaps, at this moment, she realized the role of the royal family. As the princess, her position was extraordinary, and she needed to set a good example for her cousins. The royal college was not a place for the royal family's children to play. On the contrary, the rules here were much stricter than in virtual schools, and the work was more demanding. Even with a good starting point, success required hard work. Ancient dynasties paid close attention to the education of princes. For example, during the Qing dynasty, the prince would start school at 4 a.m. and finish at 4 p.m. Meals were served twice a day, breakfast at 7 a.m. and lunch at noon. If any student did not complete their work, it would delay meal times for everyone. Only after their teacher approved their work could they proceed to eat. Their holidays were even more limited. Once they entered at 6, they would only have holidays on New Year's, the Mid-Autumn Festival, their own birthday, and 2 days for their father's birthday. Modern-day students have holidays during festive seasons and summer breaks. Under such a strict system, many geniuses were often born. The Kangxi Emperor truly loved to learn when he was young. He once studied astronomy, math, geography, and Latin from scholars like Nan Huairan. Perhaps they inherited his high intellect, as his children were all pillars of the dynasty. Unfortunately, only one of them could be emperor. But even so, they were all incredibly talented. Not to mention the royal family, but even in modern-day society, children from wealthy families often receive better education than commoners. However, their studies are even more challenging. People like Chen, despite being outmatched by a commoner like Ouyang Shua, each possess unique skills. Otherwise, how could they manage such a vast territory at such a young age? Therefore, for the Ouyang family to continue and grow into a prominent aristocratic family, he would need to start with the next generation's education. This point was strongly supported by the older family members. As Ouyang Bo put it, although our generation has blossomed, it's of little use. To extend the family legacy, we must rely on the next generation. The other uncles laughed, agreeing that while the words were a bit extreme, they were correct. Of course, whether the Ouyang family could take root and flourish on planet Hope would depend, apart from Ouyang Shua, mainly on Binger and the two unborn children. They are his direct descendants and the heirs to the throne. Although he never told anyone, in his eyes, there was no difference between male and female. He even thought about letting Binger become the Empress if she was good enough. After Ouyang Shua finished speaking, Binger, as the student representative, went to give her speech. Looking at the confident and elegant girl in blue, Ouyang Shua's eyes were filled with happiness and pride. All the girls and boys listening were engrossed in her speech. This moment was worth remembering. Starting from the Red River, near Yunnan's Dali city at Longhu Mountain, the water takes on a fresh red color due to the abundance of red sand shale on the surface. This gives it a unique beauty, comparable to the famous Jinsha River. The river winds like a twisting red dragon through 17 counties in Yunnan province before reaching Annan, passing the renowned Red River Delta and eventually flowing into the Gulf of Tonkin and the South China Sea. Hanoi, the imperial capital of the Annan region, is situated on the northwest part of the Red River Delta, on the right bank of the Red River. The red-tinted waters flow gently through the city, bathing it in a crimson hue. The name Hanoi, which means within a river, is derived from this. This ancient city has a history spanning thousands of years and served as the political, economic, and cultural center of Annan in the 11th century. Rich in historical elements, it is surrounded by many ancient ruins. Hanoi has a close relationship with China, having been part of it in the past. In 111 BC, Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty established the Jiaoji prefecture, which included Hanoi. During the northern and southern dynasties, the Song dynasty also set up a prefecture in the Hanoi region. Hanoi was founded in 621 AD and was under the jurisdiction of the Annan provincial governor during the Tang dynasty. It served as the political, cultural, and economic center of northern Annan, known as the Purple City, later renamed Luo City, and then Daluo City. In the later stages of the Tang dynasty, Hanoi became the residence of the Qinghai army Jidushi. Why was Hanoi's position so significant in Annan? Annan's geography is long and narrow, resembling a large S. Its borders were marked by many mountains, forests, and long mountain ridges, with high-in mountains serving as the divide between the north and the south. The climate differences between the two regions were considerable. Whether traveling from north to south or vice versa, Hanoi was a crucial waypoint. Consequently, it held a significant strategic position and featured the largest port in the north. This led to Hanoi becoming the center of Annan. In the game, Hanoi was a major city. Influenced by Chinese culture, it had an inner and outer city. The inner city was further divided into the Forbidden City, the Imperial City, and the Capital City. The Forbidden City was where the king, his concubines, and children resided. Surrounding it was the Imperial City, which housed the government offices. The streets, markets, and residences were located in the capital city. The Imperial City was adorned with flowers and trees, creating a beautiful landscape. The towers and halls within the Forbidden City glowed with a brilliant golden luster. In the capital city, tall towers and temples stood, their architectural style influenced by Tang culture, exuding an ancient beauty. Furthermore, given Hanoi's subtropical climate and proximity to the northern bay, the city enjoyed a spring-like atmosphere year-round, with plenty of rain. Trees and flowers were abundant, and the city featured many wide streets radiating outward from Hon Kim Lake. Tall, green trees lined both sides of the streets. The city's street names were intriguing, each reflecting a particular industry, such as Leather Industry Street, Copper Industry Street, Sugar Industry Street, Peach Industry Street, and more. Each street specialized in a specific product and was generally overseen by a large chamber of commerce. Leather Industry Street, for example, was home to Tongchun Shop. The entire Leather Street was managed by the Tongchun Chamber of Commerce, with the Tongchun Shop serving as its headquarters. The boss, surnamed Chen, hailed from a renowned Hanoi aristocratic family. His enterprises spanned not only leather but also included businesses in copper, cloth, sugar, and more. 2 months ago, the Tongchun Chamber of Commerce received a mysterious guest who claimed he had a method to ship their goods to the Great Xia to sell for substantial profits. As promised, the first batch of goods arrived in Beihai Bay the day before Chinese New Year, without incurring significant costs for Boss Chen. Merchants thrive on profits. An old adage states, for a 50% profit, one would dare to risk their capital. For a 100% profit, one would dare to break laws. For a 300% profit, one would do anything. Due to the strained relationship between Annan and the Great Xia, the Lord of Haifeng City, Yuan Tianke, had decreed that all trade with the Great Xia was forbidden. This ban extended not only to the chambers of commerce within his jurisdiction but also to the imperial city. As the sole lord of the Annan wilderness, his word held significant weight, effectively halting any official trade between Annan and the Great Xia. Thus, when the underground trade commenced, the profits were immense, akin to smuggling. It's not that the Hanoi chambers of commerce hadn't considered clandestine trade with the Great Xia. However, the entire northern bay was under the surveillance of the Great Xia Navy, making it impossible for their ships to navigate without assistance. Experiencing the lucrative returns, Old Chen paid no heed to the methods this enigmatic individual employed in the Great Xia. He simply referred to this person as his brother. After the Lantern Festival, he prepared for the second deal. The goods filled 5 merchant ships, which sailed south of the Red River. Watching the merchants depart, Old Chen could not hide the greed in his eyes. If this continued, the Tongchun Chamber of Commerce would rise quickly, and becoming the largest chamber in Hanoi would not be a far-fetched dream. However, just as Boss Chen was thinking about big profits, an unexpected change occurred. Somehow, someone leaked the news, and the highly secretive merchant ships were stopped in Haifeng. When the Haifeng City Legal Department investigated, the Tongchun Chamber of Commerce was implicated for trading with Great Xia, violating the prohibition. When Yuan Tianke received the news, he was furious. Not only did he seize the 5 ships, but he also captured the men, putting them on trial under Haifeng City laws. If nothing went wrong, they would likely face the death penalty. Leading the merchant group was Boss Chen's second son, a smart and capable young man. When Boss Chen received the news, he was terrified, his face turning ashen. He begged Yuan Tianke for a chance, but Yuan Tianke was determined to make an example and refused to show favor. Great Xia was the biggest threat to Yuan Tianke, a constant source of nightmares. He wanted anyone who touched this issue to face severe consequences. Even the Annan royal family condemned him, but he ignored their objections and listed the Chen family as traitors, intending to investigate the Tongchun Chamber of Commerce. This time, Boss Chen was truly in dire straits. At this very moment, the mysterious guest appeared again to find Boss Chen. You still have the face to come. Speak, did you leak the news? Boss Chen was furious upon seeing the person. He had long forgotten about the brotherly camaraderie they once shared before the entire issue began. The mysterious guest remained calm. Why would I reveal anything? What would I gain from it? Besides, if I had revealed it, why would I be so foolish as to come and see you now? This. Boss Chen's expression froze. This matter was highly confidential. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? I believe there's a mole within your ranks, the mysterious guest stated. A mole? A cold light flashed in Boss Chen's eyes. The mysterious guest elaborated, only members of your Chamber of Commerce knew about it. There might be spies from other chambers of commerce. When your rivals see you about to become wealthy, they'll naturally try to find issues with you. I was too careless. Boss Chen winced, closing his eyes in pain, ready to admit defeat. Historically, merchants could not contest with officials, so he saw no way out. The mysterious guest smiled, all hope is not lost. Brother, what plan do you have? Boss Chen perked up instantly upon hearing this. As long as you can help me get through this, I'll offer you my deepest gratitude. In fact, if he could get out of this predicament, he was willing to call this person father. The mysterious guest inquired, "Who are you working with?" "Great Xia," Boss Chen answered. After a prolonged moment of silence, he finally recomposed himself, his expression turning extremely dejected. "Are you suggesting I seek help from Great Xia? Why would they concern themselves with me?" In his view, Great Xia was a colossal entity that managed dealings with tens of thousands of chambers of commerce. Why would they be diplomatic with Annan just because of one smuggling chamber of commerce? How would you know if you do not try? He smiled. "I know an official in their business department. As long as you write a distress letter asking for help, I can pass it to him. Great Xia focuses on free trade, and protecting chambers of commerce is a priority for them. They would not leave you to die." Boss Chen was in dire straits and would do anything to get out of this situation. He gritted his teeth and wrote a sincere letter. Passing it to him, Boss Chen said emotionally, "Please, as long as you resolve this for me, you are my father, the savior of the Tongchun Chamber of Commerce." The mysterious guest smiled. During this short conversation, this person had changed the way he addressed him several times. As expected from a merchant. On the surface, he remained unmoved. He put away the letter and smiled. "Do not worry, I'll go to Shanghai City now. Wait for my good news." "Thank you." The following week felt like an eternity for Boss Chen. On the 15th day of the third month, the matter finally began to turn around. Great Xia's Honglu Temple used Boss Chen's letter as evidence and, through official diplomatic channels, sent a letter to Haifeng City and the Annan royal family, urging Annan to respect the rights of chambers of commerce to engage in free trade and to follow international trading regulations. If they followed Honglu Temple's recommendations, it would result in just some fines. When the Annan royal family received the letter, they were truly hesitant. They told the envoy sent by Great Xia that they needed to discuss the matter before they could give a reply. As for Yuan Tianke, he was so furious that he tore the letter into pieces. Humiliation. This is outright humiliation. Yuan Tianke roared. If he agreed to Great Xia's request, Yuan Tianke would damage Annan's reputation. If he refused, Great Xia would retaliate. He was now in a lose-lose situation. "Sir, we cannot agree to Great Xia's request," Lu Loi insisted. "What if Great Xia uses it as an excuse to start a war with us?" Lu Loi took a deep breath, his eyes were filled with confidence. "Sir, this war is unavoidable. Since they want to fight, let's fight," bravely said. Yuan Tiang's words were crisp. However, a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Although war seemed inevitable, if Annan went to war due to his rejection, how could the adventure game mode players defend Haifeng City without any conditions? People might use this chance to cause trouble. Yuan Tianke smiled bitterly. Determined, Yuan Tianke met the Great Xia ambassador and rejected Great Xia's diplomacy, stating it was Annan's internal affair and that Great Xia had no right to interfere. The hesitation of the Annan royal family and Yuan Tianke's outright rejection sent a clear bad signal. When Great Xia received the report, they responded with an even more aggressive diplomatic message, accusing Haifeng City of disrupting the global trade ecosystem and violating the trading rules of the Northern Bay. Great Xia gave Haifeng City a week to return the ships and prisoners. If not, they would declare war to protect trade freedom. When the news spread, Annan players reacted in various ways. Some were furious, feeling that Great Xia was insulting and provoking Annan. Others criticized Haifeng City for dragging the entire Annan into a conflict out of selfishness. Not everyone desired war, and not everyone wanted to be enemies with Great Xia. Before Great Xia's war motives were clear, many Annan players had hoped for peace and did not see the situation as clearly as Yuan Tianke. This was perfectly normal. Little do we shock. I am not trying to make fun of you. Jishing still other trends, not being mad. I was not being by the news stories. Jostin one of them, but not being performing as a prodig from. And Annan's favorite fox would to do police work. I did a normal one of them and tried hard work performance. I marvel who could and not as described, RGB was wrong. But now, because we was also, but not all of them. I was burning it a brilliant at all that I removed. Do you? Japan, they should laugh. Jishing still other trends, not being mad. I was not being by the news stories. Jostin one of them, but not being performing as a prod one from. And Annan's favorite fox would to do police work. I did a normal one of them and tried hard work performance. I marvel who could and not as described, RGB was wrong. But now, because we was also, but not all of them. I was burning it a brilliant at all that I removed. Do not you? Japan got not being smart. I was not being by the newspaper. I made this story happening soft from. Body 9 years story walk a professional. I not wrong story. Period them stories, I am not surprised, but still a group lot. When actions were good. And ours are soin. I grate you more time to laugh at them and, joy unsustainable to be, we still feel wrong. Be repeat a high school on other times you're playing and acted against, helping other spirits. But not as simple. Assisting your other talents as well. I always wanted what I was. I will always do other things. I am not surprised to you. These do us, I am not trying to make fun of you. Jishing still other trends, not being mad. I was not being by the news stories. Jostin one of them, but not being performing as a practitioner. I am surprised, and do. When they grew not performed as well. I am not surprised, but still other trends. Not being mad in such a scenario, they became prey for the hunter. Dawson Dynasty, Free City. When Jack received the news, he felt anxious and muttered, he is about to take down another one, I cannot fall too far behind. North America cannot have so many lords. Japan, Sonli City. Since the country war system was released, Sonli City Lord Keisuke Honda had been closely monitoring China. Although he did not want to admit it, under the leadership of Great Xia, the China region was terrifying, making it the strongest region in the world. During the 6th-month country war, Japan would have to defend. Therefore, since the first month, the entire Japanese region had been preparing. If China crushed them, it would undoubtedly be a huge humiliation. As the only lord left in Japan, Keisuke Honda would be held responsible for that defeat. Japan had nowhere to turn. Hearing that Great Xia was about to go to war with Annan, Keisuke Honda was initially delighted. After all, this would weaken their strength, which was beneficial for Japan's chances of winning the country war. However, he then became furious, asshole, he is looking down on us. One could say that their way of thinking was different from the norm. As a race, they were both self-deprecating and intensely competitive. These two traits conflicted and blended, forming a unique culture. Xinla, Nanjing, Java, Luzon, and other ASEAN countries were also closely following this. In Java, Uwais understood the situation, shameless. It was a scheme by Great Xia. So what? Before the situation became clear, Uwais could not take any action. A dark cloud that covered the sky slowly loomed over the entire ASEAN, a storm was brewing. In the blink of an eye, another week passed, while against that, I might come to some hardship were not expected ourselves and are under to. But what we had coming really angry today. Let she were quiet being many disappointments, someone that great things today. I could have seen so happy. 17. I wish not, the merchant, and the fair and arbiter for peace and satisfaction. I would not anticipated. In this time, I got not shrimp, but I feel that. I feel sore. And let's not just talk about our opponents, I am not angry, I feel not, I grew not angry after merchant and my arrest. Haipong City's wonderful, I am now more angry that I cannot come to some way peaceful with I was not ourselves and are under, but what we had coming really angry today. Let she were quiet, being many wuas not expecting that great things today. On the, I could have seen so happy. 17. I wish not, the merchant, and the fair an arbiter for peace and satisfaction. Not, the, I would not anticipated. In this time, I got not shrimp, but I feel that. I feel sore. And let's not just talk about our opponents. I am not angry, I feel not, I grew not angry after merchant and my arrest. Haipong city's wonderful, I am now more angry that I cannot come to some. Don't let's allow our teammates, I am not angry, I feel not, I would not angry after merchant and my under, but what we had been really angry today, I might come to some way peaceful with I was not ourselves and our under, but what I had been really angry today, I would not have it ourselves and our under, but what we had been really angry today. Let she were quiet, being many disappointments, someone that great things today. On the, I could have been so happy. 17. I wish not, the merchant, and the fair an arbiter for peace and satisfaction. Not, the, I was not anticipated. In this time, I got not shrimp, but I feel that. And let's not just talk about our opponents, I am secondly, the moment Great Xia took down Annam, they would gain more honor points, which would greatly benefit the upcoming country war. Not long after the global auction ended, the Japanese region began asking for donations to repay Keisuke Honda for purchasing the country war buff card. As soon as the news spread, the China players naturally heard about it. During this time, many comments targeted Ouyang Shua, Di Chen, and Feng Qiuhuang, labeling them as traitors to the country. China has never lacked for keyboard warriors who proclaim their love for their country, but if you truly asked them for gold, they would disappear, saying, "Isn't Great Xia rich? Do they have the nerve to ask us for money?" Human nature can be ugly. Luckily, these clowns were not the majority, and most China region players could accept the situation rationally. Great Xia had secured 30 honor points for the China region, which led to Ouyang Shua facing fewer attacks. The China region players were excited, but others were not. In the Annan region, Haiphong City, Wan Tianke remained calm. The moment Great Xia declared war, he ordered the northern border troops to return. Haiphong City had 300,000 troops, including 20,000 guards defending the imperial city, with 4 war-fighting legions. One legion was stationed in the south at Cholin, another at Danang, and the remaining 2 at the northern border, showing Yuan Tiang's wariness of Great Xia. He also ordered his navy to patrol the surrounding area around Haiphong City, forming a defensive chain. As an ocean city, Haiphong's greatest concern was an attack from the sea. 2 Ocean, YSDRCMP, or over, taking entrance soldiers. Could resemble the were uniforms to AM Veek to second within their apartments, I was on Annan, but others were looking jobs. Great Xia was in the ones a month. 121, 248 Night Troop 1/3 version. It was late summer, with 121 ships grand join war, rate, advantage soldiers. I am noting you will believe all out them door is like pretty ah. It was just a summer, too, and the moved a handful of Annan troops. Great Xia was in the maters of the ceased month and over. You may not a AG, but orders were actually what were looking to be number of power OU out. I have a fewer number of troops, so YSTRCMP or over, taking entrance soldiers. Could resemble the were uniforms to AM Veek to second within their apartments, I was on Annan, but others were in their uniforms to see Mua, and the were not so impressed. Not so impressed, it was a night troop 1/3 month, too, and the were not so impressed. Enjoy the war, rate, advantage soldiers. I am noting you will be interested in them, I am pretty aw. It was just a summer, too, and the started feeling less sure over this, although soldiers. Could resemble the were uniforms to AM Veek to second within their apartments, I was on Annan, but others were in their uniforms to see Mua, and the were not so impressed. Not so impressed, it was a night troop 1/3 month, too, and the were not so impressed. Enjoy the war, rate, advantage soldiers. I am noting you will be interested in them, I am pretty aw. It was just a summer, too, and the moved a handful of Annan troops. Great Xia had a really formidable army, so Yuan Tianke had to go all out. Some of the Annan players were watching on I had prepared. After all, Great Xia was just going to teach Apong the learns, disregaining that I had received it was out. In some states, the soldiers were watching on I had to use a different number of soldiers. Could resemble the were uniforms to am week to second within their apartments. I was on Annan, but others were in. On the 4th day of the 4th month in the 5th year of Gaia, the Great Xia Navy and the Haifeng Navy clashed in the Gulf of Tonkin. The results of the battle stunned everyone. The Haifeng Navy only lasted for an hour before they were torn apart by the Great Xia Alliance Squadron. Warship fragments and tens of thousands of bodies floated on the ocean's surface, washing up on the beaches of Haifeng City. The dense wreckage described the brutality of the battle. Once again, the power of the Great Xia Navy astonished the world. When this tiger bared its fangs, its terrifying lethality horrified everyone. Fear spread like a plague across the globe. The ASEAN states were speechless, not daring to act, and kept their heads down. Japan's Keisuke Honda could not sleep, tossing and turning, his eyes turning red. Prepare for war. This is a life-and-death war. These words, repeated by Keisuke Honda, represented the resolve of all Japanese players. Before the country war commenced, the Japanese region had already united, ready to give it their all. Chen was similarly filled with dread. He could not help but wonder how long the newly formed Handan Squadron would last against the Great Xia Navy. Shaking his head, he did not dare to think further. Only the various Mediterranean nations, which had battled the Great Xia, could remain calm. Even Jack was uncertain whether to engage the Great Xia Navy head-on over Hawaii. After a night of contemplation, he resolved, I have to. Jack had great confidence in the Free Squadron, believing them to be a match for the Great Xia Navy. The Haifeng City Navy was just a small obstacle on the road to the Great Xia Navy. After kicking it aside, the squadron continued forward toward the long shoreline of Annam. On the battlefield filled with wreckage, the three squadrons split up. The deputy commander and alliance squadron commander, Zhou Yu, led the Emperor's squadron to attack Haifeng City. Navy Chief General Zhou Qin would lead the 1st Division of the Pacific Squadron North to sweep the ocean regions north of Haifeng City. Yu Dao would lead the Yashan Squadron south to sweep the vast southern region. Their goal was simple, to strike the enemy's shoreline viciously and then choose a suitable place to disembark and build a base for the army to move inland. Before this, Haifeng City was like a tiger without claws, unable to do anything. The power of a navy was crucial in this country war, especially for nations surrounded by water. Without a strong navy, they would find it tough to survive in the upcoming conflicts. 4th month, 5th day, in Haifeng City. Facing the rising sun, the golden dragon flag fluttered in the wind. The news of the Navy's destruction had long spread throughout Haifeng City. The arrival of the Great Xia Navy was like a death knell to the civilians, and they all hid away. In the nearby regions, not a single fishing boat could be seen for 1,000 miles. Even the boldest fishermen would not dare to venture out upon seeing the wreckage. On the city wall, as Yuan Tianke looked at the slowly approaching Great Xia Navy, a look of confusion appeared in his eyes. Something is wrong. Why do they only have so few warships? Lu Loi said, the enemy must have split up. See? Yuan Tianke said with a mocking tone, Yang Shua of Great Xia is a fake. He claims he wants to avenge the Tongchun Chamber of Commerce, but in truth, he just wants to eliminate us all. Behind them stood over 10 adventure game mode players with significant influence. They were the leaders of the top 10 guilds in Hanoi and had rushed over to assess the situation. Hearing Yuan Tianke's words, their expressions were complex. Yuan Tianke suddenly turned around and cupped his fist. Ladies and gentlemen, the matter is clear. Great Xia intends to wipe out Annan, so I hope you all do not cling to false hopes. What do you want us to do, Brother Yuan? Please speak. Since a country war was inevitable, they were not afraid. Annan had 8 million players, so they did not need to fear Great Xia. Please instruct us, the Hunting Eagle group is at your disposal. Some asked to fight while others remained silent, clearly uncertain. Seeing this, Yuan Tianke was not bothered. He acted casual and said, "Since the Yu brothers are so righteous, follow me to the manor, let's draw up a plan." Sure. As they spoke, the group left the city wall. Given the situation, Great Xia was not in a hurry to besiege, so Yuan Tianke was not anxious either. On the way back, Yuan Tianke called Lo Loi, "Since Great Xia has split up, the other 2 legions are in danger. Ask them to hold on, I'll persuade the players to go south." Yuan Tianke believed that if the 2 legions defended with full force, the 2 cities could last for a week, which would be long enough for the players to make their way south. Of course, they could only rely on the players for assistance. Currently, Haiphong City had only 160,000 troops. Regardless of whether Great Xia was in a hurry to attack, Yuan Tianke would not move this group of troops. On the 6th day of the 4th month, in Danang City. Danang is located in the middle of Annam. Its north connects to Hu, and its south connects to Nha Trang. The northeast is shielded by the Sun Tra Peninsula. Its bay has deep waters, forming a natural port. Not far north of the city lies the famous Haivan Mountain. This mountain stretches from Annam's southern border to the east, reaching into the sea. Haivan Peak is its final mountain peak, standing 470 meters above sea level. The mountain's peak is often surrounded by white clouds. The forest-covered mountains blend with the blue sky and the ocean, creating a breathtaking landscape. This mountain splits the north from the south and holds a unique strategic position. Because of this, the 3rd Legion from Haiphong was ordered to be stationed here. Just this morning, Legion General Fan Tianming was ordered by Lu Loi to defend the city until reinforcements arrived. The moment the military order was issued, Fan Tianming did not hesitate. He immediately led his troops into the city to set up defenses. To ensure everything went smoothly, Fan Tianming even recruited young men to help defend the city. The main defensive focus was on the eastern side facing the ocean. At 10 a.m., the Yashan Squadron's 1st Division arrived on time. According to the battle plan set by the Grand Council, capturing Danang would split Annam in half. Thus, this battle was the first critical engagement in the Annam War. Behind the Yashan Squadron's 1st Division were 2 army legions. First was the 2nd Legion of the Guards Legion Corps, led by Huetsubing. Second was the 2nd Legion of the City Protection Legion Corps, led by Mu Guiying. The 2 legions were to assist the Yashan Squadron in capturing Danang City. Yuan Tianke believed he could defend it for a week, but he had underestimated Great Xia. Baichi had issued an order: if Udayo could not capture Danang City within 2 days, he would be executed. Upon receiving the order, Udayo passed the pressure down to his men, shouting, "Listen up, majors. If we don't take this place within a day and a half, I'll kill all of you." The majors returned to their ships and summoned their captains, saying, "The fleet admiral wants us to capture it in a day, if not, he will kill us all. I want to live, so before he kills me, I'll kill all of you." The captains returned to their warships with ashen faces, summoning their soldiers to announce, "If we don't capture the city within half a day, we'll all kill ourselves." The lowest-ranking soldiers were confused, as their simple minds could not grasp why capturing Danang meant they had to kill themselves. Their generals yelled, "What are you all standing around for? Grab your weapons and prepare to fight. Anyways, we are going to die." The soldiers found this reasoning sound and no longer dwelled on it. Who cares? Let's just charge forward with our general. Similar to Haiphong City, Da Nang was also a coastal city, and its only weakness was the side facing the sea. Once the squadron was in position, Udayo did not hesitate. He immediately ordered the squadron to sail into the port and launch the first round of cannon fire to clear the area. Military orders were absolute, and Udayo showed no mercy. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the sound of cannon fire erupted, and the merchant ships were sunk, blasted to pieces. Wooden fragments, sharp as knives, flew in all directions. The pier fared even worse, as Udayo had ordered it to be leveled to select a suitable landing point for the army. In an instant, the entire pier was engulfed in flames. Smoke billowed and, carried by the ocean breeze, drifted toward the city walls, choking the city guards and causing them to tear up. More terrifying for the soldiers was the ferocity of the enemy. Without unnecessary shouts, they launched their assault immediately, showing no mercy. Any enemy or building was blown to pieces, leaving nothing behind. Faced with such a relentless foe, the city guards could not help but feel fear. When Fan Tianjing saw this, his eyes were filled with worry. The general's orders were to hold the city for a week. If the city fell, he would die. When the firing ceased, the entire pier was a scorched wasteland. The air was thick with the smell of burned wood and a hint of charred meat. Thinking back to the civilians screaming in the flames, some of the soldiers could not help but vomit. At this moment, their faces were ashen white. The young recruits vomited until there was nothing left in their stomachs. Their legs turned to jelly, and they lost all their fighting spirit. On the flagship canopy, Udayo used a telescope to clearly see the enemy's faces, smirking. A bunch of little girls who haven't been to a real war, they can't handle it just like that. All troops, hear my command, fire at Danang City. Udayo ordered. The eastern wall of Danang City was less than 400 meters away from the pier and still within the range of the cannons. At the command, the cannons fired again. Boom! 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 Steel cannonballs traced a perfect arc through the air, striking the green brick walls like an iron fist, shattering them into pieces. The stone fragments rained down on the defending troops. In less than half an hour, cracks formed across the seemingly impregnable wall, resembling a spider web. Some sections had caved in, looking ready to collapse. Aim for the caved-in sections, concentrate the fire, and blow a portion of the city wall apart, Udayo commanded. Immediately, the cannon fire rained down like meteors from the sky, concentrating on the city wall. The wall quivered as if experiencing a powerful earthquake. Crack! The army flag planted atop the city wall was struck by a cannonball, splitting it into two. On the city wall, the 3rd Legion from Haiphong waited solemnly. Fan Tianming's brows were furrowed, his expression serious as he encouraged his troops and commanded them to counterattack. Of course, cannon technology was not something exclusive to Great Xia. Haiphong also possessed such technology, but their industrial capacity was not as advanced as that of Great Xia, and they could not mass-produce it. There were 30 cannons placed on the Danang city wall, firing relentlessly. They targeted the enemy ships, causing large splashes in the water. Boom! 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 Despite the fewer number compared to the Yashan squadron, the cannons from the Danang city wall still posed a significant threat. In a matter of moments, 3 armored warships were hit and began to sink. Numerous crew members were struck by cannonballs. However, due to the small size of the port, the 40 armored warships of the 1st Division were tightly lined up. As long as the enemy gunners were not incompetent, it was easy to hit the targets. Udayo had given the order to fight to the death, so none of the men dared to retreat. Ignoring the cannon fire from the city wall, they fired back. Even if their warships were disabled, as long as they had not sunk, they continued to retaliate. The ferocity of the enemy made the defending troops of Haiphong City feel a chill run down their spines. These people are playing with their lives. Fan Tianming saw that the city wall was about to be lost, so he reluctantly began to plan for a retreat from the walls. He was determined to have a final battle with the enemy within the city. He did not believe the enemy's fleet could outmatch the 3rd Legion on land. Boom! At that moment, a massive explosion erupted on the southern city wall. Under the continuous barrage, a section of the wall finally gave way. Dust and smoke billowed up as soldiers who had been standing on that part of the wall screamed and fell, only to be buried under the rubble. Clearly, they had no chance of survival. With that, Danang City was breached. Flee. Fan Tianming did not hesitate, he led his troops away from the city wall. Seeing the city wall crumble, Yu Daio finally showed a relieved expression. He had kept his composure. Next, it would depend on the army. As the subordinate marine forces established a disembarkment point on the pier, the 2nd Legion of the Guards Legion Corps and the 2nd Legion of the City Protection Legion moved into the port, swiftly gathering. Since Danang City was a crucial strategic point, Baichi would undoubtedly have arranged for army troops to follow. The moment the city walls collapsed, the fate of the 3rd Legion of Haifeng City was sealed. Any further struggle was futile, as their fate was no longer in their hands. Charge! Huatsubing led the cavalry to blast through, braving the smoke and fire to charge into the city. Even in the narrow alleys, the Guards Legion Corps soldiers feared nothing. With their excellent riding skills, they engaged in merciless slaughter. Kill! Mu Guiying led her troops and followed behind. A massive and bloody battle erupted within the city. The civilians hid in their homes, not daring to come out. This slaughter lasted for a full day and night. Though the Haifeng City Legion possessed strong mental fortitude, their ability was insufficient, and they were forced to retreat. In the night, Fan Tianming attempted to flee through the back but fell into Huatsubing's trap. Unbeknownst to him, Huatsubing had hidden 2 cavalry divisions outside the city to keep watch and wipe out any remaining enemy troops. On the 2nd morning, Danang City welcomed a new master. With the fall of Danang City, Great Xia secured its first strategic point in Annan. Based on the commander's arrangement, Mu Guiying would defend Danang City, while Huatsubing would go south to attack the other cities with the Yashan Squadron, aiming to take control of southern Annam. The 4th Legion in Haifeng City, now stationed in Cholin, had no one to rely on. Mu Guiying's forces in Danang were not only tasked with defense, they played a crucial role in the battle. When the Yashan Squadron departed, they left 2 turreted warships at the port. These ships carried 10 mimicry flying devices, secret weapons for Mu Guiying. Her success or failure would significantly influence the direction of the entire battle. Annam, Lupang City. Lupang, a county north of Haifeng City, was close to the Gulf of Tonkin and the border. Around the same time the Yashan Squadron captured Danang City, the 1st Division of the Pacific Squadron successfully took this city, making it their northern base. Shi Wanshui led the 1st, 3rd, and 5th Legions of the City Protection Legion to garrison Lupang City, responsible for clearing the northern territories of Annam. The presence of 3 legions in one county demonstrated Baichi's high regard for northern Annam. After all, both Hanoi and Haifeng City were in the north and were destined to be the main battlefields of the Annam campaign. On the 7th day of the 4th month, in Haifeng City, the successive losses of Danang City and Lupang City left Yuan Tianke deeply anxious. Especially the sudden fall of Danang was a fatal blow to Yuan Tianke, throwing Haifeng City's defenses into chaos. The 3rd Legion has been destroyed, nothing can happen to the 4th Legion. 2 days ago, under Yuan Tiang's command, the adventure game mode players assembled a force of 500,000 to march south. They had 2 objectives, to defend the southern part of Annan and to protect the 2 legions in Haifeng City. With the fall of the 3rd Legion, the 4th Legion was now in dire straits. The southern part of Annan was engulfed in the fires of war, and achieving the 2 objectives seemed unlikely. I hope they do not disappoint me. Yuan Tianke muttered. Logically, the 500,000 players defending the 4th Legion in Haifeng City should mean that the 2 legions of the Great Xia could not make a move. It went without saying that attacking Danang City, where Great Xia had left only 1 legion, was out of the question. Nevertheless, for some reason, Yuan Tianke still felt a gnawing unease. In the China region, in Handan City, just as the Great Xia dispatched 1 million troops to attack Annan, changes began to stir within China. It was the 4th month, and spring was upon them. The melting snow and ice brought the scent of spring even to the central plains and northern regions. Hibernating animals emerged, and grass sprouted from the earth, teeming with vitality. With the thaw, the people's longing for conquest rose as well. A peaceful middle region for many months awoke to the flames of war. The star of this new conflict was the Yan-Huang alliance. At 9 a.m., the 6 members of the Yan-Huang alliance gathered in Handan City. West Chu overlord Xiang is brutal and harms his people, poisoning the world. Let's kill him together. The meaning of these words was clear. The Yan-Huang alliance was about to attack West Chu. To connect their territories while Great Xia was fighting overseas, Chen and the others took the risk of initiating an internal war to attack West Chu. No wonder Chen was anxious. News of the Battle of Annan came back quickly, showing how urgent the situation was for Great Xia. Who knew when the battle would end? Thus, Chen felt he had to strike early. To conclude the matter quickly, the Yan-Huang alliance mobilized 400,000 troops, leaving each of their territories in a vulnerable state. The number of troops stationed at the borders was reduced to dangerous levels. If Great Xia did not attack Annan, Chen and the others would not have dared to take such a risk. Chances won't come again, Chen concluded. The moment news of the Yan-Huang alliance's expedition spread, China was abuzz. Some criticized them for being despicable, starting an internal war so close to the country war. Others defended the Yan-Huang alliance, arguing that West Chu was part of the wilderness and thus this could not be considered an internal war. Taking down West Chu will strengthen the Yan-Huang alliance's power, which will benefit the country war, they said. These arguments made sense. West Chu is an ally of Great Xia, so how can it not be considered an internal war, others countered. Many felt aggrieved on behalf of Great Xia, believing that while Great Xia was risking soldiers overseas to earn honor points for China, the Yan-Huang alliance was using the opportunity to attack their allies. Such actions were not those of honorable people. No matter which faction they belonged to, everyone hoped that Great Xia would make a statement. This, of course, was their one-sided wish. As before, the Xia Palace remained silent and showed no intention of speaking out. The players were used to this. The Xia King always acts rather than speaks, this time would be no exception. No one believed that Great Xia would remain inactive. As for how Great Xia would respond, various versions spread on the forums. Some said that Great Xia would fight on both fronts and definitely would not leave West Chu to its fate. Others claimed that Great Xia would be helpless and could only silently accept the situation. At this very moment, news from Shanghai City revealed that before the year, the Xia King had warned Xiang, but he was too proud to accept help. This time, the truth came to light. Players could only foresee the dire outcome for West Chu. Shanghai City, Xia Palace. In the Imperial Reading Room, Ouyang Shua placed down the intel that the Shanghai guards had just submitted and smiled. As you expected, the Yan-Huang alliance took a gamble. When Zhang Liang heard this, he remained very calm. As the highest-grade strategist, it was his duty to clear the fog for the king and guide the future of Great Xia. Ouyang Shua did not mind, as he was already used to Zhang Liang's proud and cold demeanor. Since it has developed as you predicted, it is time to start the plan we prepared, he said. Understood. Zhang Liang nodded, a light shining in his eyes. He was truly intrigued by this plan. Just as the outside world was speculating about Great Xia's next move, the envoys from the Honglu Temple were already en route to Xianyang and Chang'an to conduct secret diplomatic operations. Annan, High Van Mountain. This mountain range, which divides the north and south of Annan, had only one path between them. This ancient trail, winding through the ridges, stretched for thousands of miles. Steep cliffs rose on both sides, barren and lifeless, impossible even for the most agile monkeys to scale. Legend held that the mountain god of High Van dwelled above, though no one had ever reached the summit. A drop of over 400 meters was beyond the reach of even the game's most skilled experts, let alone ordinary civilians. On this morning, 500,000 Annan players entered the mountains without hesitation. While this route was strategically the best for an ambush, the cliffs were so steep that no one would dare set up an ambush here. The vast army moved through the mountain ridges, undeterred. Although their formation was not particularly orderly, their equipment spanned a wide range. Some were on foot, while others rode mounts. Despite this, the sheer size of this army was intimidating. The players were all filled with excitement, eager to fight for their country. They had already heard about the fall of Da Nang City, yet they remained undaunted. So what if it's Great Xia? They think they can defend Da Nang City with just one war-fighting legion. We'll show them, some declared. Many agreed. It was no longer the early stages of the game, it was the 5th year, and the overall strength of adventure game mode players had surpassed that of elite troops, rivaling war elite soldiers. Among them were experts who could match king-ranked generals. The thought of 500,000 war elite soldiers was enough to strike fear into the heart of anyone. Even if their discipline and combat skills were lacking, it mattered little. In the face of such overwhelming power, all tactics and strategies were rendered ineffective. Thus, the arrogance of Great Xia in declaring a country war was not surprising, and the fury of the Annan players was justified. With 1.6 million combat occupation players forming the backbone of their strength, they were confident that even Great Xia, the mighty dragon, would have to tread carefully in Annan and could not act so presumptuously. Brothers, let's pick up the pace. We'll aim to spend the night in Da Nang City, the leader of the Hunting Eagle group rallied his guild members. He already considered Da Nang City their domain. Don't worry, boss, we'll be the first guild to charge in, one member responded. Competition was fierce between the guilds, and being the first to enter the city was a significant honor that players were willing to fight for. Inspired by this, the troops quickened their pace. The Hunting Eagle group was not alone in its desire for this glory. A magical sight appeared as the 500,000-strong army quickened their pace. Smoke billowed. By noon, most of the troops had entered the mountain pass. This was the signal. Just as they picked up their pace, at the front and the ends of the pass, a deafening explosion was heard, honglong. The explosion was so massive that the entire area shook. Rocks were like boiling water, jumping up and down. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? This was their immediate reaction. No other sound could be described as such. How unlucky. Speed up and get out of this pass as soon as possible, in case of aftershocks. The leaders did not dare to take this lightly. They sensed that something was amiss and wanted to escape the path. At this moment, the aftershocks of the explosion still resonated through the mountains, making everyone feel numb. When they arrived near the exit of the mountain path, they were shocked by what they saw. The once vast and wide exit was now blocked by rocks, leaving no way out. So it wasn't an earthquake? The intelligent among them had already realized it wasn't an earthquake, as the sides had clearly been blasted apart to cause the collapse. We've walked into a trap. At that very moment, the worst happened. Hundreds of large haystacks rolled down from both sides, smoking as they tumbled down the mountain pass. It's an ambush, retreat. The quick-witted reacted and tried to run back. The slower ones were engulfed by the flames, screaming in agony. Even with their skills, they were not made of iron and steel, and died in the flames. The formation turned into complete chaos. People pushed and shoved, doing everything they could to escape. In truth, the rolling haystacks were not enough to pose a fatal threat. Only a few players were burned to death. The real terror was the black smoke the haystacks emitted, which could cause someone to faint if inhaled. It's poisonous smoke. The Annan players did not expect the enemy to be so vicious. With the smoke chasing them, the players fled even faster. Only after they escaped the smoke did they heave a sigh of relief. However, before they could calm down, the players in front of them ran back. What happened? The entrance is also blocked, and there's poisonous smoke there too. All the players turned ashen, losing their senses. The enemy is too vicious. What should we do now? Guys, don't panic. The guild leaders were the first to regain composure and analyzed. Although we don't know how the enemy climbed up, based on the number of haystacks, their numbers can't exceed 100. This guess was remarkably close. The troops on the mountain had been airlifted there using mimicry flying devices. However, due to the urgency and the limited capacity of the devices, only 200 people could be sent up. Their primary task was to set up explosives on both sides and ignite them after the enemy troops entered the pass, trapping them in the mountain path. How to destroy the 500,000 troops was a major issue. So, some people were confused. They have a limited number of men up there, so the amount of poisonous smoke is not endless. It's not enough to kill all of us, the guild leader explained. The key is to maintain order and not panic. However, this was easier said than done, as few could remain calm under the threat of the smoke. Helplessly, the guild leaders could only make the decision to set up lines on both sides. Anyone who crossed them would become sacrifices to the smoke. Even if they wanted to cross, they would be killed by their own men. This internal battle lasted until nightfall before it came to an end. The once confident army was now in a bad state. In just one day, 40,000 of them were killed, half of which were by their own hands. The lucky survivors were not feeling much better. They were trapped on the mountain path. Removing the stones by force was impossible due to the poisonous smoke, so they did not dare to even get close. Desperation spread among the troops. They were trapped in the valley, with no other options. During a country war period, adventure game mode players could not open their storage bags or even access the forums. Even if they were not killed by their enemies, they would starve to death if this continued. Unlike proper armies, adventure game mode players did not have the concept of supplies. Apart from some dry rations, they did not bring anything. Now that they were trapped, the food they had would only last for 2 days. After that, starvation would spread among the troops, and who knew what they would do? The only fortunate thing was that the dead would appear in the reincarnation hall and spread the word. Thus, the lucky survivors could only place their hopes on their brothers to save them. This night was exceptionally tough for the lucky survivors. Some felt depressed about their situation, some were worried about their fates, some were anxious about whether their brothers would arrive in time, and some were concerned about the fate of the country. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Imperial City, Hanoi. The news of the 500,000 player force being trapped spread, shaking the entire player community and causing a massive upheaval. The players who were trapped were not alone. In Hanoi, they had families, friends, and the guilds they belonged to. Some people immediately sought to form a rescue team to save their friends. They're only trapped in the mountains. We just need to remove the rocks from the outside, which seemed manageable. However, who could say for certain that Great Xia didn't have other plans? They were already willing to block the mountains and release poisonous gas, so what else wouldn't Great Xia dare to do? The players no longer dared to underestimate their opponent. Yet, they couldn't abandon their comrades to die. Since the start of the country war, Great Xia had not suffered any losses, while Annan had sustained heavy casualties. If they didn't rescue their trapped players, this battle would only become more difficult. Very quickly, the Annan players reached a consensus. Whether Great Xia had something planned or not, they still had to save their friends, and they needed to act quickly, as everyone knew how long they could last inside. The issue was how many people to send for the rescue. If they sent too few, it might be ineffective, but sending too many could lead to accidents. This dilemma threw the players into chaos. Before the Great Xia army even reached Hanoi, they were already facing internal problems. After the Annan players finished arguing, they decided to send 200,000 troops south. Intelligence from Haiphong City indicated that, apart from Da Nang and Lupang, the Great Xia army had not disembarked at any other location, and there were no other abnormalities. If it weren't for the 500,000 troops being trapped, the Hanoi players would have already been prepared to form a northern conquering force to sweep out the Great Xia troops. The Great Xia had one war-fighting legion in Danang City. According to the intel from Haiphong City, all of its members were housed within the city and did not show signs of moving out, or if they did, it was only a small number. As for the Guards Legion Corps cavalry that had already moved south, based on the intel from the southern cities, 3 were attacked within a day. Clearly, this force was already deep in the south and could not appear at Hai Van Mountain. With this analysis, the Annan players felt more at ease, and the likelihood of reinforcements getting ambushed was close to zero, unless the Great Xia army had a teleportation technique, which was impossible. 200,000 troops went south. Once they rescued the trapped soldiers, they could push further south and reclaim Danang City as well as the southern regions that the Great Xia Guards Legion Corps cavalry were attacking. The 2 strategic goals that were previously set had a realistic chance of success. After careful consideration, the Annan players did not hesitate further and chose 200,000 of their bravest soldiers to form another southern conquering force. The Battle of Annan seemed shrouded in a fog. The large number of players meant that even if Annan were injured in this country war, they still had the ability to turn around a negative situation. In the face of overwhelming numbers, all schemes and plans seemed useless. Annan was far from falling. When the massive army departed the city, millions of players gathered to see them off. Though there was no true death in the game, the consequences of defeat were severe, making the scene genuinely moving. No one knew if they would achieve their goals on this journey. A day prior, the Yanhuang Alliance army had reached the West Chu border, and the conflict between the 2 sides erupted immediately. Overlord Xiang, as domineering as ever, declared, "The Yanhuang Alliance will meet their end here. They are begging for their downfall." Chen and his comrades stealthily maneuvered their troops, like a pack of wolves, encircling West Chu from the north and south. They also faced threats from the sea and the Great Han Dynasty to the west. West Chu found itself besieged from all directions. To prevent the Great Xia from joining the fray, the Handan Squadron, Blood Red City Squadron, and Zhoushan Squadron joined forces to blockade the Yellow River, blocking any assistance from the sea. Despite being in the Yellow River, the Binhai Squadron could not break through the blockade and could only watch from a distance. This time, it seemed the Great Xia was powerless. They could not even rendezvous with Xiang, as the 2 sides were not formal allies and had not established teleports. In Shanghai City, at the Xia Palace, the Great Xia Honglu Temple's secret envoys returned with 2 letters, just as Annan sent out their second wave of troops. Ouyang Shua was particularly delighted with the letter from the Great Tang. He smiled as he said to Zhang Liang, "Sir, how were you so sure that Tang Taizong would agree to our requests?" Zhang Liang replied, "Great Tang has many generals and does not lack one Li Jing. What it lacks is land for these generals to show off." This deal was one where Great Tang did not lose out. Given his ambitions, his decision was understandable. Well said. The Hanwu Emperor has the vast Zhongyuan province, which spurred them on. Without enough land, what's the point of having so many civil servants and officials? As the Xia king, Ouyang Shua understood their thoughts. Cooperation was about understanding the other party's greatest need and fulfilling it while achieving your own goals. Ouyang Shua set the letter down and smiled, "Since the matter of cooperation is settled, we should fulfill our promise." As he spoke, he looked toward the southwest, wondering what kind of spectacle would unfold there. In the 5th year of Gaia, on the 12th day of the 4th month, in Annan, Hai Van Mountain, at 10 a.m., Annan's 2nd Southern Conquering Army arrived at Hai Van Mountain. Along the way, they did not encounter a single Great Xia soldier, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief, as it seemed their suspicions were correct. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they saw a 300-meter-high pile of rocks blocking the mountain path. They could not help but draw in a sharp breath of cold air. This really is They struggled to find the right words to describe it. Everyone, stop standing around, start working. There are probably people inside who have fainted from hunger. 4 days had passed, and those trapped inside were starving, leading to chaos. To snatch food, they turned on one another and fought among themselves. Humanity was twisted. People did not even dare to sleep alone, fearing their grain would be stolen. Helplessly, the guild members could only huddle together. Between life and death, only the strong would survive. Along the mountain path, fighting and killing was constant, sometimes over just 2 small bags of buns. Only when one survived could they speak of humanity. Since they had arrived safely, there was nothing to say, let's begin. Although everyone brought various tools, the game did not have excavators or similar machinery. Consequently, clearing this pile of rubble was no easy task. The foot of the mountain became bustling with 200,000 players working together. Some were responsible for breaking the stone apart, while others formed a transportation line to move the pieces of stone. As gunpowder was used to blow apart the stones, they were unstable, and a misstep could cause even more to fall. The entire process was truly arduous. However, no matter how tiring it was, in the face of their country's destruction, they had no complaints. They turned this pain into hatred toward Great Xia, vowing to take revenge on the battlefield. By nightfall, the clearing job was less than 1/5 complete. At this rate, the soldiers inside would starve before the task was finished. The helpers were helpless. There were 200,000 people, but only a limited number could work at a time. Using the most primitive methods, the progress made was a testament to their shared determination. Gritting their teeth, everyone decided to work through the night. Those in charge of moving the stones during the day stepped back to eat dinner, while the ones that replaced them were a batch of well-rested troops. Such spirit was worthy of recognition. War was cruel, and it was not something you could win just by doing well. That was because the enemy could always do better. When the last bit of sunlight dipped below the horizon, calamity struck. The rumble of horse hooves spread across the camp, shaking one's ears. What's happening? There are cavalry charging over. Some people listened closely, judging by the sound. There are less than 50,000 of them, maybe even more. Cavalry? Are they the Haifeng army? I didn't know they were coming. The players were confused, but this confusion did not last long. It only lasted for 10 minutes. The cavalry troops waving great Xia flags rode in like death gods, charging at the southern settling troops with no preparation. Everyone was stunned. How is that possible? How can the Great Xia cavalry appear here? Seeing the Great Xia iron cavalry charge, the Annan players could not believe their eyes. Is the Haifeng city intel wrong? This seemed to be the only logical explanation. Ruan Tianke, you have killed us all. People cursed as they were buried under the hooves of the enemy. The timing the Great Xia cavalry chose to launch their sneak attack was truly opportune. It was dinner time, and the players were eating their meals in the outer circle. Those in the inner circle were the second batch of players still hard at work. The cavalry charged straight into the weak point of Annan. Panic spread uncontrollably. Using the moonlight and the light from torches, the Great Xia cavalry commenced a slaughter. The sneak attack cavalry was led by Ma Chao, the 2nd Legion. After the Battle of Danang ended, it seemed as if Huotsubing had taken the entire legion down. In truth, not long after the forces left and got away from the spies, they split into 2 groups. Legion General Lu Bu led 4 divisions north to camp near Hai Van Mountain. The group that truly went south was the 1st Division led by Huotsubing. Under the leadership of this genius general, just 1 division was enough to slaughter so efficiently, misleading the entire southern region. Taking down 2 cities within a day, it seemed as if the attacks had happened simultaneously. In reality, Huotsubing used the strong maneuverability of the Tiger Leopard cavalry to exploit the time difference. As a result, the southern cities believed that the entire Great Xia Guard's legion was fighting in the entire southern region. They could not have imagined that there was only a single division. This misjudgment led to a catastrophic outcome for the Second Southern Conquering Army. Ma Chao's sudden strike was like a heavy punch, smashing into their soft ribs and delivering a fatal blow. This night was destined to be a bloody one. 4th month, 13th day, High Van Mountain Range. The mist enveloped the High Van Mountain Range, creating a paradise-like scene. As the sun rose, the mist faded, revealing the blood-red earth. What kind of paradise was this? It was pretty much hell. The bodies of the adventure game mode players disappeared, but the blood from the corpses remained. The bloodstains seeped into the soil and onto the grass. Within a night, 200,000 of the South Conquering Army were destroyed, and only a few lucky ones survived. This battle became the turning point of the Battle of Annan. Along with the 500,000 trapped in the path, out of the 1.6 million combat occupation players, nearly half were wiped out. With the destruction of the South conquering troops, the fate of the 4th Legion of Haiphong City became predictable. As a result, the 800,000 guards in Hanoi remained unharmed, while half of the player troops of Annan were eliminated. The most terrifying part was that during this process, the Great Xia army suffered no casualties. The stark contrast nearly caused the Annan players to collapse. When the news of the 200,000 reinforcements being ambushed reached Hanoi, the entire imperial city fell silent. Fear, oppression, and anger, these negative emotions lingered over the city. After the players calmed down, they all pointed at Yuan Tianke and accused him. There were 2 reasons for this. First, if it were not for Haiphong City's aggressive treatment of the Tongchun Chamber of Commerce, this war would not have happened. Second, the faulty intelligence provided by Haiphong City led to the ambush and the collapse of the entire army. One could say that Yuan Tianke was primarily responsible for this war. Due to these considerations, the Annan players gave up hope of reclaiming Danong City and, indeed, the entire south. Half of Annan had fallen just like that. During the next few days, the Annan battlefield suddenly became quiet. Without reinforcements, and faced with poisonous smoke and a food shortage, the fate of the 500,000 trapped soldiers was easy to predict. Some decided to kill one another for food, while others committed suicide. It was a truly depressing scene. Mu Guiying's forces in Danong City had completed their mission and moved south to attack the remaining 4th Legion. Apart from this, there was no other significant action on the Annan battlefield. In contrast, in the China region, the Yanhuang alliance breached the West Chu border and engaged in intense battles with the West Chu army. The Xiang family had many strong generals, and the army personally trained by Xiang Yu was filled with elite soldiers. Furthermore, the West Chu army was fighting for the hope of their group, making the strengths of both sides almost equal. Seeing that Great Xia was making rapid progress in Annan, having taken half of it so quickly, Chen and his allies gritted their teeth and committed another 200,000 troops from their territories to the battlefield. This time, West Chu found itself in a difficult situation. The Yanhuang alliance also had no shortage of renowned generals. Wuqi, Tiandan, and Lianpa, each a famous figure, were joined by Xia Xian, Hua Xiang, Zhao Zhuang, and others, forming a star-studded lineup. The Battle of West Chu entered its critical phase, but no one felt that West Chu would fall so easily. In history, Xiang Yu was a person who created miracles and won many unwinnable battles. This battle, too, could still be won. At this very moment, another change occurred. On the 14th day of the 4th month, the Great Xia Eagle Legion Corps, led by Li Mu, suddenly entered Fallen Leaf City territory and began a war. At the same time, Fallen Phoenix City's Blazing Legion Corps moved east into Azura City territory. The Beijiang formation was bustling with activity at the Zhangwu Prefecture border, poised to enter Handan City territory at any moment. Suddenly, the China region was in chaos. No one expected Great Xia to suddenly start a battle at this moment. When the Yanhuang alliance was at its weakest, Great Xia worked with Fallen Phoenix City to try to take down Guangxi province. Now this is interesting. Given that the Yanhuang alliance had attacked Great Xia's ally first, this was retaliation, and there was nothing wrong with it. If someone had to be blamed, it would be the Yanhuang alliance. Players with insight understood that the Yanhuang alliance had taken advantage of Ouyang Shuo's trip to Australia to take down Wannan province and then attack West Shu when Great Xia invaded Annan. The entire operation was closely connected, clearly part of a grand strategy. On the surface, the Yanhuang alliance was only trying to link up their territories, but the ultimate goal was to build a dynasty capable of countering Great Xia. Especially after Chen spent a fortune on the merit talisman, the Yanhuang alliance's ambition to establish a dynasty became evident. Faced with such a situation, Great Xia appeared to have no reaction, but in reality, it was waiting for the right moment to strike. Before the year, Great Xia easily merged with Jiangchuan province, balancing the influence of the Yanhuang alliance's takeover of Wannan province. At the same time, both sides approached the borders, resulting in a standstill. The next move was even more vicious. Great Xia took a gamble and attacked Guangxi province while it was already attacking Annan. It was clear that once Guangxi province fell, even if the Yanhuang alliance conquered West Shu, its strength would not increase. Vicious. Accurate. Players gave Great Xia a thumbs up. When the news of the battle spread, Fallen Leaf City Lord Wandering Magic and Azura City's Sha Pujuan panicked. Their two territorial armies had only 150,000 troops. Now that one legion was moved away for the Battle of West Shu, they were left with just 80,000 troops. Whether facing the Eagle Legion Corps or the Burning Legion Corps, they had no chance of winning. Even if they wanted to recall the West Shu troops, it was already too late. These troops were already deep in West Shu territory and were engaged with the West Shu army. Pulling them out now might not allow them to arrive in time and could cause the Yanhuang alliance's built-up advantage to collapse. If things went wrong, they might face a full-scale collapse. Therefore, regardless of the considerations, Chen would not allow them to recall their troops. Without their approval, there were no teleportation formations they could use to withdraw their troops. Desperate, Wandering Magic sought protection from Great Tang, while Sha Pujuan sought protection from Great Qin. They hoped to borrow the strength of these dynasties to survive this ordeal. However, the replies from the two dynasties pushed them into deeper despair. Denied. Their response was uniformly the same. They did not even bother to meet the envoys from the two territories, chasing them out. Plot, this is a huge plot. Sha Pujuan was close to going crazy. Wandering Magic remained calm. He was a common player and only joined the Yanhuang alliance because of his connection to Xiang Ba. Even if he failed, he had no regrets. Sha Pujuan was different. Azura City was not just a territory, it was the lifeline of his entire family. If it fell, it would be catastrophic. Even when the Feng family lost Swordsman City, the outcome was not as serious. After all, they were a martial arts aristocratic family and could still do well without a territory. Sha Pujuan's family had no such fallback. At the crucial moment, Chen demonstrated his leadership, summoning the five of them to Handan City to discuss how to settle the situation. After a discussion among the six, there was only one option. With their strength, they could either give up on West Shu and protect Fallen Leaf City and Azura City, or they could abandon the two territories and focus on West Shu. Attempting to focus on both sides was impossible. How to choose? Chen, Chen Shenjun, and Zhang Lang naturally supported taking down West Shu. The Yanhuang alliance had struck out and tried so hard for so long. Wasn't this all for the success of Plan Z? The key to Plan Z was crushing West Shu. How could they give up halfway? From a relationship standpoint, Xiang Ba naturally did not wish to abandon Fallen Leaf City. Personally, Fallen Leaf City's existence was a pillar of support for Xiang Ba. However, Xiang Ba was a true and mighty lord. Everyone knew how to give and take. Compared to preserving Fallen Leaf City, Plan Z was more important. Thinking about it, Xiang not only supported attacking West Chu but also personally settled the issue with Wandering Magic. Wandering Magic survived only through the support of Xiangba's family. While he rose in the wilderness, he lost his autonomy. Since Xiangba persuaded him, Wandering Magic had no choice but to accept it. As the only commoner player lord in China left, apart from Ouyang Shua, Wandering Magic's endurance until today was not only a result of luck but also his own skill. His approach was to go with the flow. Since the Yan-Huang alliance was going to abandon Guangxi province, Wandering Magic would not oppose it. Not only would opposing it not benefit him, but it would also damage his relationship with Xiangba. Conversely, if he agreed, it would show respect to Xiangba. As a child from an aristocratic family, Xiangba would certainly repay him. This is where Wandering Magic's intelligence shone through. Finally, all eyes turned to Sha Pejuan. This representative of the gray area had gone from looking forward to struggling to despair. Now, only depression remained. This was the result of his ambitions being shattered. His future was lost. Seeing Sha Pejuan like this, Chen and the others felt down as well. Although their relationship with him was strained, seeing him fall to such a state was distressing. Ouyang Shua had brought deep and intense pain to all of them. When Chen saw this, he suddenly said, "Everyone, I have a suggestion." "What suggestion?" Chen asked. To make Wandering Magic and Sha Pejuan give up their territories for nothing is too much to ask. The alliance should compensate them. My suggestion is that, after taking down West Chu, we let them be the provincial governors. One will be in charge of Wannan, and the other will be in charge of Ludong province. How about that? Chen Shenjun and the others looked at Chen with strange expressions. According to Plan Z, the provincial governor positions of the two provinces were important bargaining chips. Who would have thought Chen would use them so easily? Is he trying to win our loyalty, or is there another reason? Chen Shenjun did not understand. Xiangba supported the idea, nodding. I think this suggestion is great. Why not let Wandering Magic be the Wannan provincial governor and Sha Pejuan be the Ludong provincial governor? Chen's eyes froze. He saw through Xiangba's thoughts but did not oppose them. The alliance was truly complex, and being a good leader was not easy. Sometimes, Chen needed to compromise. Seeing that Chen Shenjun and Zhang Lang did not oppose the decision, Chen added, then this matter is settled. Let the front lines quicken their pace. We cannot drag things on any longer. Great. At this point, the Yan-Huang alliance had sacrificed one of its own arms to solve a major crisis. After the meeting, Sha Pejuan and Wandering Magic rushed back to their territories and got to work. Since they had decided to abandon their territories, they would not let Great Xia and Fallen Phoenix City gain anything easily. They took everything they could and burned what they could not. Money, equipment, civil servants, generals, talents, and troops were all transported away through the teleportation formation. This was what they would rely on in the future in their provinces. Grain, household registration manuals, office documents, and the like were burned as well. They were intentionally making it tough for their enemies. In just 2 days, before the Eagle Legion Corps and the Flaming Legion Corps reached the main city, they had already fled from Azura City and Fallen Leaf City. At this point, the number of lords in the China region had been reduced to only 6. With the additional 160,000 troops that Sha Pejuan and Wandering Magic brought, the Battle of West Chu could not be turned around. Even with Xiang Yu's ability and the strength of his army, there was nothing he could do against 760,000 troops. The fall of West Chu was only a matter of time. On the 18th day of the 4th month, the Eagle Legion Corps moved into Fallen Leaf City, and the Flaming Legion Corps moved into Azura City, announcing the change of hands in Guangxi province. Without spending a single troop, the Shanghai alliance had bitten off a chunk of meat from the Yan-Huang alliance. Ouyang Shuo's actions stunned everyone. However, the players did not understand how Great Qin and Great Tang were dragged into this battle. Although both dynasties were on good terms with Great Xia, they were not close enough to remain inactive. There must be something going on. The following events enlightened the people and also astonished them. On the day they took both main cities, Great Xia handed over Fallen Leaf City unconditionally to Great Tang, while Fallen Phoenix City handed Azura City over to Great Qin. It was as if Ouyang Shua and Feng Qiuwang were giving away the juicy meat in their hands to others. Weirdo. Great Xia was rich and vast, but how could they not feel pained giving away 2 prefectures? However, the question was why Fallen Phoenix City was also so generous. The players couldn't understand it. There were many different theories on the forums, some discussing plots and others proposing wild theories. If one gathered them all, they could probably make a huge movie. The truth, however, was quite simple and not as complicated as the others were guessing. There were 3 reasons behind Ouyang Shua and Feng Qiuwang's decision to play this hand together. First, if they hadn't settled the issues with Great Tang and Great Qin beforehand, the Battle of Guanxi would not have occurred. Before the agreement, Great Qin and Great Tang had no reason to reject Azura City and Fallen Leaf City's applications for protection. Neither would let their emotions dictate their actions. If the 2 dynasties had interfered, with the number of troops Great Xia could mobilize, they might not have been able to take down Guanxi province. If they were drawn into a war, Great Xia, fighting on 2 fronts, might not have emerged unscathed. This would only have given Fallen Leaf City and Azura City to the 2 dynasties. Even if that happened, Great Xia could still hold on, but Fallen Phoenix City would be in a difficult position. It would have strained their relationship with Great Qin. With Mongol to the north, Handan City to the east, and Great Han to the south, Fallen Phoenix City would be surrounded by enemies. Unless Great Xia provided assistance, the future of Fallen Phoenix City would be grim. Given Feng Qiuwang's character, she would not willingly merge with Great Xia. At that point, there would be no solution to the problem. Second, the imperial cities were highly unpredictable. Great Xia already had 3 imperial cities, which posed a significant challenge for Ouyang Shua. Fortunately, neither Dali, Chengdu, nor Great Sui were formidable enough opponents. With Great Xia's ability, Ouyang Shua could manage the situation. However, who were the 2 owners of Guanxi? One was Qin Shi Huang, and the other was Tang Taizong. Neither of them was an ordinary figure, and having both in a single province was even more extraordinary. Over the past 2 years, Gaia had gradually relaxed restrictions on the imperial cities. Who knows whether Gaia might grant them autonomy in the future? Ouyang Shua was unwilling to take this risk, and Feng Qiuwang was even less inclined to do so. Before they had the power to destroy the imperial cities, it would be best to ally with them. Moreover, there was the threat from the Mongols. As one of the most significant powers among the non-Han races in the China region, the strength of the Mongol tribes was alarming. Even Great Xia would find it challenging to face them alone, let alone Fallen Phoenix City, which was isolated. Therefore, finding allies to fight together was a natural choice. Great Qin was directly connected to Mongol territory and had a powerful army of 1 million troops. Naturally, they were not afraid of the Mongol tribes. Forming an alliance with Great Qin was a worthwhile move. Given these considerations, under Zhang Liang's guidance, Ouyang Shua took a cautious step back. Great Xia and Fallen Phoenix City signed agreements with Great Qin and Great Tang, respectively, stabilizing their borders and gaining 2 new reliable allies. As for any future conflicts between Great Qin and Great Tang, that was beyond Ouyang Shua's immediate concerns. By securing an alliance recognized by Gaia, Fallen Phoenix City completely eliminated the threat from the west. In the future, when facing the Mongols, they could also rely on the support of Great Qin. Apart from that, Ouyang Shua used this opportunity to weaken the Yanhuang alliance by cutting off one of its arms, reducing the effectiveness of its efforts in West Chu. They sold a significant favor to Great Qin and Great Tang, earning rewards in return. Ouyang Shua obtained his dream general, Li Jing, while Feng Qiuhuang secured the brothers Meng Yi and Meng Tian. 19th day of the 4th month, Shanghai City. The day after Great Xia handed over Fallen Leaf City, according to the agreement, Li Jing and his family were teleported to Shanghai City, where they would be under Ouyang Shua's control. When Ouyang Shua received the report, he personally greeted them at the palace gate. Li Jing, born in the wilderness, was nearly 50 years old but remained energetic and strong. Though he appeared inarticulate, he was remarkably intelligent, and no one dared to underestimate him. The most legendary story about Li Jing, the investiture of the gods, turned him into a legendary figure. In reality, he was a well-rounded individual, capable of serving as both a general and a civil servant. Legends say that after his death, his spirit often aided the common people, leading them to build temples in his honor. During the later Tang period, Li Jing was deified, underscoring his exceptional nature. I am Li Jing, greetings, my king. Li Jing was a man of principle. Since he had adhered to the agreement and come to Great Xia, he greeted his new ruler without hesitation. Needless to say, serving Ouyang Shua was not an undesirable prospect for him. Name, Li Jing, God rank. Title, Army God. Dynasty, Tang Dynasty. Identity, Great Xia General. Occupation, Special General. Loyalty, 75. Command, 97. Force, 85. Intelligence, 82. Politics, 78. Specialty, Army God, raises troops' morale by 40%, increases troops' movement speed by 30%, boosts troops' defense by 25%, enhances troops' killing strength by 20%. Evaluation, Li Jing was the top general among the early Tang dynasty's famous commanders. In 630, he defeated the Gokturks, led by Jia Khan, with just 3,000 cavalry soldiers in a surprise attack, subjugating the Gokturks and reducing them to vassals under the Tang Empire. General, please rise. Ouyang Shua said delightedly. I have been waiting for you for a long time. My wish is finally granted today. Seeing this, Li Jing felt reassured. With such high hopes from the king, his journey in the Great Xia military would not be lonely. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to my reading room, Ouyang Shua smiled, personally leading Li Jing to the reading room. Li Jing did not take this lightly and quickly followed. Although he was nearly 50, he moved with remarkable agility. The two talked for a full 2 hours. When the ministers heard about it, they were truly envious. Being able to speak with the king for an hour was a great honor, so Li Jing's importance to the king was evident. As expected, in the afternoon, Li Jing's decree was announced, appointing Li Jing as the Bear Legion Corps Marshal, granting him the title of Commander-in-Chief. He enters the Grand Council. The moment the decree was issued, the civil servants and generals drew in a deep breath. The critical part was receiving the title of Commander-in-Chief. Prior to this, only Baiqi had been granted that title, while the rest of the divine generals were designated as great generals. No one anticipated Li Jing would be elevated to the same level as Baiqi so quickly, becoming a top-tier presence in the Great Xia army. The king's favor towards Li Jing was something everyone else longed for. Li Jing was appointed, but he did not start work right away. The ongoing Battle of Annan had entered its key stage, and the Bear Legion Corps was being led by Baiqi. As a result, it was not appropriate for Li Jing to step in. It would be better for him to take over after the battle ended. Li Jing did not stay in Shanghai City for long. The king had high hopes for him, so in return, he could only use his war achievements to prove the king correct. In history, whether fighting in the grasslands or the high plains, neither had been a challenge for him. The two Lis, Li Jing and Li Mu, would be the future of Great Xia in fighting against Tibet, West Xia, and West Turk. Ouyang Shua had already instructed Li Jing that after the Battle of Annan ended, the Bear Legion Corps should move from the current Jiangchuan province to Chang Prefecture in the Shu lands to engage Tibet. Li Jing left Shanghai City to proceed toward Cheng Prefecture to lay the groundwork for his future operations against Tibet. Within the Xia Palace's imperial reading room, Ouyang Shua gathered Zhang Yi and Xinbu Hai to give them both a secret mission. That night, the magic-powered submarine called Black Shark, docked in Beihai Bay, stealthily left the port and disappeared into the ocean. Along with it was a high-level official from the Honglu Temple. Daya 5th year, 4th month, 20th day, Annan region. During the past few days of internal conflict in China, the Annan region experienced changes. After a reorganization, the Annan battlefield had entered a critical stage. The fate of the 500,000 trapped Annan players was becoming clear. Under the joint efforts of Hu Xubing and Mu Guiying, the 4th Legion of Haifeng City was crushed. As a result, the entire southern region of Annam came under the rule of Great Xia. After the battle, the troops did not linger. Apart from leaving some men to defend and gather prisoners, the majority used merchant ships to navigate around Haivan Mountain and appear north of Annam, where they would join Ma Chao. Once the two legions met, they continued their advance northward. Meanwhile, the three city protection legions led by Shi Wanshui accelerated their efforts to secure the northern territories of Annam. Haifeng City was far from peaceful. Recently, the Emperor's Squadron and the 1st Division of the Pacific Squadron conducted a joint bombing of the city. As the primary city, its defenses were significantly stronger than those of Danang City. Despite both being coastal cities, Haifeng City was equipped with approximately 200 cannons on its walls, a truly daunting sight. When fired simultaneously, few squadrons could withstand the barrage. Even a top-tier squadron like the Emperor's Squadron faced significant challenges and suffered heavy casualties. To mitigate the losses, they had to alternate with the Pacific Squadron. Upon completing their sweeping mission, the Yashan Squadron would also converge on Haifeng City. Once all these forces were united, even if Haifeng City were made of steel, it would be reduced to rubble. Prior to this, the Emperor's Squadron could only provide cover for the 1st and 3rd Legions of the Guards Legion Corps as they disembarked, setting up camp 15 miles outside Haifeng City in preparation for the attack. This maneuver indicated that the Great Xia Army had divided into 3 paths, advancing together with the goal of sweeping through the region and converging on Hanoi to launch their final assault. Furthermore, at this moment, Annan was suffering from internal strife. Adventure game mode players criticized Haifeng City Lord Wan Tianke. If not for his strong mental strength, he might have considered suicide. However, Wan Tianke could not die. Due to their disagreements, the Annan players were unwilling to assist Haifeng City. With 160,000 troops housed there, once the Yashan Squadron arrived, the city would likely be unable to withstand the siege from the 2 guards legions. The moment Haifeng City fell, half of Annan's lifeline would be lost. Thus, Wan Tianke was extremely anxious. Helplessly, he personally rushed to Hanoi to meet with all the guild leaders to discuss and explain the situation. As the only remaining Lord City in Annan, Haifeng City was not only crucial to Hanoi but also guarded the entrance of the Red River to the sea. If Haifeng City fell, the Great Xia Squadron could travel up the river to Hanoi, placing it under cannon fire. Such an outcome would be catastrophic. Additionally, if Haifeng City fell, it would mean that every city except the Imperial City had been lost. All other subordinate territories of Haifeng City would lose their fighting spirit, making it easy for Great Xia to take control. In such a scenario, Hanoi would quickly become an isolated city, and it would only be a matter of time before Annan was wiped out. Even with 800,000 troops and 900,000 combat occupation players in Annan, they would be like birds locked in a cage. Wan Tianke reminded the guild leaders, "Do not forget how Great Xia took down Rabat. Just one fire turned it into ash." So, do you all really think that defending Hanoi alone can win us this country war? Wan Tianke's question left them without answers. Some even felt a chill run down their spines. They believed that Great Xia might use those plans again. Wan Tianke continued, "As a territory, Haiphong City still has allies in ASEAN. At a crucial moment, they can assist me. But if Haiphong City falls, there would be no assurance. The current Annan had not shown signs of losing. Before the situation became clear, Nanjing, Xinla, and his other allies would not rush to assist Haiphong City. After all, the threat from Great Xia was pervasive, and they did not dare to move carelessly. Even if they were to assist, it would only be limited to the territory armies. Before Great Xia initiated any other country war, neither the Nanjing nor the Xinla players would be generous enough to come to Annan's aid. Furthermore, during the war period, Great Xia did not stop its diplomatic efforts. While arranging the Indian Ocean Squadron and the Pacific Squadron to patrol the neighboring ASEAN region, they also sent envoys to the various ASEAN states. The Xia king announced, Great Xia is fighting a war with Annan due to a trade conflict. We have no intentions of fighting against ASEAN, the battle will not easily expand. To increase their persuasive power, Great Xia was even willing to sign agreements with Brunei, Johor, Siam, and Piao State, promising not to attack them. The moment the news broke, the four were tempted. By accelerating the Battle of Annan and using diplomatic cards, Great Xia's combination attack was dazzling. Cleaned and edited text. During this difficult time, Annan needed to strengthen internal unity more than ever. Yuan Tianke understood this clearly and chose not to argue the point that the supposed protection of free trade by the Great Xia was a deception. Instead, he took full responsibility, acknowledging his mistakes. Brothers, I admit I was wrong. After this battle, no matter the outcome, I will die to atone for my sins. But before that, I beg you to put aside your resentment against Haiphong City and unite to defend our country. Please. For the sake of our country's survival, trust me one last time. At the most emotional moments, he even knelt on the ground. Yuan Tianke visited each home, touching one person after another. Eventually, 10 guild leaders gathered around him to discuss the situation. What should we do? The three-pronged attack by the Great Xia army was truly daunting. Yuan Tianke, however, was confident. The situation is not as dire as you think. The Great Xia army's division into three might seem formidable, but it goes against the principles of military strategy. How so? One of the leaders asked. Yuan Tianke explained without emotion, it's simple. They have a total of 7 legions, with 500,000 troops in all. Although we have lost the south, we still have 800,000 guards and 160,000 elite soldiers in Haiphong City, not to mention the 900,000 players you all lead. In terms of numbers, we have an absolute advantage, he continued with a smirk. The Great Xia is too arrogant. To actually declare war on us with only 500,000 troops, how foolish. Even then, they still split into 3 to try to sweep us out. I can only say that they have let their arrogance get to their heads. Most agreed with Yuan Tianke's analysis. However, some voiced their doubts, that's not right. Great Xia has over 2 million troops. Why did they only send 500,000? That's not their style. No one would think that Great Xia was truly foolish. Another guild leader said, I heard that Great Xia is dealing with the Yanhuang alliance in China, so they probably didn't dare to move too many troops, being preoccupied there. Hearing this, the others were shocked and exchanged glances. The guild leader who had spoken first carefully added, now that their battle in China has ended, doesn't that mean another army is about to arrive here? Most likely. Everyone felt disheartened, but Yuan Tianke remained enthusiastic. He loudly said, guys, this is our chance. How so? It will take at least a week for their second army to arrive. We just need to crush their 3 armies in 1 week. By then, even if their reinforcements arrive, it will be too late. Well said. The guild leader's eyes lit up, and the way they looked at Yuan Tianke was now filled with respect. He had earned their trust once more. The guild leaders cupped their fists. As for what to do exactly, Brother Yuan, please enlighten us. This is my plan. Within the meeting hall, Yuan Tianke began to describe his battle strategy. Annan only had a week left. To break out of the three-pronged attack by Great Xia, they needed to confront and strike out head-on. In addition to using the 900,000 combat occupation players, they also had to rely on the Imperial City Guards. Yuan Tianke analyzed, given the fighting strength of the Great Xia army, we need at least 3 times their number to defeat them. After the discussions, the plan was as follows. On the south, 200,000 guards and 200,000 players would face the 2nd Legions of the Guards Legion Corps and the City Protection Legion. On the east, the same number would face the 1st and 3rd Legions of the Guards Legion Corps. The 160,000 troops of Haiphong City would primarily defend against the naval attacks of Great Xia. On the north, 200,000 guards and 400,000 combat occupation players would face the 1st, 3rd, and 5th Legions of the City Protection Legion Corps. With this arrangement, Hanoi had only 200,000 guards and 100,000 players left. Yuan Tianke was very confident, as long as the 3 fronts stabilize, the Imperial City, our rear base, will also be safe. Therefore, we do not need to station too many troops there. The matter was settled that way. On the 22nd day of the 4th month, Annan's retaliation began. 600,000 Imperial City Guards and 800,000 combat occupation players marched out of Hanoi, dividing into 3 groups to engage the 3 armies of Great Xia, aiming to wipe them out. Before leaving, the Annan players held a grand proclamation ceremony outside the city. If we do not destroy them, we will not return. The proclamations sounded like a tsunami, drowning out everything around them and causing the earth to tremble. This was the determination of a nation. When they learned that Annan had launched their attack, Great Xia immediately changed their strategy. The northern and southern troops stopped attacking cities and camped on the spot, waiting for the arrival of the Annan troops. To Great Xia, this was going to be a tough battle. Neither Huatsubing nor Shi Wanshui wanted to waste troops before the major battle. At the same time, the 3 armies of Great Xia began strengthening their camp defenses and gathering grain for the upcoming battle. When the Annan troops received the news, they interpreted it differently. Great Xia is afraid. Suddenly, the troops were excited, morale soared, and all the darkness from before was swept away. The army unknowingly quickened their pace, thirsty to do battle with the enemy. The first to engage was the northern side. On the 25th, in the afternoon, the 600,000 Annan troops arrived in Quang. 20 miles north of it was the base of Great Xia's northern troops, Xiang City. Both sides each occupied a city and were locked in a standstill. The Annan side naturally did not see it that way. After resting for a night, they launched their attack on Xiang City. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the elite forces of the Great Xia army. Shi Wanshui, following orders from the command center, chose to defend rather than attack. No matter what the Annan side did, they would not budge. Since Annan wanted to fight, let them siege. The cost of a siege was enormous. Naturally, the Annan players were not fools, so they would not fall for it. The first day of the battles ended just like that. On the 27th day, the Annan army could no longer hold back when news spread that another batch of merchant ships had left Beihai port and was traveling toward Annan. Without a doubt, this was the second batch of troops from Great Xia. Time was running out for Annan, and they had no choice but to go on the offensive. Determined that this was their last chance, the 600,000 troops surrounded Xiang City, launching a ferocious assault. All 4 sides of the city walls were filled with Annan soldiers. Their attacks were like a crazed storm, powerful and relentless, wave after wave, from morning till night, without pause. When an army goes mad, it is a terrifying sight. Even the elite City Protection Legion suffered heavy casualties under such attacks. Thankfully, they numbered 200,000, so they were not easily broken. With no way out, the battle became intensely cruel. Xiang city was like a meat grinder, dragging both sides in and crushing them to pieces. Blood flowed like a river, and within a day, the yellow soil turned red. Are these people crazy? Even the valiant Shui had never witnessed such a scene before. The City Protection Legion's opponents were extraordinary, discarding their fear of death and focusing solely on killing the enemy. Some Annan soldiers charged up the city walls, and when they saw they were about to be stabbed, they clung to a City Protection Legion soldier and jumped off the wall, dying together. The eyes of the players were bloodshot, charging through the enemy ranks without fear. Some even leaped into a group of enemies, trying to take down as many as possible. They did not think about returning, only about killing the enemy in front of them. Kill. 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 The killing intent from the 600,000 troops gathered and formed a huge, blood-red cloud that covered the sky. As the battle continued, the cloud grew bigger, thicker, and darker. Oppressive red, evil red. The Annan army grew more and more crazed. Their eyes turned red as they entered a berserk state. The battle intensified, no one could stop it. Such an enemy was simply too terrifying. Shui had no choice but to personally lead the troops to raise morale. After one day, 20,000 City Protection Legion Corps soldiers died. In such a short time, it was a rare occurrence for the Great Xia army to suffer such heavy casualties. The Annan side had paid a price of nearly 80,000 dead. The bodies piled high under the city wall, blocking the City Protection River. After the system update, the bodies of NPCs no longer despawned. These bodies piled up under the city wall, providing significant assistance to the besieging side. They would step on the bodies of their allies to launch an even fiercer assault. Whether Annan guards or combat player characters, they had all transformed into devils, losing their humanity. When night fell, the Annan army finally awoke and returned to their camp like a flood. They retreated only because of the timing, and the Annan soldiers shouted, "We will continue tomorrow. We will not stop until we win. Win." The Battle of Xiang City was just one part of Annan's retaliation. Apart from Xiang City, Haifeng City and Kueha City in the east also saw similar battles. In the following days, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The three battlefields were drenched in blood. These were the bloodiest battles since the start of the Battle of Annan. The intense fighting not only made the Annan players nervous but also sparked discussions among Chinese players. Players in the China region were closely following the Battle of Annan, and they were puzzled by Great Xia's actions. Apart from the successful blockade of the mountain, their subsequent moves seemed ordinary, even defensive. Players were confused. The Yanhuang Alliance's attack on West Chu did not heavily engage Great Xia's forces. The Great Xia Eagle Legion Corps had merely toured Guangxi province without engaging in any battles. Given this, why did Great Xia split their army into two divisions to head to Annan? Furthermore, why did they start the war before the reinforcements for the first batch were ready, enraging the entire Annan and prompting a vengeful response? This battle raised many suspicions. "This is not at all like Great Xia's fighting style," one player commented. Some players even began to doubt Baiqi, suggesting that he had become overconfident and was letting Ouyang Shua down by mishandling the battle. Some even recalled Ouyang Shua's appointment of Li Jing as the commander-in-chief a few days ago, similar to Baiqi's position. Did this mean that Ouyang Shua was dissatisfied with Baiqi and was using it as a warning? Beyond questioning Baiqi, some players were concerned about Great Xia's future and the ongoing battle against Annan. All of a sudden, rumors and stories began to fly around. Forum comments raged, with some people mocking Great Xia. They felt that Great Xia was about to falter. This is the result of focusing too much on the military. Chen and his companions felt quite pleased. Although they did not openly criticize Great Xia as before, they gloated privately when talking to friends. Chen's hatred toward Ouyang Shua had intensified when Great Xia intervened at a crucial moment during the Battle of West Chu. The two had no room for reconciliation. To make matters worse, Great Xia had thwarted the plan Chen and others had been preparing for months without deploying a single soldier. Even Plan Z was compromised, and its effects were significantly reduced. Thus, Chen naturally harbored deep resentment toward Ouyang Shua. Seeing Great Xia face difficulties in the Battle of Annam, Chen was naturally delighted. He would rather see Great Xia's 500,000 troops perish in Annam. The heavens have eyes, Chen exclaimed. Apart from Chen, there was another group who were pleased, the Japanese. Knowing that Great Xia would be a formidable opponent in the upcoming country war, they too kept a close eye on the Battle of Annam. Seeing Great Xia's situation turn grim, Keisuke Honda's anxiety turned into relief. He deserves it. This topic was so hot because the battle not only affected Great Xia's interests but also the entire China region. A victory for Great Xia would naturally earn them honor points for the upcoming country war. However, a loss with heavy casualties would be catastrophic. If Great Xia were crushed on the Annam battlefield, not only would it fail to halt the rise of the Yanhuang alliance, but it could also jeopardize the country war. Great Xia was the sole pillar of the China region. If it fell, it would be a huge problem. The matter concerned the honor of the country, so only a few people would gloat. The worried China region players even applied to join the Great Xia army to help stabilize the situation by attacking Annan. Even Xie Xiyun, Blood Romance, and the other guild leaders rushed to Shanghai City to meet Ouyang Shua. They offered to help on the Annan battlefield. Ouyang Shua warmly greeted them but rejected their offers. Little Shua, there's no need to be embarrassed. No one wins all battles, and a loss is not a big deal. Snow War Rose doesn't have much, but we can spare 100,000 warriors, Lin Jing said, rushing to Shanghai City to personally convince Ouyang Shua. She felt that he rejected the help of his allies to save face. Ouyang Shua laughed and shook his head. Auntie, do you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't understand the gravity of the situation? No. Lin Jing shook her head. If he were, he wouldn't have reached his position today. Don't worry. The Battle of Annan is completely under control. We've prepared for this battle for half a year. We wouldn't make such low-level mistakes. Naturally, Ouyang Shua had seen all the insults directed at Great Xia online. Then what's going on? Lin Jing asked, worried. Ouyang Shua turned solemn and said seriously, war is not a game, and it's not a battle between adventure game mode players. Those not involved can't truly grasp the situation. Their advantage is just a smokescreen. Lin Jing was unhappy, thinking that Ouyang Shua was trying to cover up the truth. Don't try to fool me. The forums say that in just 3 to 4 days, Great Xia has lost 100,000 elite troops. That can't be a lie, right? About that, Ouyang Shua didn't deny it. In fact, the number of casualties was even higher than reported. Even Ouyang Shua hadn't anticipated the Annan players' intensity and their tremendous combat power. Reflecting on the troops he had lost, he felt a deep ache. My heart bleeds. Aside from the bloodshed in the battle map, Great Xia had never suffered such significant losses. Lin Jing stared at him with both eyes. So you still claim that everything is under control? Ouyang Shua felt a warmth in his heart. He knew his aunt truly cared for him. Sometimes, for the greater good, one must make sacrifices. So you're saying that this was all predicted? Lin Jing was surprised. I know Great Xia has many top strategists, but isn't this a bit too precise? Ouyang Shua smiled. There were many military matters that outsiders wouldn't understand. It's not because we're divine that we can predict everything. Then? We cannot foresee the future, but we can influence the enemy, see through their intentions, and guide them to do what we want. So amazing? Something like that. While the details may not be exact, the overall situation is generally as predicted. On the surface, Annan splitting into 3 routes was a rational decision. However, some of the intelligence was deliberately leaked by Great Xia. For example, the actions of the three armies of Great Xia made Annan realize that Great Xia intended to attack from three sides and converge in Hanoi. The departure of a batch of merchant ships from the port made it seem as if they were fetching the second batch of troops. However, in reality, there were only a few of them, and these merchant ships were primarily for transporting resources. The goal was to lure the Annan army into a full-scale attack, completely engaging them in battle. And all of this was setting the stage for their final act. Ouyang Shua smiled, "Don't worry, little ant. By the next day at the latest, the battle will change. When that happens, all will be revealed." As this was a military secret, he couldn't reveal too much. Lin Jing looked directly at Ouyang Shua. "Okay, since it's not convenient, I won't ask anymore. I'm looking forward to how Great Xia will stun the world and slap Di Chen's face." In the player community, Di Chen's and others' actions were no secret. Ouyang Shua smiled, "Don't worry, it will be entertaining." On the 30th day of the 4th month, at the northwest border of Annan, Mengda City, a small city in the northwest, was situated 10 miles away from the mountain range that Great Xia had swept a week ago, along with the few surrounding cities. Yesterday morning, Mengda City was placed on high alert, with the Great Xia City Protection Legion Corps guarding the relay, city gates, and official paths to prevent anyone from getting close. No one was allowed to enter or leave the city. When the civilians realized this, they understood that something significant was about to happen. However, even if they wanted to, they could not inform the Imperial City, as all forms of communication were cut off. The Black Snake Guards, responsible for Annan intelligence, worked with the Military Intelligence Division to secure the neighboring area. All signs pointed to a major event unfolding. Last night, north of Mengda City, a black tunnel appeared in the desolate and secluded mountain range, directly connecting to Yunnan province. Torchlight quickly lit up the tunnel, illuminating it brightly. The Great Xia army, prepared in Mengding Prefecture, crossed through the tunnel and magically appeared in Annan. From night until the afternoon of the 30th day, people and carriages streamed from the tunnel, gathering in the Annan wilderness. This army included the 5 legions of the Dragon Legion Corps, the 4th Legion of the Guards Legion Corps, and the 1st and 2nd Legions of the Bear Legion Corps, totaling 560,000 troops. The forces that had appeared were just the beginning, more and more continued to pour out of the tunnel. Behind the troops was an even larger support army, with a total of 500,000 men. During the night, accompanied by Lai Huer, Zhang Liao, and the others, Expedition Commander Baichi walked out of the tunnel. Commander. Dragon Legion's 1st Legion General, Zhao Ponu, who was appointed as the Vanguard General, led the 1st Legion to arrive first on Annan soil. Upon seeing Baichi, he immediately greeted him. Baichi, clad in iron armor, looked especially solemn. "Is the area secured?" "Don't worry, Commander. I've sent out 5 sentries to secure 1,000 miles. If there's any movement, we will notice it immediately." Zhao Ponu, a capable general under Hua Tsubing in history, was skilled in tracking and sentry work, which is why he was appointed as the Vanguard General. Baichi nodded, not one to lavish praise. Zhao Ponu heaved a sigh of relief, a nod from Baichi was a great honor. "Strengthen our night watch, we can't afford to mess this up," Baichi instructed. "Yes, Commander." Zhao Ponu nodded, turning to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, Baichi led the other generals to discuss the military operation. Zhao Ponu, Lai Huer, Zhang Liao, Xiao Chaogue, Erlai, Qin Tang, and Pei Renji were all present. All 7 Legion generals had assembled. Baichi swept his gaze around the room and said solemnly, "In the past few days, the enemy has retaliated fiercely, exceeding our expectations. The 3 armies are holding strong, but they are losing 20 to 30,000 men each day." Upon hearing this, the generals' expressions turned grave. They realized the importance these the great understand, sacrifice law sacrifice, the U0 we must be quick. Baichi concluded. This cannot drag on. Tomorrow morning, all the troops that have arrived will set off and try to reach Hanoi in 4 days. Yes, Commander, they all replied in unison. Given the enormous scale of the army, Baichi arranged for the infantry to go first, followed by the cavalry. This way, the cavalry could catch up and arrive in Hanoi at around the same time. To minimize the risk of being spotted, even the vanguard forces needed to split up to prevent congestion. The specifics were left for Baichi to brief them later. The planning only concluded at 11 p.m. As the commander, Baichi did not go to sleep. Instead, he called his guards to patrol. This was a battle that concerned the fate of the dynasty, and Baichi had no choice but to be cautious. Even in historical Qin, he had never commanded such a massive army. The weight on his shoulders was something outsiders could not understand. Time slowly crept into the 5th month. Since the start of the battle, Great Xia had spent a month in Annan. With only a month left until the country war month, the Battle of Annan became the focus of Asia. Even the Battle of West Chu was not as attention-grabbing. At the northwest border of Annan, in the Great Xia camp, the morning sky was just beginning to lighten. Baichi, who had slept for less than 6 hours, led his troops along their designated routes. From this moment on, the Battle of Annan would enter its final phase. On the 2nd day of the 5th month, in the afternoon, the Great Xia army broke through the controlled region of the northern troops, officially entering Annan's field of vision. The hard work of the northern troops, the Black Snake Guards, and the Military Intelligence Division had earned the army 2 days of time. This was crucial to the battle. When the massive army suddenly appeared near Hanoi, it was clear what a blow it was to the Annan players and the Annan royal family. Oh my God, where did they come from? No one could answer this question. The northwest border was a mountain range, and logically, no army could cross it to appear within Annan. Toward the northwest, Annan had virtually no defenses. But this event seemed almost magical. Even when all the officials and generals in the Annan imperial court racked their brains, they still could not understand what had happened. Wasn't the second batch of troops supposed to come from the sea? Someone asked, realizing that the supposed sea route was a ruse to deceive everyone. Suddenly, the imperial city was in chaos. Some people speculated, perhaps there was a tunnel through the mountains, connecting to Yunnan. Some geologists announced that based on geography and the nature of the Earth, a tunnel could theoretically exist. However, this idea was not plausible. It was the 5th year of Gaia, and if there had been a rumble, the Annan players would have already found it. After all, for a large army to cross, the tunnel would have to be massive. There's no point in discussing this. The crucial issue is what we should do now, someone pointed out. Indeed, what should they do? The first reaction of the Annan royal family was to call the guards back. Not just the guards, but all players were summoned. The imperial city was the most important. If it fell, the battle would end, and all other victories would be meaningless. Helplessly, the 3 armies were too far from the imperial city and would not be able to return within 2 to 3 days. The Annan royal family could only join hands with the guild leaders to gather all available troops. A huge storm suddenly swept through Annan. In the China region, the players felt differently from the panic of the Annan players. 2 days ago, they were worried that Great Xia would fail. In the blink of an eye, Great Xia had turned the situation around. This dramatic turn of events left them speechless. Before this, players who had mocked Baichi and Great Xia were silenced and humiliated. Unless they had thick skin, they dared not show themselves on the forums anymore. Chen and his group were even more dejected. The only silver lining was that they had not expressed their views online this time. Throughout the entire process, Xia Palace remained silent, neither making a statement nor responding. The China region players had an explanation for this: Great Xia is amazing. It appears they were doing nothing, but in reality, everything was under their control. Smart, genius. Many people could not help but give a thumbs up. Faced with Great Xia's plan, ordinary players could only admire in awe. Influenced by this, Ouyang Shuo's country war leader votes skyrocketed. On the third day of the 5th month, he had received 45 million votes, 20 million more than Chen. The race for the position seemed to have ended early. While the China region players were happy, the Annan players were in a dire state. Apart from those still in the imperial city, the hearts of the three armies sank and their faces turned ashen when they received the military order. If they did not understand what was happening, they would not deserve the title of elites. This was especially true for Haiphong City Lord Wan Tianke. When he learned that the Great Xia army had appeared at the outskirts of Hanoi, his first reaction was disbelief. Then his face turned pale, followed by a flush of red. He felt utterly ashamed. The situation was clear, this was a plot by the Great Xia. Ironically, the plot succeeded because Wan Tianke had urged them to attack. This meant that Wan Tianke was the reason for Annam's downfall. A wave of guilt surged over him. Contemplating what his countrymen would say about him, Wan Tianke lost all his courage. He could not face those who had trusted him. That night, he took his own life in his study. On the table lay his final words. Written in blood-red letters on a white sheet of paper were 3 words, "It's my fault." The death of Wan Tianke was like another huge bomb in the already unsettled Annam, shrouding Haiphong City in uncertainty. The Great Xia Yashan Squadron had already arrived in the nearby ocean region, so who knows how long Haiphong City could last. Regarding Wan Tianke's death, the Annam players felt a wide range of emotions. However, his death rendered scolding words useless, leaving only sadness in its wake. If Annam were a boat, it was now riddled with many holes and slowly sinking to the bottom of the ocean. More amusingly, Wan Tianke's death meant that Annam could not receive any help from allies, hastening its destruction. Perhaps the moment he decided to die, Wan Tianke had stopped caring so much. Wan Tianke died, but the country war still had to continue. When the Annam 3 armies received the news to return, they immediately halted their attacks and retreated to their camps, preparing to leave after nightfall. The question was, would Great Xia allow them to? Taking the northern battlefield as an example, 2 days ago, Shirwanshui had learned that the second batch of troops had gathered in the northwest. Seeing that the enemy was about to flee, how could Shirwanshui let them off? If the Annam army attempted to leave, Shirwanshui's forces would chase them closely, striking at the enemy. Thus, the situation the Annam army faced was truly awkward. If they decided to retreat, they would not only face the risk of being pursued by the enemy, but even if they returned to Hanoi smoothly, the Great Xia army could naturally follow them back. If that happened, not only might they fail to enter the city, but they could be pincered by the Great Xia and perish outside the city walls. Retreating had become a lost cause. So, what should we do? The 3 army commanders faced this difficult question, and each made different choices. As the northern and eastern troops were closer to Hanoi, they decided to obey the king's orders and return to the imperial city first. The southern troops had just engaged Great Xia. With the long journey ahead, they gritted their teeth, advancing instead of retreating, and went all out against the Great Xia southern army. On the 4th day of the 5th month, Baichi led 280,000 vanguard forces and arrived in the outskirts of Hanoi, starting to set up camp. That afternoon, they launched probing attacks on Hanoi. In Hanoi, there were 200,000 guards, 100,000 combat occupation players, 2 million work occupation players, and 7 million civilians. This gave them the ability to resist. Their only hope was to hold out until the 3 armies returned. That night, the 560,000-strong army arrived in Hanoi and, based on Baichi's arrangements, surrounded the city. War was about to begin. The next morning, the Great Xia army prepared for action. Baichi's strategy was straightforward. Although he surrounded the enemy on 4 sides, he planned to attack only one. As long as one side is broken, the cavalry will enter and destroy the stone steel. That will mean we win the war. For the specific target, Baiqi chose the eastern side. Setting up his command center on the hill in the eastern outskirts, Baiqi looked at the towering imperial city and said, "Who's willing to lead the vanguard and break through the eastern gate?" "Commander, I'm willing." As soon as Baiqi spoke, a general stepped forward. It was Chen Tang, the Legion General of the 1st Bear Legion Corps. Chen Tang joined Great Xia, alongside Jiangchuan Province, and could be considered a half-surrendered general. As a result, he had not fully integrated into the Great Xia army system and was eager to prove himself on the battlefield. When Baiqi saw this, he nodded, "Good, you will be one." For this assault, Baiqi was prepared to deploy 2 legions. Ideally, both should be infantry. The 1st Legion of the Bear Legion Corps was composed of the cream of the crop from Jiangchuan Province's territorial armies, so their combat capabilities were not in no concern. Only Chen Tang knew how he had managed to train them and mold their strengths. The Battle of and was a test. Upon seeing this, Peirenji was vexed. As a general who had joined Greta Xia recently, he wished to establish his reputation. However, due to his hesitation, Chen Tang seized the opportunity. Baiqi could not spare both slots for the Bear Legion Corps, so Peirenji had little to no chance with this mission. Seeing the commander select Chen Tang, the 5 Legion generals of the Dragon Legion Corps could not remain passive. After all, they were under the commander, so how could they let outsiders snatch their opportunities? "Commander, I am willing." At pretty much the mutual time, Lai Huer and Luo Shixin both sought to be sent to bat. When Baiqi saw this, he hesitated, unsure which one to pick. Both could only look on at the commander, their eyes filled with hope. Let the 2nd Legion fight. Baiqi ultimately decided to choose Lai Huer. There were no other reasons for this decision, simply that Luo Shixin was better suited to cavalry battles. "Thank you, Commander." Lai Huer's face turned red with excitement, while Luo Shixin twitched unhappily. Here is a grammatically improved and cleaned version of the text. Although Lai Huer had fallen into an ambush and was demoted during the Battle of Shulands, he learned from his mistakes. In the end, he regained Ouyang Shua's trust with his achievements. He also earned Baiqi's trust. After the attacking forces were selected, the army immediately issued orders. Dong. Dong. Dong dong. To the rhythmic drum beats, the armies on the 4 sides launched their attacks simultaneously. Lai Huer and Chen Tang, the true sieging main forces, were among the troops attacking the eastern city wall. Due to limited space, to ensure fairness, Lai Huer arranged for Chen Tang's forces to be the first wave. Lai Huer positioned himself behind, ready to take over. Of course, Chen Tang was not willing to let that happen. "Men, it's time to earn credit. Follow me and kill the enemy." With that, Chen Tang led his personal guards and charged forward, with 70,000 healthy men bellowing behind him. From the outset, they looked like they were giving it their all. About 500 meters from the city gate, they halted. It was time for the siege machinery to take over. Siege chariots, trebuchets, and arrow turrets were pushed to the front to suppress the enemy. Since they had to travel through a tunnel, they brought a limited number of siege weapons. Chen Tang didn't mind. Once the trebuchets and arrow turrets suppressed the attacks of the soldiers on the city wall, he gave the order to begin the siege. One division after another advanced to the front lines. With a military order issued, Chen Tang had no choice. Similarly, the Annan soldiers defending the wall had no escape. They would either die in the assault or in the eventual downfall of their country. This was destined to be a bloody and intense battle. The ferocious Bear Legion Corps, under the defenses of the Annan army, failed in their first 3 waves of attacks. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 to 4,000 from the 1st Legion had perished. When Chen Tang saw this, his face twitched, and he sent out another fresh force. "Boys, the enemy is a tough nut to crack, but we are not cowards. This battle concerns our glory. Behind us, the other Legion Corps brothers, the commander, and the king are watching us. Whether we can bring honor to the Bear Legion Corps depends on today. Chen Tang fervently shouted, trying his best to raise their morale, making their blood boil as they roared, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" This was the spirit of the great Xia army. Being a professional army, each of them valued glory more than life itself. A more brutal siege battle ensued. To boost their morale, Chen Fang even ordered the major generals to lead personally. He aimed to take the East City Gate by noon. However, this was no easy task. Whether the Annan guards or the Annan players, they were all fighting with their backs against the wall. Behind them were their families, brothers, and friends, leaving them with no way out. They could only fight to the death. At 8 a.m., the battle on the Eastern Front reached its peak. The Bear Legion Corps' First Legion was filled with elite soldiers, each one fearless. However, Hanoi was an imperial city, with perfect and plentiful defensive facilities. Repeated attacks met with repeated failures. The high city walls were like the graves of the Bear Legion Corps, swallowing one life after another. Chen Tang's face grew darker as he stared stubbornly ahead. By 11 a.m., around 30,000 Bear Legion Corps soldiers had died. To have lasted this long, they should feel proud. The deputy general said to Chen Tang, "General, why not fall back and regroup? The soldiers can't hold on much longer." Even in such a disciplined army, such heavy casualties could not help but shake their morale. Chen Tang gritted his teeth, under immense pressure. "I will not back down." Under relentless attacks, the defending troops were struggling, yet they were close to success. Have them hold on a little longer, Chen Tang thought. However, before he could speak, a messenger ran over and said, "General Chen, General Lai suggests you fall back if you can't continue and let the Dragon Legion Corps take over." "What did you say?" Chen Tang immediately exploded upon hearing this. His eyes turned red as he fumed, "Bastard. Tell that one surnamed Lai to stand aside and watch us break through the city gate. If he charges out now, don't blame us if our swords have no eyes." This. The messenger was at a loss. "Why aren't you going?" Chen Tang roared like a fierce tiger. The surrounding Bear Legion Corps soldiers were astonished. They didn't know the seemingly gentle Legion General could be so terrifying when angry. Yes, I'll go now." The messenger, equally stunned, ran back. Chen Tang had no time to focus on one messenger. He turned to look at the nearby soldiers and shouted, "Did you hear that? If we can't take them down, those rabbits are going to ride on top of our heads. Can you handle this?" "No. I can't either." Chen Tang took a deep breath. With a schwa, he pulled out the sword at his waist. "Let's not waste words. Boys, follow me and break the city gates at all costs. Kill. Kill. Kill." Seeing Legion General Chen Tang personally lead the charge, the Bear Legion Corps erupted into action. Strictly speaking, this was their first tough battle. They were determined not to back down and let the Dragon Legion Corps claim an easy victory. "Even if we die charging forward." The Bear Legion Corps went all out, disregarding their casualties. Soldiers stepped over the bodies of their fallen comrades, launching wave after wave of attacks against the city wall. To them, death was a form of release. This time, the soldiers on the city wall could no longer hold their ground. They had already been pushed to their limits by the Bear Legion Corps. With the added pressure, they finally collapsed. Kill. Under the protection of his personal guards, Chen Tang successfully climbed up the city wall. Kill. The morale of the Bear Legion Corps soared. With a thunderous roar, after half an hour of intense battle, the Bear Legion Corps finally captured the East City Gate before noon and completed their mission. Hooray! The soldiers were overjoyed and could not help but cheer. Seeing this, Bai Chi's face broke into an indiscernible smile as he ordered, "Spread my command. For the Battle of Hanoi, the Bear Legion Corps' First Legion has earned credit." Lai Huer's troops are to assist them immediately and collect the rewards. Yes. The messenger ran off. On the front lines, Lai Huer followed the order and rushed toward the city gates. Seeing the bloodied Chen Tang, he raised his thumb and smiled. Well done, Bear Legion Corps. The Dragon Legion Corps soldiers looked at them with newfound respect. Capturing the East City Gate in such a short time was a feat that even the Dragon Legion Corps might not have been confident in achieving. The army always revered the strong, so the Bear Legion Corps earned the praise of their brothers. Chen Tang smiled as he shook Lai Huer's hand. The initial misunderstanding had dissipated. Well done, Bear Legion Corps brothers. Leave the rest to us, Lai Huer said, waving his right hand to order his troops to surge forward, crushing the defending troops on the east side. Chen Tang did not object, as the First Legion had indeed suffered heavy casualties. Since he had already secured the first victory, he stepped back understandingly. He had already eaten the meat, so he should at least leave some soup for his brothers. Lai Huer's forces were brimming with energy, and their entry added immense pressure. On the contrary, the Annan defending troops had a gaping hole in their defenses and were showing signs of a full collapse. Within just an hour, the two side gates, apart from the main eastern city gate, were taken down. When Baichi saw this, he looked toward Luo Shixin and Erlai and said, "It's your turn." "Yes, Commander." Luo Shixin and Erlai had been eagerly awaiting the moment. Upon receiving the order, they turned and left. Shortly after, the rumbling of horse hooves echoed across the battlefield as the great Xia cavalry moved. They surged like an iron flood toward the three city gates and into Hanoi. When the defending troops on the other sides learned that the eastern city gate had been breached, they lost the will to fight. Baichi, as sharp as ever, sensing blood, ordered all four sides to launch a fierce assault immediately. In a short hour, all four city gates fell in succession, and the entire city was on the verge of collapse. The 500,000 troops surged toward the city like a flood, unstoppable. The moment the city walls were breached, the fate of Hanoi and Annan was easy to predict. The ensuing battle held no surprises. At 3 p.m., as the royal palace's stone steel shattered, a system notification echoed around the world. World notification: congratulations to player Chiue Wui for capturing Annan. His name will spread far and wide, earning him 100,000 merit points and 200,000 reputation points. Congratulations! The Battle of Annan was one of the most devastating for the Great Xia. By rough estimates, no fewer than 1 million combat player characters fell to their hands. Including the guards in the Haifeng City Army, the enemy kills alone earned Ouyang Shua a staggering 1 million merit points. This was truly remarkable. Reaching 1 million points was the requirement to attain the rank of Duke. From the start of the game to this point, only Jack and Ouyang Shua had achieved this rank. Naturally, this provoked envy and jealousy among the other lords. A national war was indeed the quickest way to earn merit points. World notification: Annan has been destroyed. All player levels, skills, cultivation methods, and the like are erased. Annan players will be teleported to the sealed lands as punishment. The instant the notification sounded, the millions of Annan players were mercilessly transported away before they could even mourn. A national war was this cruel. With the fall of Hanoi, the conflict came to an end. Players were teleported away, and the few remaining guards could only surrender. The number of prisoners taken would need to be tallied later. World notification: China region Lord Chiue Wui led troops to victory in the country war. China gains 10 country honor points and awards all China region players with a +1 and 8 stat bonus. Congratulations, China region, ***. This was the fourth time Great Xia had won a country war for China. While most countries were still at 0, China had already earned 40 honor points. Such an achievement was definitely unprecedented. The respect that China region players felt toward Great Xia reached a new peak. Additionally, in the recently concluded country war leader vote, Ouyang Shua led. He received a total of 57 million votes and became the uncontested leader. The challenge ahead of him was how to obtain the country weapon, the Xianyuan sword. Gaia Year 5, Month 5, Day 6, Shanghai City. Ouyang Shua granted absolute power to Baichi and the cabinet to handle Annan matters. The appointed Annan provincial governor, Hu Zongxian, was en route to lead the rebuilding efforts in Annan. Now, Ouyang Shua was only concerned about two things: the fate of West Chu and the birth of his children. The 15th of the 5th month was the day his children were expected to be born. During this time, Song Jia remained in the back palace. Besides resting, she primarily prepared all the items needed for the children, such as rocking baskets and diapers. Song Jia personally took charge of these preparations. She did not want to hire a nanny and preferred to raise her children herself. Ouyang Shua was very supportive of this. Although Great Xia was a dynasty, Ouyang Shua did not want it to act like one. Instead, he wanted to embrace a new, changed world with an open heart. China's culture has lasted for a long time. The key essence must be kept and spread, while the negative aspects can be abandoned. This decisiveness was something Ouyang Shua possessed. As for the West Chu matter, it was more complicated. After giving up Guangxi province, the Yanhuang alliance regained its footing. A 760,000-strong army played it safe and slowly closed in on Peng City. To date, 90% of Ludong province has fallen to the Yanhuang alliance. The next step would be the Battle of Peng City, a battle to the death. During this period, Overlord Xiang demonstrated his abilities, causing heavy casualties among the alliance army. He even began to turn the tide. However, being outnumbered ultimately overwhelmed them. Under the leadership of Wuqi, Tiandan, and Lianpa, the alliance army did not give him any chance. Given the situation, West Chu would not be able to turn the tide. Not only that, they could not even flee. The north and south were Yanhuang alliance territories, the east was the ocean, and the Yanhuang alliance had 3 squadrons patrolling it. The most feasible escape route was to the west, which led to the Great Zhang dynasty in Zhongyuan province. Unfortunately, a day ago, Hanmu Emperor openly announced that the Great Han would not accept any West Chu refugees. Moreover, anyone daring to cross the border would be killed. It seems West Chu is facing a dire situation. Players in the China region began to discuss that Xiang would likely make his farewell at the Wujiang River. Considering the Battle of Fei River, Xiang had lost 3 times, a truly cruel blow. 3 losses in 3 battles, this was the end of the road for a hero. The players in the China region hoped that this battle would end soon so they could prepare for the country war in the 6th month. In West Chu, Peng City, the usually prosperous city was now shrouded in a huge shadow following the frontline battlefield's defeat. The millions of Jiangdong civilians were West Chu's last trump card. The difficult question was whether to die with the people or choose to surrender. Chen had sent a message that if West Chu was willing to surrender, the Yanhuang alliance would treat them well and ensure the riches of the Xiang family. Chen even asked Fan Zheng, who was roaming the wilderness, to persuade Xiang. However, would Xiang, with his character, accept it? If he did, he would not be called Xiang. Consequently, some members of the Xiang family wavered, as no one could accept death. This left Xiang Yan, Xiang Liang, and others worried. On the 7th day of the 5th month, Xiang led his troops back to Peng City. Within the manor, all the core members of the Xiang family had gathered. Notably, Yuji's stomach was noticeably swollen, indicating that she was pregnant. The fate of West Chu hinged on this meeting. Xiang had 3 choices: dying, surrendering, or seeking help from their ally, Great Xia. A few days earlier, the manor had welcomed a special guest, the Honglu Temple envoy. They arrived secretly aboard the Black Shark, which broke through the blockade and successfully reached Peng City. Under the Black Snake Guard's planning, they met with Xiang Bo and brought greetings from Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua was saying that if West Chu really fell, Great Xia would open a gate for them with better conditions than those offered by the Yanhuang alliance. In terms of strength and relationship, Great Xia was the better choice. Not to mention that before the war, Great Xia had warned them multiple times and tried to get them out of the situation by attacking the Yanhuang alliance. This favor was one that the Xiang family had to repay. The current problem was whether Xiangyu would be willing to leave. Xiangyu was a legendary hero and a fierce general. However, every hero has a sense of pride and would rather die than surrender to someone else. It would be easier to kill him than to make him bow his head to anyone. After experiencing 2 defeats, though, Xiangyu had clearly grown much more mature. He was filled with emotions, recognizing that he could not achieve his ambitions. He could die in battle, but he could not let his family die with him. Besides, Xiangyu glanced at his wife. A man also has a gentle side. His wife and her unborn child were the greatest comfort to him. This time, he could not be so selfish. After discussing everything, Xiangyu made his decision. Looking at his grandfather, Xiang Yan, he said, "Grandfather, I am the overlord of West Chu. I cannot leave, but the children are innocent. Please leave together with Yuji and the others. Although I do not like the king of Xia, he is a trustworthy person." "What about you?" "Me?" Xiangyu laughed. "It's still the same words. Only an overlord dies in battle, not a Xiangyu who surrenders." "Husband." Yuji's eyes turned red when she heard that. Anyone would pity her if they said this, for no one understood Xiangyu as much as Yuji did. She had so much she wanted to say, but not a single word could come out. Before reaching the Wujiang River, she could have taken her own life, but now that she was pregnant, she could not. Xiangyu smiled gently. Similarly, he understood his wife. He instructed Yuji, "Live well and raise our child." "Husband." Yuji's tears welled up. When Xiang Zhuang and the others heard this, they did not feel good in their hearts. "Do not linger. Take the chance to leave before the enemy reaches Peng City." Xiang Zhuang suddenly said, "Brother, I'll stay with you." Xiangyu stood up in rage, "Why will you stay? Great Xia has many famous generals. For our family to rise, you need to take charge." "Yes," Xiang Zhuang replied, feeling ashamed. The matter was settled. Everyone kept their feelings to themselves and went to prepare. That night, the core members of the Xiang family gathered all their most valuable treasures from West Chu, boarded carriages, and headed east. They reached the ocean just as dawn was breaking. There, the black shark was ready. The group glanced at Peng City, their hearts filled with emotions. They held back their tears as they boarded the submarine. When Fan Zhang realized the Xiang family was missing, it was already the afternoon of the 8th day. Chen, upon hearing the news, did not say a word and immediately ordered an attack on Peng City. Where did the Xiang family go? Chen was puzzled. Logically, the entire Ludong province was under lockdown by the Alliance army, so no one should have been able to escape. The Xiang family had many talented individuals, and Chen clearly did not want to lose any of them. While ordering the Alliance army to attack Peng City, Chen instructed Difeng to search for the Xiang family. "If they are alive, I want to see them. If not, I want to see their bodies," Chen said. In his eyes, they had likely hidden in the mountains or possibly received help from Great Xia. "As long as they haven't left Ludong, I will dig 3 feet into the ground to find them," Chen thought to himself. The Yanhuang alliance did not attack West Chu just for the land. The talents of the Xiang family were a powerful motivation. How could Chen let them off easily? The siege began on the 9th day of the 5th month. The battle was shocking, and the rivers and mountains seemed to change colors. Xiang Yu, with his death wish, led the Jiangdong warriors in fighting the Alliance army for 2 full days and nights. The conflict moved from the city walls to the alleys and finally to the manor. The entire Peng City was stained with fresh blood, resembling hell on earth. The courage of the overlord and the strength of the Jiangdong warriors were truly rare on this earth. Despite facing an enemy 4 times their number, they were not at a disadvantage. They fought tirelessly, unwilling to back down unless they fell in battle. After each clash, a batch of them would be lost. In the end, Xiang was the last one standing, surrounded by corpses. Blood seeped onto the white dolly stone floor. Xiang was covered in blood. Asterisk drip. Drip. Drip asterisk from killing too many, blood streamed down his halberd and onto the ground, forming a small puddle. Xiang, will you not surrender? Lianpa stepped forward to make one last attempt at persuasion. For such a general to die like this was a great waste. Xiang did not even bother to respond. He simply grabbed his halberd and charged forward. Kill him. Lianpa saw that words were useless and could only order fiercely. Kill. The elite soldiers of the Alliance army received the order and surrounded him. In the end, under the combined attacks of so many soldiers, Xiang fell. The soul of an overlord returned to heaven, with no chance of revival. When Lianpa saw this, he could not help but sigh. At the same time, he felt a sense of gratitude. From the start of the battle until now, despite their numerical advantage, they had paid a heavy price to defeat West Chu. In this war alone, they lost a total of 80,000 elite soldiers. During the Peng City battle, 40,000 more had perished. West Chu used these staggering achievements to bolster their glory. But that was merely glory. At this moment, West Chu was officially destroyed. Across the entire wilderness, apart from the Imperial City and other races, there were no more West Chu NPCs. The moment Xiang died, Yuji and the others had just arrived at Beihai Port. Although they arrived in the afternoon, a shooting star streaked across the sky, emitting a striking glow. Yuji, lost in thought, looked at the star with tears in her eyes. Husband. Overcome by immense pain, Yuji fainted and fell to the ground. Throughout the entire China region, many people saw this shooting star. At the Xia Palace, Ouyang Shua stood at the window of the imperial reading room. Gazing at the star, he muttered, "A mighty lord falls just like that." If Xiang had been willing, Ouyang Shua had the heart to accept him and allow him to lead. Unfortunately, the world does not work as one wishes. In Handan City, Chen similarly noticed the event. He heaved a sigh of relief, it's finally done. At that moment, his merit points had broken 1,000,000, and he became a duke. A system notification resounded. World notification. Congratulations to Lord Chen of the China region for becoming the 3rd lord in the world to achieve the rank of duke. He has been awarded the title of Handan Lord and 40,000 reputation points. The Imperial City will present your reward. The moment the notification sounded, the world was in an uproar. No one expected that China would claim 2 of the first 3 ducal titles. William and the other lords all felt anxious. They knew they needed to use the upcoming country war to earn merit points to become dukes themselves. We are too far behind. William's face was grim. It was clear that after the country war month ended, the world would see the rise of many new dukes, and subsequently, many new dynasties. Naturally, the players from the China region were elated, feeling they had earned a great honor. They were not worried about it. With Chen's ascension to the rank of duke, the conflict between the Yanhuang alliance and Great Xia intensified. Perhaps this was a happy problem. After all the hard work and schemes, Chen finally achieved his goal. With the foundations of Handan City, he would soon be able to reach the capital city and begin building his base to establish a dynasty. The China region seemed poised to enter a truly remarkable era. Chen was filled with emotion when he received an urgent report from Lianpa. After defeating Xiang, Lianpa was tasked with taking over Peng City and had gone to inspect the treasury and storages. Lianpa searched all the major areas, including the manor's secret room, but found only grain and siege weapons. Nothing else of value remained. West Chu had been in this region for 3 years, so it was unlikely they had no treasures to hide. Recalling the missing Xiang family, the truth became clear: they had taken everything away. When Chen saw this, he was so furious that his face turned green. Preposterous. Investigate. Even if you have to flip the entire province, find them. At that moment, Juedai Fenghua hurried in. Seeing Chen's rage, Juedai Fenghua stopped. Chen, noticing this, spoke in a low voice. What bad news do you bring? Speak up. I can take it. Juedai Fenghua looked at Chen with sympathy. Difeng just received word that Xiang Yan and the others have appeared in Shanghai City, and they were personally received by the old fox. Pa. Chen snapped the pen in his hand in two. The reading room fell into complete silence, the news hitting him like a massive blow. It was as if Ouyang Shua had slapped him just as he was feeling triumphant. This pain cut through his heart. I want to know how they escaped. Are Difeng's people incompetent? So many of them, and they still managed to slip away? Chen's tone was cold, like a freezing wind, piercing one's bones. This matter is strange. Difeng swears that they had people stationed at the borders, and no one left. Even the west was secure, so there's no way they could have escaped. Did they grow wings and fly? His words were filled with sarcasm. In his eyes, Difeng was trying to avoid responsibility. Juedai Fenghua had other thoughts. You know how Difeng operates. They wouldn't be careless about something this important. Maybe they used some special tool, like a teleportation talisman. The game world was vast, and there were many unusual tools. It wouldn't be surprising if such a tool existed. When Chen heard that, his heart ached. However, no matter what they did, the outcome remained the same. The Yan-Huang alliance had paid a huge price to take down West Chu, giving up the entire Guangxi province, but the spoils of war were taken by Great Xia. I will definitely take revenge. During this period, China experienced many changes. First, China surprisingly took down Annan, which made the Chinese people excited, but made ASEAN uneasy. Especially since Annan was connected to Nanjing and Zhenla, they were truly terrified and afraid that Great Xia would attack them. Following this, the Yanhu alliance attacked West Chu, leading to Xiangyu's fall, which sparked debates among the people. Next, there was the sudden rise of Chen to Duke, placing him in the spotlight. At this moment, the forums suddenly revealed that Xiang Yan, Yuji, and others had appeared in Shanghai City. These successive events dazzled everyone and made it hard to breathe. In Shanghai City, at the Xia Palace, greetings, King. After settling down Yuji, who had fainted, Xiang Yan and the others were led to meet Ouyang Shua. While bowing, Xiang Yan, Xiang Liang, and Xiang Bo all appeared normal. At least, it didn't seem like anything was amiss. However, the younger Xiang Zhuang was unnatural. When he bowed, he was really stiff. This was no surprise. After all, a few days ago, they were still the royal family of West Chu. In the blink of an eye, they had lost their country and became a bunch of homeless people. The huge gap was difficult to adapt to. When Ouyang Shua saw this, he did not mind it and said, West Chu is an ally of Great Xia, and Xiangyu is someone I hold in high regard. I am truly saddened by what happened to West Chu. My condolences. When Xiang Yan and the others heard this, they remained expressionless. Thank you, King, for your concern. The Xiang family was able to survive because of you. The Xiang family will be loyal to Great Xia. The matter had already developed to this point, so Xiang Yan and the others could only acknowledge this truth and did not dare to entertain any other thoughts. Not to mention that the soul of the family was dead. Even if Xiangyu did not die, the entire wilderness would not have a place for the Xiang family. Rising up again was just a wish. The current wilderness was not the same as it was a few years ago. The battle between the lords was nearing its end, and the division of power was almost complete. Hearing Xiang Yan pledge his loyalty, Ouyang Shua nodded in satisfaction. If the Xiang family did not know their place and acted arrogantly, though Ouyang Shua would not banish them, he would ensure their wealth but not grant them high positions. Having settled their positions, Ouyang Shua was not stingy and gave Xiang Yan a large mansion in the city as their home in Shanghai City. Long ago, during the planning stages of Shanghai City, the construction department had followed Ouyang Shua's requirements and built official residential areas near the imperial city to reward ministers. Every time a historical figure moved in, whether a civil servant or a general, Ouyang Shua would gift them a residence. "Thank you, my king." Xiang Yan bowed in gratitude. His heart finally calmed down. The current Shanghai city was no different from an imperial city, and in some areas, it exceeded one. Apart from space for defenses, there was no empty land. Naturally, the Xiang family did not lack money. However, buying a mansion in Shanghai City was truly difficult. A residence in the prime area was something even money could not buy. Great Xia was prosperous, and the civil servants and generals were all truly hardworking. It was rare for people to be punished or demoted. Naturally, one would not see the grand capitals of history where sinners emptied mansions. The only way forward would be to seek favor with Ouyang Shua. After thanking him, Xiang Yan knew his place and handed over 2 treasures to Ouyang Shua. Despite their hurried departure from Pang City, the Xiang family had managed to carry away all their valuables. Ouyang Shua accepted the gifts without refusal and nodded. With that, the meeting concluded. Regarding the appointments for Xiang Yan and the others, it would wait until the new round of military organization. During the conversation, Xiang Yan and Xiang Zhuang expressed their desire to serve in the military. However, Xiang Liang and Xiang Bo were less enthusiastic, preferring to focus on their family affairs. Ouyang Shua did not mind, as Xiang Yan alone was sufficient. Particularly with Xiang Bo, even if he wanted to work, Ouyang Shua would likely reject him. This legendary figure who saved Liu Bang from the Hongmen feast and was later granted the Liu surname and a title by the Han dynasty did not interest Ouyang Shua much. As for the others, they would either join the military or become civil servants, following the usual procedures without the need for Ouyang Shua to intervene personally. After Xiang Yan and his group left, Ouyang Shua was filled with thoughts. Xiang Yu remained Xiang Yu, even with a child on the way, he was still unwilling to yield to others. The 2 items on his table were the meeting gifts from Xiang Yan. If the Xiang family sought to establish a foothold in Great Xia, it would greatly depend on Ouyang Shua's attitude. Although Xiang Yan was a general, he had lived long enough to understand this theory. The 2 items he gave to Ouyang Shua could be considered the most precious of the Xiang family. Golden Armor Talisman, Platinum rank, after use, forms a golden protective aura around the body. All physical attacks are nullified, lasting for half an hour and can protect up to 5,000 people. Jiangdong Warrior Summoning Card, Platinum rank, a one-time use item. After use, summons 10,000 Jiangdong Warriors for 12 hours. If these items were used effectively, they could have a miraculous effect. Ouyang Shua kept both in his storage bag. In the following days, as the situation in Annan stabilized, all units except the Dragon Legion Corps, which remained stationed there, returned to their respective camps. The Bear Legion Corps was particularly special. It returned to Yunnan through the tunnel and then moved north to Chang Prefecture, where Marshal Li Jing was already waiting for them. Workers would continue to excavate the tunnel, making it an important passage connecting Annan province to the mainland. During the Annan campaign, they captured 480,000 guards and 150,000 regional troops. After deducting the injured and those who did not meet the standards, there were 570,000 soldiers awaiting organization. Although the battle results were impressive, the Great Xia army suffered significant casualties. Including the navy, the Great Xia lost 150,000 men, the largest loss in its history. After accounting for these casualties, approximately 420,000 war prisoners remained available. How to organize this large number of war prisoners became the primary concern of the Privy Court, requiring Ouyang Shua's personal decision. The organization's rule was to identify what was lacking and then assess the strategic position. Among all the Legion Corps, the Guards Legion Corps had 1 legion missing, while the Bear Legion Corps lacked 3. The other legions were fully staffed. Regarding strategic positioning, it was a matter of whether Annan would have an Annan formation or not. Ouyang Shua decided that for this round of military organization, he would fill the 3 missing legions of the Bear Legion Corps but not the 1 missing in the Guards Legion Corps. All Legion Corps had suffered casualties during the war, and new members would temporarily weaken them. Thus, making significant moves to form the Guards Legion would not be wise. The remaining 3 legions, Ouyang Shua placed under the Annan formation. Ouyang Shua had his reasons for this decision. Controlling ASEAN required more than just taking down Annan. The next step was to advance west and take down Nanjang and Jinla. This was also why Ouyang Shua moved the headquarters of the Dragon Legion Corps to Annan province. Compared to Annan's 8 million players, Jinla had 1.2 million, and Nanjang had 600,000. Together, they did not even make up a quarter of Annan's player base. Therefore, with Baichi in place, the Dragon Legion Corps and Annan formation alone would be sufficient to conquer these 2 countries. Additional troops from the main camp would not be necessary. Transporting troops by sea was extremely costly. At this point, the advantage of taking down Annan became clear. With this, whether it was troop movements or logistical support, they could be managed through Annan. With this alone, they would save millions in military expenditure. Apart from the reorganization, Ouyang Shua ordered the establishment of the Sinan War Zone. Baichi would be the commander, with the Dragon Legion Corps and the Annan formation under his command. This completed the adjustment of the structure. As a reward for his achievements in this battle, Ouyang Shua gave Baichi more authority. After finalizing the organizational plan, all appointments were released. Xiang Yan, a famous general from the Chu country, would become the Legion General of the 3rd Legion of the Bear Legion Corps. No one had issues with his immediate appointment to this position. Song Wu, the 1st Division Major General of the 3rd Legion of the Tiger Legion Corps, would be promoted to Legion General of the 4th Legion of the Bear Legion Corps. After several years in his current role, Ouyang Shua promoted him after careful consideration. This was good news for the Song family. Lei Jingtian, the 1st Division Major General of the 1st Legion of the Guards, would be promoted to Legion General of the 5th Legion of the Bear Legion Corps. Already a king-rank general, he became another great general after Sherhu. This promotion was due to his genuine ability and Ouyang Shua's support for the mountain barbarian tribe. Su Rungue, the Deputy Legion General of the 3rd Legion of the Guards Legion Corps, would be promoted to Annan Lieutenant General, a significant leap. Pei Xingjian, who was also temporarily serving in the Guards Legion Corps, was promoted to Legion General of the 1st Legion of the Annan formation. Lu Loi, a former Annan general who had surrendered, was appointed as the 2nd Legion General. Such an arrangement, apart from Lu Loi himself being skilled, was made to calm the civilians and war prisoners of Annam and show that Great Xia treated everyone equally. Xiang Yu's cousin, Xiang Zhuang, became the 3rd Legion General. In historical records, Xiang Zhuang was not well known. Apart from appearing once at the Hongmen feast, he was largely an invisible figure, and his leadership ability was not particularly outstanding. His appointment as Legion General was due to Ouyang Shua's favor toward the Xiang family. Gaia, 5th year, 5th month, 15th day, Xia Palace. On this day, Ouyang Shua's twins were born. Based on the cabinet's suggestions, the boy was named Ouyang Yu. Since he was born 10 minutes earlier, he became the older brother. The girl was named Ouyang Luo and became the younger sister. The moment the news spread, officials sent their congratulations. Ouyang Shua took this opportunity to announce a forgiveness of crimes. All Great Xia prisoners, except those who committed one of the 10 deadly sins, would be released to show the king's kindness. In Wuji Hall, Ouyang Shua gazed at the pair of white twins and gave a rare, fatherly smile. His smile was a mix of nervousness and joy. Whether it was Yuer or Luoer, both were different from birth. Each had a symbol on their right hand, one a golden dragon, the other a fire phoenix. When the court ladies saw this, they were all surprised beyond words. The head court lady, Zissou, smiled and said, "The prince and princess are dragons and phoenixes among men, born extraordinary." Ouyang Shua smiled. "For the birth of my children, all the court ladies and maidservants deserve credit. Based on their rank, you will be given gifts." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the gifts." Zissou led the maidservants in gratitude. Ouyang Shua waved his hand. He looked at his wife, lying on the bed, and smiled. "You've worked hard. Rest well. I'll go to the front hall first and come back later." Song Jia gave a warm smile. "Go and get busy." Ouyang Shua rushed to the front hall. Apart from accepting the congratulations, he also wanted to meet one person, Hu Zongxian, who had rushed back from Hanoi to give his debrief. 10 days had passed since the Battle of Annan. Although the trauma from the war could not be wiped away, the chaos it brought had slowly settled. As for how to rule Annan province, Hu Zongxian needed to personally report to Ouyang Shua. Additionally, Hu Zongxian brought a number of treasures from the Imperial City Treasury, including some from Haifeng City. His arrival coincided with the birth of the king's children, an auspicious sign. In the coming days, each provincial governor would likely enter the city to congratulate the king. The cabinet would handle the tabulation of the goods, gold, and jewelry. However, Hu Zongxian did not bother Ouyang Shua with these matters and presented him with 2 of the rarest items. 1000-year ginseng, platinum, a top-grade medicinal herb that can be used as a nourishing product. Despite the brief introduction, this was a truly rare item. Song Jia had just given birth and needed nourishment, so the ginseng arrived at the perfect time. Diding Talisman. This talisman allows one to eavesdrop on the words of a specific person at a specific time. Legends say that Diding was a god beast under the care of Kitagarbha. Through its listening, one could distinguish any living being and was adept at discerning people's thoughts. This was essentially a powerful eavesdropping weapon that could be used at crucial moments. After putting away the 2 treasures from Hu Zongxian, Ouyang Shua began to instruct him about the plan for Annan province. His first words excited Hu Zongxian. Annan province is only a transition. After taking down Jinli and Nanjing, they will be merged into one province known as the Hanoi province. After a pause, Ouyang Shua added, "Zongxian, do well in Annan and do not let me down." The meaning of his words was clear. The future Hanoi provincial governor position belonged to Hu Zongxian. If the 3 territories were truly merged, Hanoi province would rank among the top 3 provinces in terms of land size and strategic importance. The position of Hanoi provincial governor was, therefore, naturally more significant. "I will work my heart out to repay your trust." Hu Zongxian nodded solemnly. Along with the tunnel between Annan and Yunnan, it's key to the traffic between the mainland and ASEAN. You must pay attention to cooperation with Yunnan province and open up a merchant route, Ouyang Shua continued. The tunnel connected Mengding Prefecture and stretched all the way to Gaoping Prefecture in Annan, hence it would be named the Menggao Tunnel. Both Mengding Prefecture and Gaoping Prefecture were mountainous regions. Opening a free trade route would not be easy and would require substantial resources. Financially, the imperial court will fully support you. The specifics need both of you to execute and work together, Ouyang Shua reassured Hu Zongxian. Understood. Hu Zongxian showed no fear. He was a man who did what was expected of him and did not fear challenges. Apart from that, Annan province will play a role as a mediator to facilitate the relationship between Great Xia and the ASEAN states, particularly Johor and Siam. We must let them feel our sincerity and ensure they do not join forces. Great Xia had no intention of and could not possibly make all the ASEAN states bow down. If it did, it would make enemies of them all. Ouyang Shua made this point clear to Hu Zongxian to prevent accidental friction. Hu Zongxian took note as he heard it. Besides these 3 points, the other details would be handled by the cabinet. In any case, if something was not mentioned, Hu Zongxian would need to improvise. In the following 2 days, Ouyang Shua received a flood of congratulations. Some, like Li Jing and Xie Xiun, personally came to Shanghai City, while others, like Feng Chihuang, sent representatives. Most, such as Blood Romance, sent letters. Among those who congratulated him, some harbored other thoughts. The leaders of large guilds were interested in the Annan satellite city. As usual, Great Xia sold the guardian rights to the highest bidder, earning a substantial sum. This not only attracted the Satellite City Guild but also drew a group of adventure mode players to settle in Annan, spreading Han Chinese culture and expanding their influence. Overall, Shanghai City was bustling with activity during these past few days. At that moment, a system notification broke out. System notification: congratulations to player Chen for becoming the second lord in the China region to upgrade to a capital city. Awarded 90,000 merit points. Congratulations. World notification: congratulations to the China region player Chen for becoming the third lord in the world to upgrade to capital city. Awarded 100,000 merit points and 150,000 reputation points. Congratulations. The moment the notification spread, Chen stole the spotlight. In just 10 days, Chen had completed the capital city upgrade mission. Just as everyone marveled at their speed, another notification sounded, catching everyone off guard. System notification: the China region has given birth to its second capital city. The 9th battle map, the Battle of Yashan, will commence in 3 days. Friendly reminder: this is not a mandatory battle map, so only those who have upgraded to Grade 3 Prefecture are eligible to join. It was now the 5th month, 17th day, and the country war month was approaching. Who knew the battle map would suddenly be triggered? This change caught even Chen off guard. Gaia really follows its own whims. Ouyang Shua, who was welcoming visiting guests, shook his head helplessly. For this particular battle, there were many points of contention. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a large-scale or dazzling battle. In some sense, there was nothing particularly gripping about it. Given this was the case, why did Gaia choose it as the most representative battle of the Song dynasty? After all, this battle was pivotal to the continuation of Chinese civilization. The Battle of Yashan, also known as the Yashan Naval Battle, took place in 1279 AD. The Song dynasty and the Mongol armies engaged in a large-scale naval battle in Yashan, a rare event in ancient Chinese history. As this battle directly impacted the survival of southern Song, it marked the final showdown between Song and Yuan. The result was a Yuan army victory, despite being outnumbered. When the southern Song was wiped out, Lu Xiufu carried the young emperor Zhao Bing and jumped into the ocean to commit suicide. Many loyal officials died with them, along with 100,000 troops and civilians. After this battle, the Zhao Song dynasty completely collapsed. Simultaneously, it signified that the Yuan dynasty had unified China. This marked the first time China was conquered by a northern nomadic tribe. The fall of the southern Song was not just a change of dynasty but the destruction of an entire country, signaling the end of ancient China. Some believed this battle symbolized the weakening and decline of Chinese civilization. The Battle of Yashan, which had endured for thousands of years, came to a halt, leaving long-lasting and far-reaching implications. The subsequent Ming and Qing dynasties were significantly different as a result. The collapse of the Song dynasty thwarted their initial attempt to transition from an agricultural society to a commercial one. This shift toward commerce had weakened their military power. With the fall of the southern Song, China's progress was halted. The once highly advanced economy, culture, and technology were constrained by the emperor and the political structure. The Yuan dynasty, led by the backward Mongols, began to consolidate their power, close borders, and reduce trade, focusing on Neo-Confucianism. The Ming dynasty, which overthrew the Yuan, chose to isolate itself. The profound impact of the Battle of Yashan ensured its place in history. It is not surprising why Gaia selected this battle. While the Battle of Yashan may not be considered a legendary battle in the traditional sense, Gaia likely had its own reasons for choosing it. The in-game version of the Battle of Yashan may offer a new interpretation. The specifics will only be known once the battle begins. Before it started, it would only cause confusion for lords like Ouyang Shua, including the choice of camp and troop type. Perhaps Gaia would set up enemy camps in this battle? Or, similar to the Battle of Maubei, place all the lords in the same camp? Would the main battlefield be on land, or would it be a naval battle like in history? All these uncertain factors meant that this was destined to be a truly interesting battle map. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 19th day of the 5th month, and the time for the Battle of Yashan had arrived. As Ouyang Shua was not entirely sure about the battle, he chose the Emperor's Squadron, the only mixed infantry and cavalry legion, the 4th Legion of the Guards Legion Corps, and the 3,000 Divine Martial Guards. Compared to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Legions of the Guards Legion Corps, which had gone through successive tough battles, the 4th Legion followed Baichi to directly take down Hanoi in the Battle of Annan. During this process, they suffered minimal casualties and did not have to fight much before the battle ended. Being a mixed legion made them more adaptable, which is why Ouyang Shua chose them for this battle. At 9 a.m., the system notifications sounded out punctually. System notification: in 1279 AD, the Mongol army moved south to eliminate the Song. After capturing the southern Song capital Linen, they continued south to eliminate the remaining southern Song forces. Both sides faced their final battle at Yashan, resulting in the complete destruction of the southern Song. The 9th battle map, Battle of Yashan, officially begins. Ouyang Shua checked the battle requirements and selected his troops. System notification: in the Battle of Yashan, player forces are automatically listed as the Southern Song camp, no need to choose. Ouyang Shua nodded, he had been mentally prepared for this. System notification: teleportation starting. After a brief period of twisting and turning, Ouyang Shua and his men appeared on the battlefield. System notification: welcome player Chiua Wuchi to South Song Camp Linen. Linen? Ouyang Shua was instantly stunned. How could it be Linen? During the Battle of Yashan, it had long since fallen, so what was Gaia doing with this battle map? Very quickly, Ouyang Shua had his answer. At that very moment, a notification sounded out. Battle map notification: the Battle of Yashan is listed as a time-limited city defense battle. It has nothing to do with real history. Players need to defend Linen for a month against the Mongol army to win. If one succeeds, one will obtain great rewards. If not, all battle contribution points will be removed. Vicious. Gaia was trying to force their hands and push them against the wall. They were only allowed to win and could not lose. If they failed, they would not even earn a single battle contribution point, let alone any rewards. The soldiers they lost could not be revived. The part that made Ouyang Shua depressed was that since it was a time-limited defense battle, the Emperor's squadron he brought was useless and could only idle in the nearby ocean region. Ouyang Shua temporarily suppressed his thoughts. Looking around, he found that the location they appeared in was not the outer city camps like in previous city maps. Instead, they appeared within Linen City. Did this mean that the Mongol army had already arrived? In history, Linen surrendered without putting up a fight. Battle map notification: the Battle of Yashan has a total of 6 lords participating, a total of 400,000 troops. Based on rank and merit points, the player representative is Chiua Wuchi, Prince. Since there was only one camp, the Shanghai Alliance and the Yanhuang Alliance had to work together this time. On the military side, Ouyang Shua and Chen each brought 100,000 troops, while the other 4 each brought 50,000. In terms of military strength, the Yan-Huang alliance still held an advantage. Fortunately, Ouyang Shuo was the player representative. Compared to the Lushan rebellion, 2 fewer lords were present, Wandering Magic and Sha Pejuan were both absent, making the battle a bit less intense. If nothing went wrong, the next battle map would feature only 2 to 3 lords. The training a battle map could provide to a lord was significantly reduced, and to a larger extent, it was to guide another dynasty into the wilderness to complete the entire historical timeline. The 2 sides in the Battle of Yashan were the Southern Song and the Mongol Yuan. It was uncertain whether Gaia would allow both to enter the wilderness progression or not. Perhaps, the next battle map would be the Yuan dynasty. If so, the China region would be left with only the Ming and Qing dynasty battle maps. In this way, they were about to fast forward through 5,000 years of history. While registering, Ouyang Shuo saw Chen and his group. In the recently concluded Battle of West Shu, Ouyang Shuo had deceived the Yan-Huang alliance twice, causing Chen to harbor intense hatred toward him. As they say, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with fury. Despite being on the same side, Chen did not treat Ouyang Shuo with any courtesy. Seeing the expressions on Chen and the others, Feng Qiuhuang walked over from behind Ouyang Shuo. Although the Yan-Huang alliance had 100,000 more troops, Feng Qiuhuang was not afraid. Following behind her was the Great Tang's famous general, Guizi. This slowly turned into a standoff between both parties, making the atmosphere a little tense. Ouyang Shuo did not want to engage in a war of words and was about to leave. At this very moment, Xiang suddenly spoke, "Brother Ouyang, how have you been?" Since they were going to be fighting on the same side, Xiang, a formidable character, did not want the relationship between the 2 sides to be so tense, as that would affect the battle. Moreover, Ouyang Shuo was a player representative. Without him to pass the message, it would be even tougher for the Yan-Huang alliance in this battle. Just like Great Xia, Handan City, Blood Red City, and King City, all had brought their navies, which would be useless. Before the battle map had even begun, 60,000 player troops of the Southern Song camp had already died. As a result, they had to work together. Seeing this, Ouyang Shuo cupped his fists and greeted Xiang. He did not wish for any internal conflicts within the battle map, as that was not in line with his principles. When Xiang saw this, his smile widened. He was pleased that Ouyang Shuo was showing him respect and intentionally joked, "Brother Ouyang is not kind, picking the peach in West Shu and taking away the beauty Yuji." This was where Xiang was clever. The Battle of West Shu was crucial for both sides. He was not trying to pour salt into Chen's wounds. Instead, he wanted to lightly touch on the topic so that it would not affect the cooperation between their sides. Not mentioning it showed they cared in their hearts. Seeing this, Ouyang Shuo looked at him with approval, a smile suddenly spreading across his face. "No choice, Yuji's maiden home is in Great Xia," he remarked. When Chen and the others heard this, they were speechless, having never encountered someone so shameless. Even if he wanted to find an excuse, it should have been a more logical one. Maiden home? What nonsense! Thankfully, with this icebreaker, the tension between the 2 sides eased. Chen and the others stopped giving him that look and warmly greeted Ouyang Shuo and Feng Qiuhuang. Of course, this was the end of it. Working together sincerely was out of the question. Not to mention the battle map, even during the counter-war, the Yan-Huang alliance would not listen to Ouyang Shuo, this war's leader. The best scenario would be for each to focus on their own side. Ouyang Shuo was not willing to stay for long. He told Xiang, "The situation is uncertain. Once I meet the Song Dynasty Emperor, Brother Xiang will need to come over to discuss matters. Obedience is better than politeness." Xiang said with delight, having done so much just to hear those words. The place where the players landed was a small military barracks in the western part of the city where the Song guards resided. After Gaia's adjustments, it became a super barracks capable of accommodating 450,000 troops. After settling his troops, Ouyang Shuo led the personal guards. Under the guidance of a southern Song soldier, they proceeded towards the palace to meet the emperor. Historically, the person in charge of linen was Zhao Xian, but Ouyang Shuo learned that Gaia had altered the entire history. The current emperor, Zhao Bing, died alongside Lu Xiufu. Assisting Zhao Bing were the renowned three heroes of the later Song dynasty, Lu Xiufu, Zhang Shiji, and Wen Tianxiang. Additionally, there were 100,000 Song troops in the city, the last military force of the southern Song. It seemed that defending the city would not be too difficult. However, Ouyang Shuo did not dare to let his guard down. Given the change in the defending troops, the attacking forces would certainly have changed as well. Gaia would not make their mission easy. In the palace, at the Qingjing Hall. Player Chiue Wei greets Your Majesty. Under the guidance of an official, Ouyang Shuo finally met Zhao Bing. The young emperor, only 8 years old, displayed a fierce demeanor, but his eyes could not hide the fear and unease. Especially in front of Ouyang Shuo, a true ruler, Zhao Bing was at a loss. Clearly, the small emperor would not be the one making decisions. The real decision-makers were the three heroes. Among them, Lu Xiufu was a civil servant, while Zhang Shiji and Wen Tianxiang were generals. During the historical Battle of Yashan, the three had different experiences. Lu Xiufu, of course, carried the emperor and jumped into the ocean after their defeat. Zhang Shiji, at the final moments of the Battle of Yashan, hoped that as long as people survived, they could rise again. He led his troops to break the encirclement but died in a storm. The most tragic fate was that of Wen Tianxiang. Before the Battle of Yashan, Wen Tianxiang was captured and escorted to Yashan by Mongol general Zhang Hongfan, who wanted him to write a letter urging Zhang Shiji to surrender. On the Mongol warship, Wen Tianxiang watched as the Song army was destroyed by the Mongol forces, and it felt as though his heart was being cut apart. He despised himself for his weakness and defeat, which led to the downfall of the dynasty. At that moment, Wen Tianxiang wrote the famous poem Crossing the 0-degree meridian. I've studied hard to serve as an official. For grim years spent in relentless battles. Our land is shattered like catkins in the wind. I wander, tossed like duckweed in the rain. How fraught with panic my retreat from the Tartars. In captivity, I mourn my lonely confinement. Who can escape death since ancient times? Let my loyal heart shine in the annals. After the Battle of Yashan, Wen Tianxiang was sent to Yanjing. Despite being repeatedly pressured to surrender, he ultimately chose to take his own life at the age of 47. Watching the three heroes of the later Song dynasty, Ouyang Shuo was overwhelmed with emotion. After exchanging greetings, Zhang Shiji explained the Mongol army situation to Ouyang Shuo. The more he heard, the darker his face grew. Gaia is finding trouble with us. In history, the main generals attacking the southern Song were Bayan and Zhang Hongfan, often mentioned when discussing the Battle of Yashan. Zhang Hongfan was a controversial figure. His father, Zhang Ro, was a Chinese person living in Jin and a powerful local leader who fought against the Mongol army before losing and joining them. Zhang Ro was 19 when Zhang Hongfan was born, for years after Jin's fall. Thus, Zhang Hongfan grew up under Mongol rule. This background made his transition to becoming a Mongol general understandable. However, as the main general in the Battle of Yashan, he was seen as the one who destroyed the southern Song. Given his Chinese heritage, he faced historical blame and humiliation. Due to the immense damage the Battle of Yashan inflicted on Chinese civilization, Ouyang Shuo held a poor opinion of Zhang Hongfan. If they met on the battlefield, he would certainly kill him. In the battle map, besides them, the Mongol Yuan army's supreme leader, Kublai Khan, also appeared, making this scenario vastly different from historical accounts. Who was Kublai Khan? He was the emperor who founded the Yuan dynasty. To understand this, one must consider his experiences as a Mongol Khan and the transformation from the Mongol Empire to the Yuan dynasty. After Genghis Khan's death, his third son, Ogdi Khan, became the ruler, while his fourth son, Talyui, was in charge of 80% of the Mongol army. Genghis Khan's arrangements led to the splitting of the Mongol Empire. During Ogdi Khan's rule, to minimize problems, he secretly assassinated Talyui. After Ogdi Khan's death, his eldest son, Gyok, took over. However, he was unskilled and died after 3 years in power. Talyui's eldest son, Monk, then rose to power and claimed the position of ruler. From then on, the Talyui family maintained control of the ruler's position until the fall of the Yuan dynasty. Monk was a remarkable figure and was referred to as the Whip of God by Europeans. During his reign, he initiated the third Mongol invasion to the west, conquering more land than his grandfather, Genghis Khan. Unfortunately, he did not have a long life. While leading an attack on the southern Song with his brother Kublai Khan, he died. This event not only sparked a 5-year battle for succession between Kublai Khan and Erik Bok but also halted the Mongols' western conquest, which had reached the Mediterranean and was poised to invade Egypt. If Monk had not died suddenly, the history of the world, and particularly of Europe, might have been significantly different. Kublai Khan's victory in the succession battle was largely due to the support of Han officials, influenced by Confucian ideals, which played a crucial role in the founding of the Yuan dynasty. The siege that led to his rise to power would be personally led by him and was expected to be a bloody conflict. If one includes the South Song Guards, the South Song camp had a total of 460,000 troops. However, the Mongol army numbered 1 million, excluding war prisoners. Such a large force could not all be housed outside the city. With Linen as the core, the Mongols established frontline barracks in the nearby 6 cities and surrounded Linen. Apart from Linen, the Mongols had taken control of all of China and had sufficient grain to support their million-strong army. The troops in Linen, however, faced significant issues. Based on Lu Xiufu's calculations, if player forces were considered, the grain within the city, used sparingly, would only last for 20 days. After that, they would need to devise other plans. Throughout history, there are many famous stories of city defenses lasting for months. The defenders often survived not because of their ample grain reserves, but because they found alternative food sources. What were these sources? They were quite shocking. When the city lacked grain, the first to suffer were the warhorses. Since they could not charge out, they became sacrifices. After the horses, leather armor was next. Yes, leather armor. Soldiers would cut it into strips and cook it in pots. As it was made from animal skin, it barely counted as food. Other items, such as belts, leather boots, and even bows, anything made from animal products, were turned into food. After that, they could only resort to eating people, starting with the sick and then the ordinary civilians. In short, when the defending troops reached a desperate situation, there was nothing they would not eat. There were no morals or humanity, all of which were cast aside. In China's history, cannibalism was not a rare occurrence. As for the Battle of Linen, Gaia was deceptive. It set the defense period to a month, but the grain in the city could not last that long. The only solution was to use attack as a form of defense, venturing out to search for grain. If they did that, the entire battle would become more challenging. The part that troubled Ouyang Shua was that, from Lu Xiufu's words, it was clear the players had an absolute numerical advantage, yet they were reluctant to share power. At the very least, the 100 South Song Guards would not be under Ouyang Shua's control. If the 3 of them refused to cooperate, it would create many problems for Ouyang Shua. He could, of course, learn from the coup during the Anlushan rebellion and take over power. However, such a move might worsen the situation. A coup worked in Chang'an because Li Longji was there, and there were many princes to choose from. But what did Linen have? Apart from Zhao Bing, the Zhao royal family had no other potential leaders. If Ouyang Shua truly attempted such a move, he might enrage the three of them, leading to no real gains. At the very least, calming the people, recruiting laborers, and gathering grain would require the cooperation of civil servants. This was a battle map, so Ouyang Shua had not brought any civil servants. Even if he had, they would be of little use in a month. In the end, without their cooperation, they stood no chance in the Battle of Linen. Thinking about this, Ouyang Shua could only agree. As long as they did not make any unreasonable demands, and as long as he could manage it, he would give it a try. Fortunately, their interests aligned, and they had a solid foundation for cooperation. After some exchanges, Lu Xiufu proposed establishing a provisional Grand Council to oversee all political and administrative affairs in Linen. It was natural that Lu Xiufu, Zhang Shiji, and Wen Tianxiang would be members. Ouyang Shua, representing the players, was also included, otherwise there would be no point in forming this Grand Council. Noticing Ouyang Shua's willingness to cooperate, Lu Xiufu knew how to reciprocate his goodwill by allowing him to add 1 lord and 2 generals to the discussions, making Ouyang Shua feel more at ease. Considering who to select as lord, Ouyang Shua chose Xiang Ba. While he could have chosen Feng Qiuwang to boost his influence in the council, what would be the point of that? The Battle of Linen required the involvement of the Yanhuang alliance. As for why Xiang Ba was chosen over the newly appointed spokesperson of the Yanhuang alliance, Di Chen, the reason was simple: Ouyang Shua was not accustomed to seeing Di Chen's face. One man viewed the other as an enemy, while the other sought to converse. The choice was clear. As for the selection of generals, this was more complex. Among all the forces in Great Xia, the Emperor's squadron led by Zhou Yu was absent, and Erlai was not the right fit. Su Chu was in the same boat as Erlai. Conversely, Jia Su, who accompanied him this time, was a suitable choice. During the Lushan rebellion, Ouyang Shua brought along Pang Tong, which could be seen as giving the latter a chance. However, in the end, when it came to military strategists, Ouyang Shua preferred Jia Su. Helplessly, Pang Tong was a strategist and could not enter the Grand Council. Ouyang Shua could only ask Feng Qiuwang to let Guozi enter and leave the other spot for the Yanhuang alliance. After spending so long on the throne of Great Xia, Ouyang Shua was becoming more magnanimous. He knew how to act in various situations and would not be so petty as to create problems for the Yanhuang alliance. If he really wanted to, he would do so in the wilderness, not in the battle map. If he did otherwise, Di Chen and others would look down on him and it would lower his own standards. After discussing everything, Ouyang Shua left. Throughout the process, the young Emperor Zhao Bing sat on his throne without saying a word, a mere puppet. Returning from the palace to the barracks, Ouyang Shua immediately met with Xiang Ba and told him about the intelligence and the Grand Council. When Xiang Ba heard this, he was filled with respect. "I admire your magnanimity. Don't worry, I'll coordinate the Alliance army to follow orders from the Grand Council. Thank you for your assistance." Ouyang Shua smiled as he cupped his fists. Following this, Xiang Ba discussed the situation they had gathered. While Ouyang Shua was in the palace, Xiang Ba and the others had toured the city to understand the circumstances. The most concerning issue was the unsettled people. Why? The Mongol army had a tradition that was enough to terrify the populace. When they besieged a place, if the defending side showed signs of resistance, after breaking through, they would massacre the city. Whether they went west or south, they did the same. Afterward, they would throw the bodies into the water. Millions of bodies were thrown into the river or its branches, completely dirtying the water. The Mongols would also leave hundreds of survivors to spread the horror. Before surrounding Linen, the Mongol army had wiped out many cities. So, how could the civilians not be afraid? Thinking about this, Ouyang Shua suddenly said, "I have a good idea to calm the people down." No. What idea? Xiang Ba asked. Ouyang Shua smiled but did not answer, dodging the question. Seeing this, Xiang Ba did not press further and said, "Apart from the instability, there's another issue. There are many Mongol spies within the city, making it difficult to plan without the enemy knowing. Throughout history, China has had its fair share of traitors and spies. With the Mongol Empire's overpowering presence looming over Linen, it's not surprising that some nobles have been swayed. Whether to secure their lineage or for wealth and power, they have become Mongol lackeys. Especially among the aristocracy, the survival of the family often outweighs the fate of the nation. To ensure their family's survival, they are willing to do anything. The historical Battle of Linen, where the southern Song surrendered without a fight, highlights this issue. This time, with Kublai Khan leading the Mongols in person, the situation is even more dire. "We can't do much about that," Ouyang Shua said with a bitter shake of his head. "We are outsiders, so eradicating the spies is out of the question. We can only be more vigilant." Toward the southern Song imperial court, Ouyang Shua had no illusions. Attempting to openly eliminate the spies would not only frighten the populace and disrupt battle preparations, but it might also alert the spies, causing them to go deeper underground. Xiang nodded, agreeing with this assessment. Walking out of Ouyang Shua's tent, Xiang did not return to his own but instead went to Chen's. Not only was Chen there, but Zhang Lang and Chen Shinjun were also present. Listening to Xiang's account, the expressions of Chen and the others varied. Chen Shinjun said suggestively, "Xiang, you really are something, getting so close to the old fox right away." Even Chen, when he heard that Xiang was asked to join the Grand Council, could not help but feel his heart sink. When Xiang saw this, he gave a casual smile. "Brother Ouyang is willing to treat me well. Obviously, I will not seek personal gain shamelessly." Xiang words were a dig at Chen Shinjun. Chen Shinjun, who cared a lot about face, would not take the provocation lightly. Thus, he retorted, "Wow, this is new." The old fox tosses out a bone, and someone starts to call him brother. "Do you still remember your own surname?" "Ban." Xiang was furious. When Zhang Lang saw this, he stepped forward to mediate, setting aside his own thoughts. "Stop fighting and stop joking around. Now, we should discuss which general to select to join the Grand Council." For the Battle of Yashan, Chen brought Lianpa, Xiang brought Wuqi, and Zhang Lang brought Zhao Zhuang. These were all the top generals under their command. Only Chen Shinjun did not bring Tiandan. Instead, he brought an ordinary general. In terms of ability, Wuqi should naturally be the one. However, since Xiang was already in it, letting Wuqi go would be problematic. Luckily, Xiang understood the situation and was not going to quarrel with Chen. "Let Lianpa go. He is the most experienced and is the most suitable." When Chen saw this, his expression relaxed and he nodded in agreement. On the way back, Zhang Lang couldn't help but shake his head. During the meeting, he could feel a distinct coldness. In less than 5 years, the once prominent and stellar Yanhuang alliance was being systematically dismantled by Ouyang Shua. Although the Yanhuang alliance had its defensive measures, if either Chen Shinjun or Xiang fell, the situation for the Yanhuang alliance would become dire. In comparison, the faction's operations were truly backward. "Who knows what that old man is thinking?" Zhang Lang couldn't help but sigh. The prolonged period of being undercover made him extremely uncomfortable, as it was not his style. Sunny morning. The Grand Council, set up within the city, held its first meeting. The primary focus of this meeting was to establish the defensive zones for each group. Linen had 4 sides of city walls, with a total of 12 gates, big and small. It was necessary to plan which troops would defend which areas in advance. It was impractical to have all 340,000 player forces squeeze into one area. The city defense army could be divided into 3 groups. First, the South Song Army, second, the Yanhuang Alliance, whose strength was considerable, with Ouyang Shua and Fengqiuhuang forming the third group. Due to the significant capabilities of the Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps, their strength was formidable. The 100,000 Song Guards were the weakest, and their effectiveness against the Mongol army was still uncertain. As for Zhang Shiji and Wen Tianxiang, it was not that Ouyang Shuo looked down on them. However, if not for the special era they were in terms of military command, they would not rank among the top 100 in China. Wen Tianxiang needs no introduction. He was renowned because of the people's admiration. Zhang Shiji, too, fell for various tricks during the Battle of Yashan, allowing Zhang Hongfan to win quite easily. Although the three heroes faced tragic fates, behind their stories lay a harsh reality. The saying "tough times create heroes" aptly describes this situation. Sadly, Linen was the primary battleground for the Song army. Despite having the home field advantage, they managed to hold their ground against the other two factions. These three factions formed a triangular power dynamic, preventing anyone from gaining dominance. The Grand Council itself was a product of mutual compromise. Apart from the Navy's limitations, the main drawback for the other factions was that both the Shanghai Alliance and the Yanhuang Alliance had brought significant cavalry forces. This was unavoidable. Before the battle, everyone anticipated a direct confrontation with the Mongol army. Who could have predicted Gaia's unexpected twist? Conversely, the 100,000 Song guards were all infantry. The outside world often misunderstood the Southern Song, seeing it as weak and vulnerable to the Jin and Mongol invasions. Such a Southern Song army was thought to be feeble. The reality, however, was far different. During that tumultuous period, the Mongol Iron Cavalry were nearly invincible, defeating the Jin, Western Xia, and Dali, and even impacting Europe. On a global scale, no one could stand against the Mongol cavalry. Except the Southern Song. The Southern Song was not only the last nation to fall but also posed the greatest challenge to the Mongols. Even Monk perished while besieging the Southern Song. Since they were able to survive for 150 years under the threat of the Jin dynasty and the Mongols, it would not make sense to say that the Southern Song was weak. The greatest tragedy of the Southern Song was its existence during such a terrible period. First, there was the powerful Jin dynasty, and then the Mongols. Each enemy moved south, so how could they not lose? Although the Southern Song was not well versed in attacking, they were the most advanced force in the world when it came to defending. Without mentioning other aspects, their defensive weapons were top-notch, particularly the famous three-layer bow known as the arqueballista, with its unparalleled technology, which other countries could not fathom. Therefore, in this battle, if the Song guards could maintain their morale and not be psychologically affected, they would perform well. This all depended on the capabilities of Zhao Shiji and Wen Tianxiang. As each side fought for their own interests, they might hinder each other. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo proposed such an arrangement. For the northern city wall, the 4th Legion of the Guard Corps would join forces with the fallen Phoenix City's forces, a total of 120,000 defending the area. General Guizi would lead the north, with Erlai as his deputy. It was said that Kublai Khan's gold flag was set up at the northern outskirts, which is why the north would face the most pressure. Ouyang Shuo volunteered to defend it. For the south, 100,000 Song guards would defend this section, led by General Zhang Shiji with Wen Tianxiang as his deputy. As for the eastern and western sides, the 210,000 troops of the Yanhuang Alliance would take charge of their defense. The specific arrangements were as follows: Di Chen and Chen Shinjun were to defend the west, with Lianpa as the main general. On the east, Xiang Ba and Zhan Leng were to be led by Wu Qi as the main general. To balance the numbers, Chen Shinjuan's forces would be split in half. Above the 4 main generals was the Grand Council, responsible for overall command. Ouyang Shuo suggested that Jia Su be brought in as the strategist, although he could only make suggestions and not decisions. Thus, the entire command structure was established. With the discussions concluded, the armies began to mobilize. The specifics of the defense were managed by the 4 main generals. For instance, on the northern front, Guizi planned to set up a command center near the north wall. Within a 500-meter radius of the 10-mile wall, all civilians, ships, and structures would be utilized by the army. Structures would either be demolished or repurposed as armories, pharmacies, and support facilities. Every mile, a barracks for 10,000 soldiers would be established, allowing for the accommodation of 120,000 troops. The remaining 3 sides followed a similar layout. On the brink of a large-scale war, a massive renovation project was led by Lu Xiufu, a task that was not easy, especially at such a scale. It all depended on how Lu Xiufu organized the effort. Additionally, the Grand Council connected the offices to the 4 command centers to facilitate the movement of grain and laborers. Given the unrest in Linen City, there was concern that the populace might act unpredictably once the war began. The 4 armies were responsible not only for the city walls but also for the surrounding region. In addition to guarding the city gates, they had another duty: maintaining law and order in their zones. The bailiffs alone could not manage the unrest, and at crucial moments, they still required military assistance. By the time things calmed down, it was essentially the 5th day of the battle map. During this period, some minor issues arose from the demolition of houses and buildings. Since taking charge of the demolition work, Lu Xiufu has had his hands full. People caring about their homes is to be expected. Even during wartime, making them leave the houses they have lived in their entire lives is a truly difficult task. After the meeting ended, Lu Xiufu sent out a notification about the demolition. Years of war had caused many people to relocate or suffer heavy casualties, and even the capital city, Linen, had many empty houses. Thus, those who moved away did not need to worry about not having a place to live. Even so, those who moved away amicably were rare, which made Lu Xiufu really anxious. The demolition and relocation were the first steps to settling the defending troops and needed to be done quickly. When Ouyang Shua heard the news, he immediately suggested 2 ideas to Lu Xiufu. First, tell the civilians living near the city wall that the Mongol army brought large amounts of cannons that could shoot directly into the city walls. If they did not want to become collateral damage, they should move away. During the 3rd Mongol Western Campaign, they brought back many artisans from the eastern regions, which, to some extent, led to the renewal of Mongol weaponry. The cannons were one of these innovations. The Western cannon, or the Xiang cannon, was a new type of trebuchet designed by the Hui people. Based on the old trebuchet, it was improved and redesigned, increasing its power. In the Song Yuan Battle of Xiangyang, the Xiangyang cannon demonstrated its strength by breaking through the thick city walls, helping the Mongol army finally capture Xiangyang. This battle is how it got its name. Secondly, he suggested directly acting upon the stubborn individuals and using the military to forcefully demolish buildings, showing no mercy. During desperate times, desperate measures were necessary. Lu Xiufu, being a civil servant, preferred the civil servant's approach. Conversely, Ouyang Shua was a typical utilitarian, ready to use whatever method proved most efficient. As expected, when the civilians near the city walls heard about the power of the Xiangyang cannon, they fled faster than rabbits. Not only those within 500 meters but even those farther afield ran away. This reflected the civilian population's mentality. After the civilians fled, a large-scale renovation began, lasting several days. Strangely, during this period, the Mongol army remained unusually quiet, making no sound. Just as the troops were settling into position, a rumor began spreading in Linen City. It claimed that the Mongol army was excessively brutal and had massacred civilians, prompting the Jade Emperor to send heavenly soldiers to assist the imperial court in combating the Mongol army. Civilians near the western camp swore they had seen the sky turn dark before a white light appeared, followed by 400,000 heavenly soldiers. With many witnesses, belief in the rumor grew. Even soldiers in the barracks discussed and believed it without doubt. As the defense on all sides improved, civilians noticed the different armor, further solidifying the rumor. Gradually, the rumor of heavenly soldiers became widely trusted. At that moment, the imperial court issued a decree, granting the title of Xia King to the player Ouyang Shua and commanding him to battle the Mongol army. Some people said that the Xia King, sent by the Jade Emperor, was a deity who could control the weather and summon ancient god generals like Erlai and Su Chu. Erlai rode Luosha and circled the city, drawing cheers from the people. This time, the civilians had no reason not to believe it. Taoism during the Song dynasty had reached a new peak, surpassing the Sui and Tang dynasties. Stories of deities were common, which is why such rumors were easily believed and accepted by the people. Once one accepted such a theory, their confidence naturally multiplied. Although the Mongol army was terrifying, no matter how strong they were, how could they compare to soldiers from heaven? In just a few days, the panicking people slowly calmed down. All of this was naturally orchestrated by Ouyang Shua. When Xiang heard the news, he shook his head in amusement. I did not expect it to be so easy. Indeed, many things that seem really complicated are actually simple to handle. The difference lies in whether one can think outside the box. 6th day, morning, on the battle map. The Mongol army had been quiet for several consecutive days, making Ouyang Shua feel uneasy. The troops on all four sides sent out scouts to investigate what the Mongol forces were doing. Accompanied by Guizi, Ouyang Shua ascended the north city wall and looked into the distance. Outside the city, Mongol tents were closely packed, stretching as far as the eye could see. These were just the vanguard forces of the Mongol army. The main forces were not on the outskirts but in a city further away. 1,000,000 troops surrounded the city. This was the game, and in reality, something like this was impossible. Not to mention other reasons, but the grain usage alone would drain the entire Jiangnan in half a year, leaving nothing behind and turning it into true ruins. Clearly, Gaia had overlooked this in the battle map. General, what do you think the Mongols are planning? Ouyang Shua suddenly asked. Guizi visibly jolted. Over the past few days, he had been busy building the North Gate Command Center and working with the Southern Song Imperial Court. At the same time, he needed to ensure the defenses were solid and nothing was missing. As a result, he hadn't thought about that problem. Since Ouyang Shua had asked, Guizi needed to give a thoughtful response. He pondered for a moment before answering. The enemy hasn't begun the siege for two possible reasons. Either something is happening internally, or they haven't completed their preparations. Given the situation, the chances of an internal dispute are low. The most likely scenario is that they are preparing some kind of killing method. Guizi voiced his conjecture. Then what kind of killing blow could it be? Ouyang Shua looked out at the distant Mongol camp. It was unclear whether he was asking Guizi or himself. Your Majesty, don't worry. I expect the scouts to return with news in a few days. When that happens, everything will be clear, Guizi reassured him. I can sense a massive gathering of vengeance from a great distance. Who knows what despicable deeds the Mongol army is up to? When Guizi heard this, his heart trembled. He learned from Lord Fengqiuhuang that the Xia King was not only proficient in martial arts and administrative duties but also possessed a shocking personal cultivation, practicing a top-tier cultivation technique. Given such a premonition, it was most likely going to be accurate. Guizi clenched his fist. Do not worry, King. I'll make the preparations. Ouyang Shua nodded. As he walked down the city wall, he could sense that this was the calm before the storm and a massive battle was about to begin. Indeed, it had to be said that Ouyang Shua's prediction was highly accurate. On the 7th day of the battle map, the Mongol army finally made its move. That day, as the sky began to brighten, outside of Linen City, hundreds of thousands of Chinese people rushed over from all directions. They were poorly dressed, looked emaciated, and terrified. They were being herded like sheep toward Linen, stopping only when they were right before the city walls. On the southern city wall, Zhang Shiji looked at the refugees outside the city. His face was grim. I knew these scoundrels would use such a method. When Xiang, standing beside him, looked solemn. His fists were tightly clenched, his eyes blazing. It seemed that Zhang Shiji and Wen Tianxiang understood what the Mongols intended to do. The Mongols had not yet begun their siege, as they were gathering Chinese civilians, bringing them all outside of Linen City. The following scenes stunned Ouyang Shua and the others. The yellow, emaciated civilians held simple tools, digging earth under the supervision of Mongol soldiers, using the earth to build fortifications. During the process, if anyone dared to slack off or hesitate, the whips of the supervising soldiers would mercilessly land. These suburban generals, who grew up on horseback, wielded their whips with escalating viciousness. With one lash, not only did the victim's shirt tear, but their skin would also break apart. The expressions of the Mongol soldiers were even more infuriating. They did not treat these civilians as humans, relentlessly scolding and hitting them, and even let out perverted laughs, as if they were enjoying it. A bunch of bastards. The Mongol people viewed the Chinese civilians as less than human, barbarically conquering civilizations, which made one grit their teeth. Seeing their brothers being tortured, the city protection soldiers could hardly bear it and considered massacring them. If they were to act like that, how would they be any different from animals? Just like that, the Mongols smoothly used the civilians to build castles all around the city. These castles, once completed, would stand taller than the Linen City walls, serving as the frontline sentry for the Mongols, even more effective than arrow turrets. The most infuriating part was yet to come. The captured civilians were all hungry. While they built the castles for the Mongols, they could only eat bland porridge, which did not fill their stomachs, let alone satisfy their hunger. After a meal, they had to resume work, regardless of how long they could hold on. Since the afternoon, many civilians had fainted from exhaustion. How did the Mongol supervising soldiers deal with these fainted civilians? Not only did they not help, but they did not even bother to whip them. They chopped these civilians to death with their blades, throwing their bodies onto the castles being built to serve as building resources. On the second day, the Mongols' actions exceeded the limits of human behavior. They set up large pots between the castles, leaving Ouyang Shua and the others puzzled. What are they doing? Cooking? Feng Qiuwang asked, not understanding. Ouyang Shua shook his head, as he did not know the answer. Lucky for them, the answer was revealed soon. One by one, Mongol soldiers threw live civilians into the pots, burning them alive, clearly intending to make resin oil. The civilians' screams turned faces ashen. Seeing the Mongol soldiers collect oil from the pots, Feng Qiuwang could no longer hold it in and vomited on the spot. Ouyang Shuo's face was grim. Staring at the Mongol soldiers outside the city, he coldly remarked, "These bastards do not deserve to live." This was the first time he had felt such intense hatred towards a group of people. The actions of the Mongol people enraged them. However, as castle after castle was slowly constructed, the defending troops faced a difficult question: do we stop the enemy from building the castles? If all the castles were completed, the Mongol army could use them as a stepping stone, and Linen City would fall quickly. For this matter, the Grand Council held an emergency meeting. Lu Xiufu, who was in charge of the Grand Council's daily affairs, spoke first. Share your thoughts, the majority will decide. As the only civil servant here, I will not give my views. This crafty person, passing the buck to others. Of course, we should not kill them, they are our brothers, Wen Tianxiang declared, making his stance clear. Zhang Shiji, seeing this, showed evident displeasure. Before the main general had taken a position, how could the deputy speak first? Initially, Zhang Shiji was a bit hesitant, but now he was resolute: we must kill. It's not a question of whether we should or should not. If we do not deal with the castles, we cannot hold Linen City. The lives of the captured civilians matter, but what about the millions in the city? Zhang Shiji's words made sense. In such chaotic times, there was little room for mercy. Many times, sacrifices had to be made. It was cruel, but it was the truth. However, Wen Tianxiang was unhappy. Zhang Shiji, adhering to his own principles, did not care. I also think we need to kill them, Xiang added, expressing his opinion. As a formidable person, he would show no mercy. Furthermore, this was a battle map, and the player's goal was to win. As such, they would not care about NPC deaths. Those who supported killing had a 2-to-1 advantage. When Lianpa saw this, he followed, I abstain. Emotionally, he was unwilling, still scarred by Baiqi's actions during the Battle of Changping. However, as a general, Lianpa felt that he needed to. Caught in this conflict, he could only abstain. Xiang, noticing this, glanced at Lianpa. Logically, as a Yanhuang alliance general, Lianpa should have followed his lead. Fortunately, Lianpa's action did not affect the bigger picture. In Xiangba's eyes, Ouyang Shuo was a formidable person who would not show mercy. Guozi would naturally follow Ouyang Shuo's lead. Thus, there would still be more support for the decision. Everyone turned their attention to Ouyang Shuo. He remained calm, slowly placing down the cup in his hand and said, I oppose. Everyone was astonished. Why? Xiangba asked. In his eyes, Ouyang Shuo was definitely not someone who would let his emotions get the better of him. If so, he would not have reached this point. Let's discuss it later, Ouyang Shuo replied, naturally having his reasons, which were not convenient to share in the meeting. Lu Xiufu looked deeply at Ouyang Shuo and concluded, 3 against, 2 in favor, and 2 abstentions. Since that's the case, let's consider other options. The Grand Council's decision was the final one. After the meeting, Xiangba chased after Ouyang Shuo. Before Xiangba could ask, Ouyang Shuo said, I think not only you, but the others also have such doubts. Let's all gather together, and I'll explain. Xiangba was surprised, you're so confident about convincing Chen and the others? Ouyang Shuo smiled but did not reply. Seeing this, Xiangba shook his head and left. In Linen, at the North City Wall, Ouyang Shuo, Xiangba, and the 4 other lords gathered. Xiangba looked at Ouyang Shuo, his eyes filled with questions and doubts. Before coming, the Yanhuang Alliance had held a brief meeting, but the atmosphere was tense. Especially Chen Shinjun, who showed no mercy. What is the old fox doing? Trying to buy our loyalty, or is he using our victory to gain his mercy? Great Xia has destroyed 4 countries in the main map and killed so many, yet now he acts like he's merciful. Chen and the others looked grim. On the city wall, Ouyang Shuo could feel sharp, piercing eyes staring at his back. Looking out at the Mongol tents, Ouyang Shuo said casually, why do you think Gaia planned such a battle map? What reason can there be? It's a battle map, so it's just a war to collect merit points, someone replied. Ouyang Shuo shook his head, I don't see it that way. Maybe the wars before had no reason, but this one definitely does. To put it bluntly, Great Xia gained more from one battle of Annan than all the battle maps combined. One battle map is not worth Great Xia using 100,000 troops. Chen and the others were speechless. They knew that Great Xia was amazing, but he didn't need to flaunt, right? They thought, why did he have to be so honest? It hurts one's heart. So, what do you think Gaia's goal is? Xiangba asked. No matter what, I think this battle is actually to make up for a regret that our Chinese history cannot fall into the hands of other races. Although it might seem like an escape from reality, it's a rare experience, Chen Shinjun said. The others didn't say anything. Instead, they looked outside the city at the hellish scenes. The Mongols had never stopped their actions of extracting oil from corpses. From early morning until night, screams filled the air. The oil was rubbed onto the city walls by Chinese civilians. Like other city walls, the Linen city wall had a wooden core structure and glutinous rice as glue. After the oil was applied, it would burn easily. After numerous days, the city walls and gates would all be burned or destroyed. This was the Mongol army's secret weapon. Although they were primarily cavalry, they could besiege cities while their main force suffered almost no casualties. The secret lay in their shameless and sinful siege methods. "Oh Yang, I support you," Fengqie Wang said, her face ashen as she looked at the chaotic situation outside. She had managed to stop vomiting, perhaps having expelled all she could. All that was left was anger and hatred. "If we shoot them, how will we be any different from those animals?" Fengqie Wang said righteously. Xiang Ba and the others remained silent. Zhan Lang, who came from a military background, couldn't help but say, "Well said. Maybe this battle map is Gaia's test for me, to see if we would go against our conscience to win or be able to win without hurting our brothers." "Well said." Chen Shinjun agreed, but he was not ready to give up. Born into a merchant family, Chen Shinjun only cared about victory, not mercy or values. Ouyang Shua suddenly turned around and looked at Di Chen. "What do you think?" He wanted to know what choice Di Chen would make at this moment. Di Chen was stunned for a moment before opening his mouth with difficulty. "Since you put it like that, let's follow what you said. But don't forget, you owe us one." "Great." Ouyang Shua looked directly at Di Chen before turning around. Many years later, Di Chen would suddenly remember this seemingly simple conversation and break out in cold sweat. At that time, he would realize that this conversation had decided his fate. Linen City had reached a consensus and would not yield to the Mongol army. The question now was how to break the siege tactics of the Mongols. They needed to get rid of the pots outside the walls. While using civilians to build the castles could be tolerated, using them to gather oil definitely could not. The Grand Council's method was straightforward: forcefully take them down. First, they would use trebuchets and three-bow arqueballistas to destroy the pots. If that failed, they would send out cavalry to force their way through. These cavalry units would form something like a death squad. If they could return, that would be ideal; if not, they would die outside the city. The castles were not fully built, and Ouyang Shua did not believe the Mongol army would attack at this moment. If they sieged, the army hidden near the city walls would show the Mongols their strength. Everything proceeded smoothly. In just a day, the hundreds of pots were cleaned out. For this, the four sides paid a total of 3,000 elite cavalry. The Mongol cavalry consisted of all elites, and each of them was skilled with bows. Since the southern Song cavalry dared to come out, the Mongols would not let them return. The entire day was marked by battles between small groups of cavalry forces outside the city. Although the battles were on a small scale, the outcomes were clearly in favor of one side. The weakest side was the southern Song guards, who were completely at a disadvantage. Even in a 2-on-1 scenario in a small area, they might still lose. The strongest side was naturally the Great Xia cavalry. Facing the formidable Mongol iron cavalry, the Great Xia cavalry did not falter at all; in fact, they were even stronger. The northern side was the only one where the cavalry retreated to the city smoothly. The Great Xia cavalry paid the price of 300 men to clear all the pots in the north and even killed 200 elite Mongol cavalry. Watching the Great Xia cavalry flee, the Mongol iron cavalry did not dare to pursue. Such a scene was a definite first for the Mongol army. Ouyang Shua and Lu Xiufu spread this story within the city to glorify the soldiers from heaven. If they were not soldiers from heaven, how could they defeat the invincible Mongol cavalry? Thus, the people slowly calmed down and felt more secure. Night at the northern Mongol camp. Mongol General Bayan halted his horse atop a hill and looked out at the northern defending troops, his expression solemn. Who would have known the enemy players would be so amazing? Where did they come from? No one could answer his question. Zhang Hongfan rode his horse and followed behind Bayan. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, if the southern Song army possessed such strength, they would not be in such a state. As night fell, a cold breeze blew. Bayan shook his leopard skin coat and looked out at Linen City, shrouded in darkness. "Let's go back," Order the frontline troops to quicken the construction of the earthworks from tomorrow onward. We will officially begin the siege soon. Bayan could sense that this siege would not be as simple as usual. Therefore, they could not afford to give the enemy any breathing room. They needed to start the siege as soon as possible. The emperor behind them was already impatient, and if they did not act now, they might disrupt his plans. Yes. Zhang Hongfan nodded, his voice unchanged. On the 10th day of the battle map, the siege finally began. Under the urgent efforts of the Mongol army, 600 stone castles, taller than the city walls, were constructed. War prisoners, already starved to the point of their skin clinging to their bones, were finally released. Whether they could survive would depend on themselves. They attempted to open the linen city gates but were turned away. This was because Mongol archers had already occupied the castles, and thousands of Xiang cannons were pushed to the front lines. Opening the city gates now would be like inviting a wolf into the house. These civilians could leave the battlefield and return to their homes, but they did not need to move into Linen City. Grain was scarce in Linen, so letting them in would not be beneficial. At 9 a.m., the flames of war were ignited. Although the pots were destroyed, the Mongol siege tactics remained unchanged. Archers on the castles were tasked with suppressing long-range attacks on the city walls, while Xiang cannons were used to destroy the walls. The defending troops returned fire, pushing archers, trebuchets, and three-bow arqueballistas to the front to engage the enemy. The first day of fighting was primarily between ranged units. The tactics were brutal, and the battlefield was cruel. Arrows from both sides formed a crisscrossing net, causing countless casualties at every moment. The rumbling of the trebuchets began at the onset of the battle and did not cease. Whether it was the Mongol tents outside the city walls, or the areas near them, dust and smoke rose, and fires burned. Although the Xiang cannons were trebuchets, they could launch stones that burned in oil. When the cannon fired, smoke billowed. The defending guards were slaughtered in the arrow rain, and the laborers working beneath the city walls also suffered greatly. Every moment, injured people were carried down from the city walls and taken to the infirmary. All the doctors in Linen, regardless of their specialties, were redeployed to treat the wounded. Each person saved added to the city's fighting strength. Meanwhile, the military workshops within the city worked day and night to produce arrows, as a siege like this consumed vast quantities. The entire city stood united. On the first day, the Mongol army returned empty-handed. Not only did 10,000 of their soldiers die, but 59 castles were destroyed and turned to ruins. 10,000 defending troops also perished. Such a casualty ratio was due to the fortifications. The castles gave the Mongol archers an advantage, and with their skilled archers, they could fight on equal terms. In contrast, the defending forces had few pure archers, half were cavalry converted to archers, making them no match for the Mongol archers. This battle was a closely matched contest. For the next 2 days, the battle dynamics did not change much. The million-strong Mongol army operated like a machine, continuously replenishing its ranks and launching attack after attack. During this time, the Mongols employed another dark tactic. They threw the bodies of both enemies and their own soldiers into the city's protective river, filling it with corpses and sending chills down the spines of onlookers. Worse still, the city's water canals were connected to the protective river. The decomposing bodies contaminated the water source and the city's canals. The water supply for the city's civilians became a problem. The only available water source now was underground. Lu Xiufu had no choice but to form emergency units to dig wells in the city to ensure a sufficient water supply. Fortunately, the siege would last only a month. If it were to last for months or years, even the underground water would become contaminated. This tactic was truly vicious. After 3 consecutive days of Mongol attacks, all sides of the city except the north wall faced varying degrees of issues. The South Song guards on the south side, in particular, reawakened their innate fear of the Mongols. If this continued, they would panic before the Xiang cannons could destroy the city walls. Ouyang Shuo understood that without any changes, any one of the four, water, grain, the city wall, or troops, could cause their collapse to an irrecoverable level. We need to take the initiative to strike, Guozi decisively stood up. Half of our forces are cavalry, so using them to defend is a waste of their talents and not a smart decision. Lianpa, a general who preferred to defend, frowned at Guozi's words. The enemy's forces are many times ours. If we attack, what will it achieve? We will only hasten our demise. Why not just defend? If we strike aimlessly, it would indeed be useless. But what if we target their leader? Target their leader? Lianpa nearly replied sarcastically. Killing intent flashed in Guozi's eyes, making him look particularly sharp. With the city's current situation, we have no way out and will only be trapped by the enemy. When the city falls, we will be at their mercy. On the contrary, if we use our elite forces to kill their generals like Bayan, it could unsettle their troops and allow us to win the battle. Easier said than done, Lianpa countered, clearly unconvinced. The enemy heavily defends their main general. Not to mention killing the leader, getting close is difficult. We might not achieve our goal, and if the enemy uses the opportunity to breach the city, it would be catastrophic. Defending is the wiser choice. As for how to defend, Lianpa had his ideas. During the Battle of Changping against the Qin soldiers, his ability to defend for so long had become the highlight of his career, demonstrating his exceptional skill in defensive strategies. In the Battle of Linen, the west gate he was defending was the most solid, aside from the north city wall. In his eyes, they were losing at the north city gates due to the difference in soldier strength, not his skill compared to Guozi. The two generals continued to debate, each holding their own theories. When Ouyang Shuo saw this, he suddenly looked at Zhang Shiji. If I remember correctly, General Xiang has a connection with Zhang Hongfan's father, Zhang Rou. When Zhang Shiji heard these words, he thought Ouyang Shuo was suspecting him of colluding with the enemy, and his face fell. What is the Xia King getting at? I did work under Zhang Rou when I was young, but that was a long time ago. Ouyang Shuo smiled. General, you have misunderstood me. I did not doubt you. I only have a question. Historically, in the Battle of Yashan, Zhang Hongfan tried to use Wentian Xiang to persuade Zhang Shiji to surrender, but failed. Thus, why would Ouyang Shuo suspect Zhang Shiji's loyalty to the Southern Song? Zhang Shiji's expression eased. He realized he had overreacted and said, whatever instructions you have, just say them. If I can do it, I will. Since being titled Xia King, Ouyang Shuo had significant influence in the Grand Council. He nodded and said, although General Guo's plan is challenging, it is our only way. We need to turn the impossible into the possible. The others nodded in agreement with this analysis. Just as General Lianpa has said, whether it's Bayan or Zhang Hongfan, the enemy's main generals are all within their military formations and are difficult to approach. If we can find a way to draw them out, it would be twice as effective. Seizing the opportunity, Ouyang Shuo diffused the tension between Lianpa and Guozi. He did not want them to become enemies before the battle even began. Ouyang Shuo handled the situation very well. When Lianpa heard this, his expression eased. Although he was a general under Chen, the long string of defeats against Great Xia had instilled a fear of the Xia King in him. Perhaps deep down, he respected Ouyang Shuo. Zhang Shiji was also surprised. He had some ideas but was still unsure. What does His Majesty mean? Ouyang Shuo smiled. It's simple. Please write a letter to Zhang Hongfan, stating your willingness to bring the Song army to surrender, and ask him to come and discuss it. Ouyang Shuo was planning a feigned surrender. Will they believe us? Zhang Shiji asked. That will depend on what the general writes in the letter. Different approaches would naturally yield different results. Thus, writing a letter that Zhang Hongfan would believe would indeed be challenging for Zhang Shiji. Fortunately, at that moment, Lu Xiufu offered to Zhang Shiji, "If Shiji doesn't mind, I can help add some details after the letter is written." Clearly, Lu Xiufu supported the plan. "That's great." Zhang Shiji nodded in agreement. Naturally, he would be delighted if the plan succeeded. Falsely surrendering to Zhang Hongfan was only the first part of the plan. To make the entire plan flawless, deep consideration and careful planning were necessary. The details would determine success or failure. Once the direction was set, handling the details would be easier. After much discussion, with Jia Su supplying ideas, they finally established a specific plan. "Now it's time to see how Zhang Hongfan reacts," Ouyang Shua said, gazing out at the barracks. His eyes squinted, and a cold smile spread across his face. That night, Zhang Hongfan received the surrender letter from Zhang Shiji. The letter read, "Since the player army has entered the city, they have taken control and bullied the young and helpless king, making their own decisions. If this continues, the country will no longer be ours. Your troops are attacking and will soon break through. In recent days, we have been helplessly determined to go all out. If you promise to spare the royal family and ensure the safety of all people, we will be willing to come out of the city and surrender. For the specifics, please come to the front of the formation to discuss in detail." Zhang Hongfan was both astonished and delighted upon reading this. Not daring to decide on his own, he took the letter to Bayan. Inside the central army tent, Bayan read the letter without changing his expression. He raised his head and looked at Zhang Hongfan. "What are your thoughts? Is there a plot?" Bayan did not trust the Chinese. While the Chinese viewed the Mongols as barbaric and rough, the Mongols saw the Chinese as cunning. Cultural differences shaped their mutual perceptions. Zhang Hongfan was not a 3-year-old, he obviously wouldn't fall for it. Therefore, he carefully said, "The letter is suspicious. We need to investigate the details before we can come to a conclusion." "That's right," Bayan agreed, having had a similar thought. "Then what about the siege tomorrow?" Zhang Hongfan asked cautiously. "Let it continue as usual," Bayan said without hesitation. "If they want to surrender, we must give them a heavy beating so they realize that surrendering is their only way out." "Understood." Zhang Hongfan nodded. It being late, he immediately left. Bayan didn't go to sleep right away. Instead, he recorded the day's events in detail. Along with the letter, he dispatched someone to send it to the emperor for review and waited for instructions. Even if the southern Song was serious about surrendering, the decision to massacre the city was not up to Bayan. The next day, the defending troops received no reply from Zhang Hongfan. However, the Mongol attacks intensified, and they even deployed infantry for the first time. The war grew more brutal, with mounting casualties. By the end of the day, Linen had lost an additional 20,000 soldiers. If this continued, their morale would likely crumble before their supplies ran out. In contrast, the Mongols did not deploy most of their main forces, relying mostly on the surrendered troops. The so-called million-man army referred to the main Mongol forces and did not include the surrendered or support troops. Otherwise, Bayan wouldn't have been so confident. At 7 p.m., the Grand Council convened. Zhang Shiji lacked confidence. Did the Mongols see through our ruse? The Mongol army performed as expected, someone replied. There's no way they would believe it right away. To make the surrender more convincing, Ouyang Shua made other arrangements. First, he had the Divine Martial Guards take over as palace guards. Ouyang Shua then brought his personal guards and boldly stormed into the palace. Secondly, when Xiang would be removed from his position and appointed as the assistant minister of the military, a largely symbolic role. When Xiang was known for his stubbornness. Removing him was equivalent to surrendering to the Mongols. Thirdly, they reduced the retaliation at the South City Gate. Zhang Shiji mentioned in his letter that they could not control the players, so they could only confirm that they would open the South City Gate to allow the Mongols to enter. After removing Wen Tianxiang from his position as the Southgate Deputy General, Zhang Shiji used 100,000 troops to conduct an internal cleansing. Many generals close to Wen Tianxiang were investigated. All of these actions were carried out openly for the Mongols to see. Ouyang Shua said confidently, "Things will improve by the day after tomorrow at the latest." Linen was not weak. Therefore, even if the Mongol army wanted to forcefully take Linen, the cost would be too high. If there was a shortcut, Bayan might take it. Just hold on for 2 more days, Lu Xiufu concluded. As this was a scheduled meeting, everyone went their separate ways after it ended. In the barracks, the middle troop tent. As night fell, the entire barracks was pitch black, with only scattered torches providing a bit of light. The few stars in the sky also offered some illumination, blinking in the darkness. As the night breeze blew, the flames flickered, as if they might be extinguished at any moment. It was as though the endless darkness would soon swallow them. The Mongol army was truly disciplined, and by night, the entire barracks was completely silent. The central tent was brightly lit, and Mongol soldiers in full gear guarded outside. These were Bayan's personal guards, all elite and highly skilled. The Mongols lacked expertise in metallurgy, and their armor was primarily leather. Only the generals wore iron armor. Bayan's personal guards could wear iron armor due to his exceptional status and the wealth they acquired during the Mongol campaigns in the south. In the center of the tent was a plate of burning coal, from which sparks flew. Bayan, dressed in casual clothing, sat behind a table, reviewing intelligence from his spies. Nothing that happened in Linen could escape Bayan's attention. Should we believe them or not? Bayan faced a dilemma for the first time. Although he was mostly convinced, Bayan decided to defer the matter until the next day. The siege on the second day was even more intense, with both sides going all out. Bayan did not bother about the sacrifices, sending up all the surrendered troops to try to use the maximum value of this batch of cannon fodder. The South Song camp similarly treated it seriously and responded resolutely. As night fell, in the area around Linen City, blood flowed like a river, and corpses were strewn all over, making one terrified. The South Song camp paid the price of 30,000 troops that day. Not only did they clear out all the castles, but they also wiped out all the surrendered troops. A sick cat that went all out was truly dangerous. Although Bayan's goal was to clear out the surrendered troops, for all of them to die really stunned Bayan. The strength of the player forces astonished him. That night, Zhang Hongfan received a second letter from Zhang Shiji. The contents were simple, and there was only one sentence: "Since your army does not accept our surrender, we can only go all out and live and die together with Linen City. See you on the battlefield." It seemed that Zhang Shiji had totally given up on surrendering. When Bayan saw that, he made up his mind. He smiled as he said to Zhang Hongfan, "Now we can discuss with them." The next morning, Kublai Khan sent his reply to Bayan, giving him the power to make decisions and to discuss with South Song. As a result, Bayan did not need to seek instructions and could decide on his own. Zhang Hongfan nodded. "Remember, let South Song send an official with power to discuss. At most, they can only send 200 men out." Bayan was still really cautious. Understood. Here is the cleaned and grammatically improved version of the text. On the 16th day of the battle map, the flames of war continued to rage, and the fighting was intense. After replying to Zhang Shiji, Bayan did not want to halt the battle to keep the negotiation a secret. He agreed to discuss the terms of surrender at a quiet mansion west of the city, south of the outskirts, at night. To maintain the confidentiality, members of the Grand Council selected this location for their meeting. The atmosphere in the room was solemn before the meeting began. As this was a false surrender, based on Bayan's request, when one of them went out to negotiate, they would risk their lives. The only crucial officials in Bayan's mind were Lu Xiufu, Zhang Shiji, and Wen Tianxiang. With Wen Tianxiang now sidelined, they were left with 2 people. "I'll go." Zhang Shiji declared, I wrote the letter, so naturally, I should go out to negotiate. Lu Xiaofu firmly shook his head, the military relies on you, it's better if I go. Zhang Shiji wanted to say something, but Lu Xiaofu didn't give him the chance and continued, negotiations are typically carried out by civil servants, so it's my duty. Regardless of their abilities, their actions deserved respect. Lu Xiaofu was truly calm, and he smiled, for me to be able to do something for the imperial court at my death, I can die without regrets. Such a willingness to die deeply touched Ouyang Shua. He could imagine what Lu Xiaofu might have been thinking about when he carried the young emperor and jumped into the water in history. Xiangba took a look at Ouyang Shua, and for the first time, he acknowledged the latter's actions. Seeing that Lu Xiaofu had made up his mind, everyone collected their thoughts and began to confirm the details of the assassination operation. Ouyang Shua initially planned to arrange 200 divine martial guards to protect him. However, after considering it, he realized they would be too conspicuous and might spoil the plan. Whether Lu Xiaofu could escape this situation or not depended on fate. Night fell swiftly. The orange-red sun hovered at the horizon, and the vibrant colors gradually faded. A flock of eagles continued to circle overhead, letting out ear-piercing screeches that irritated everyone. The moment the military order was given, the Mongol army retreated like a flood, leaving behind tens of thousands of corpses and a desolate, filthy battlefield. Suddenly, the side gate on the south side opened from within. Minister Lu Xiaofu of the Southern Song quietly exited the city, accompanied by 200 Southern Song guards. After traveling a short distance, a group of Mongol cavalry approached. After confirming their identities, they led them forward. Bayan and his men were waiting on the flat ground on the southern outskirts. Seeing that the Southern Song had followed the agreement and sent only 200 guards, Bayan smiled. If he could successfully persuade the Southern Song to surrender, he would gain significant credit. After the members of both sides greeted each other, they officially began negotiations. Everything seemed normal, but what they did not know was that the current Linen City was vastly different. According to the plan, on the west side, Lianpa led 50,000 elite cavalry and gathered at the 3 western gates. On the east, Zhao Zhuang led 50,000 cavalry and did the same. Next was the north side. Erlai led the 30,000 elite cavalry of the City Protection Legion, along with Feng Qiuwang's 30,000 elite cavalry, and quietly gathered on the south side. On the south side, Zhang Shiji led the only 20,000 cavalry of the Southern Song and were ready to depart. For this leader-killing operation, the Southern Song camp was sending out 180,000 men, virtually all the cavalry in the city. They had to win and succeed in their sneak attack. Such a massive military operation naturally alerted the spies hidden within the city. However, with the city on full alert, they could not send the information out. At 5:30 a.m., the 3 city gates on the east, west, and south sides opened simultaneously like the signal of a gun. The 180,000 elite cavalry charged out of the city from 3 directions. The thundering hooves and rising dust filled the air. Fortunately, the light from dawn cast a striking red glow, providing cover. On the south, Erlai rode his spirit beast Luoshan, leading the City Protection Legion cavalry at the front of the forces. After exiting the city gates, he charged straight toward the negotiation site without hesitation. Zhang Shiji followed closely behind, forming a fan-shaped formation to support the vanguard. The cavalry from the east and west sides made a wide curve and headed south after leaving the city. Like 2 large arcs, they formed a semicircle, laying out a massive net. At the south city gate, Wuqi was ordered to command these 3 groups of troops to complete the encirclement. Once the encirclement was formed, Bayan would have no means of escape. Long-distance quick attacks and encirclement strategies were the South Song's specialty, but now, these tactics were being used against them. When the South Song cavalry exited the city, the Mongol army, which had just pulled back from the front lines, was resting in their tents and preparing to eat. Upon seeing the unexpected appearance of the cavalry, the soldiers on sentry duty were utterly stunned. In their experience, the Mongols were the attackers, and no city dared to launch an assault while under Mongol siege. Despite their surprise, their reaction was swift. They sent messengers to alert the camp and mobilized troops to confront the South Song cavalry. However, this proved ineffective. Although the Mongol cavalry was formidable, their strength lay in their formation. As mere patrolling units, they could not stand up to 50,000 cavalry. Before the two sides could engage, the patrolling forces had already fallen, shot from their horses. The cavalry on the flanks did not pause but charged south to complete the encirclement. By the time the South Song cavalry had moved on, the Mongol army had only just dispatched their vanguard forces. The rumbling smoke and dust made it impossible to catch up. The entire Mongol camp was in a state of panic, with the southern side being the most affected. Bayan, being cautious, had not let his guard down, even though Lu Xiufu had followed the agreement. He had arranged for 3 lines of sentries along the route. Not long after Erlai's forces exited the city, they were spotted by the forward sentries, who sounded the alarm. When Bayan received the report, his face darkened, and he said to Lu Xiufu, "Great, since you all want to falsely surrender, I'll take your dog life." As he spoke, he unsheathed the curved blade at his waist. Lu Xiufu feigned surprise. "What happened?" "Acting, continue acting." Bayan gritted his teeth. "Do you really think you can win against us with one sneak attack?" Seeing that Lu Xiufu genuinely seemed unaware, Zhang Hongfan said, "Mr. Lu, you are still negotiating with us, and they have sent out cavalry. Clearly, they do not care about your life." At this moment, neither Bayan nor Zhang Hongfan knew that the southern Song camp was going all out. They thought only Erlai's vanguard forces had come and did not take them seriously. Lu Xiufu's expression changed. "General, this is a misunderstanding. Perhaps the news of our surrender was discovered by the enemy, and they want to take revenge." Bayan and Zhang Hongfan exchanged glances, unsure whether Lu Xiufu was telling the truth. This was because the sentry had indeed reported that it was the enemy forces charging over. "Lock them up, prepare for battle." Bayan was decisive, making up his mind quickly. An order was given, and along with the 200 guards, they were all taken down by Bayan's personal guards. In the time it took for this exchange, Erlai's forces had broken through 2 sentry lines and were heading straight for the negotiation venue. "How are they so quick?" Bayan was astonished, feeling uneasy for the first time. Until now, both sides had been limited to fighting on the city walls. The player forces did not have a chance to show the strength of their cavalry. This time, they completely outclassed the Mongol cavalry. As an experienced general, he could deduce from the speed of the enemy's sneak attack that their combat strength was superior to the Mongol cavalry. This conclusion was enough to stun Bayan. Since Genghis Khan unified the Mongols, the Mongol cavalry had swept across Asia and Europe, never finding an opponent. In their hearts, the Mongol cavalry were invincible. The sudden appearance of such a strong cavalry obviously stunned Bayan. Zhang Hongfan, standing by the side, came over when he saw the main general unsettled. He said softly, "Commander, the enemy troop numbers are uncertain. They came too suddenly, so who knows whether it's a plot or not. Why don't we take our leave and make plans when we understand what's going on?" Zhang Hongfan wanted to take a stable and safe approach. When Bayan saw this, his eyes shook. He was unable to make a decision right away. Note: I have corrected the text for readability and grammatical accuracy while trying to preserve the original structure and meaning as much as possible. Bayan thought about it and, in the end, was unwilling to retreat without a fight. Fleeing without a battle would be a huge humiliation for a Mongol warrior, and Bayan would not accept that. "Gather our troops and get ready to face the enemy." Bayan gave the order. Zhang Hongfan was helpless and could only comply. The Mongols were said to be attacking Linen with a 1,000,000-strong army, but in truth, only around 600,000 left their 6 bases. After successive battles, they had lost nearly 100,000. In a short time, apart from the 200,000 troops defending the north side, each other side was left with 100,000. This meant that even if Bayan gathered all the southern forces, he could only assemble 100,000 men. Furthermore, the army had just pulled back from the front lines and returned to their camps. Mobilizing them again was a daunting task. With time of the essence, Zhang Hongfan could only gather 10,000 elite cavalry, including Bayans and his own personal guards. Otherwise, he might not have been able to assemble even 10,000 men. It's enough. Bayan was truly confident. In his eyes, as long as they repelled the first wave, the following troops would be able to gather and surround the enemy. The outcome was still uncertain. While Zhang Hongfan was busy gathering forces, Erlai's army broke through the last pass. In a moment, Bayan and his men could see the enemy charging at them, the golden dragon flag of Great Xia fluttering in the wind. Bayan was on the verge of ordering his troops to charge when a thin messenger suddenly ran out from the side, panting, "Commander, it's an emergency. The east and west wings have sent a warning. Large amounts of cavalry have exited the city and are heading south towards us." "What?" Bayan's heart jolted, his expression changed, and his entire body stiffened. Looking at the visible enemy troops, Bayan's face grew grim. Even if he wanted to flee now, it was too late. In such a short span, even the well-trained Mongol cavalry couldn't turn around and retreat. If they did, the moment the enemy caught up, they would be in chaos. Worse, if they backed off now, the barracks behind them would fall, and one bad choice would cause a full-scale collapse. As expected from Bayan, a renowned Mongol general, he quickly grasped the interconnectedness of all these factors. Helplessly, he could only grit his teeth and advance. As they say, on a narrow road, the courageous will win. They could only hold against the first wave of enemy attacks and wait for the troops in camp to gather before making any plans. "All units, charge!" Bayan hastily ordered. Suddenly, the rumbling of hooves sounded out, and the entire earth shook. Under the orange twilight, the two cavalry armies charged at each other, ready to fight to the death. Perhaps it was an illusion, but at that point, even the twilight seemed malevolent and turned a blood-red hue. Bayan did not charge forward. Instead, he stood his ground and let his personal guard protect him. Simultaneously, he directed the frontline troops and moved the rear guard to the south side. The one leading the charge was a Mongol general. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongfan was ordered to gather the rear troops. While charging, Erlai held his iron halberd. As he rode on Luosha, he gave a smile that was filled with bloodlust. His eyes aimed right at the enemy general, and with a slight kick from his right boot, he urged Luosha forward. The moment Luosha received the command, it suddenly accelerated, charging forward with speed. Man and beast possessed a tacit understanding of each other. The sudden speed of Luosha's charge visibly stunned the enemy. In a brief moment, Erlai skillfully swung his halberd. With a puchi, before the opponent could react, the enemy was split in half, blood spraying everywhere. Luosha, drenched in blood, remained unruffled. Its eyes glowed red. This was truly a fierce creature that only someone like Erlai could tame. In that short engagement, Erlai effortlessly slew the enemy general. At that moment, the morale of the charging troops soared as they roared, bellowing their charge. On the other hand, the proud Mongol cavalry were stunned, for it was the first time they had encountered soldiers more ferocious than themselves. The Mongol cavalry, typically lightly armored, excelled at shooting on horseback. Whether attacking or retreating, they could shoot while riding, ensuring an unending rain of arrows throughout the battle. However, they did not excel at charging into enemy cavalry. Not to mention other factors, but in terms of armor alone, there was a significant disparity. Even their curved blades could not compare to the horse lances of the Great Xia Guard Legion Corps. As the two sides clashed, the disparity in their relative strengths became apparent. Facing the charge of 30,000 Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps soldiers, the formation of the 10,000 Mongol cavalry was immediately thrown into chaos. Led by Erlai, the Great Xia Iron Cavalry sliced through the Mongol formation and continued forward without stopping. Those left behind would naturally take care of the remaining cavalry. One must not forget that behind them were 30,000 fallen Phoenix City cavalry and 20,000 Great Song cavalry. Although not as skilled, they were more than capable of handling the remnants. This general killing operation centered around Erlai. Before leaving, Ouyang Shua had instructed that their success in killing Bayan depended on Erlai. Erlai did not want to disappoint the king. After tearing through the enemy defenses, both Erlai and Luosha were covered in blood. They looked like devils that had crawled out of hell, appearing truly evil and terrifying. Erlai did not care. His eyes focused on the front as he swiftly searched for his target. Very quickly, under the protection of his personal guards, the fleeing Bayan entered his field of vision. Haha, Bayan, don't even think about leaving. I'm here to take your life. Erlai's eyes lit up. The Luosha he was riding did not need any commands, it charged forward on its own. Bayan was on horseback. Looking back, his face was contorted with fear. He had not expected the enemy to be so strong, tearing through their defenses in just one charge. This had never happened in any previous battle. This time, Bayan was truly terrified and did not dare to stay any longer. Under the protection of his personal guards, he fled, preparing to regroup with the main force. Who knows how many troops Zhang Hongfan had managed to gather? At that very moment, a roar sounded from behind him. In the game, Gaia had its own translation software, which was why Bayan could understand Erlai. His expression grew increasingly grim. As one of the rare great generals in the Mongol army, Bayan did not lack the courage to face the enemy. He wanted to turn around and fight the man behind him immediately. However, as a commander, his rationality reminded him that he could not do so. Bayan could only spur his horse and accelerate his escape. The faster Bayan fled, the faster Erlai pursued. The Mongol warhorses, though not large, were renowned for their endurance. However, in terms of speed, they were not superior to the great Xia Qingfu horses used by the Guards Legion Corps. In fact, the Qingfu horses were known for their speed. Seeing Bayan within reach, Erlai could no longer hold back and immediately activated his specialty. Thus, the great Xia army, swift as the wind, sped up, closing the distance to Bayan visibly. Erlai could not help but grin. He was not far from completing his mission. At that very moment, the sound of hoofbeats spread from the front. Zhang Hongfan's men had arrived. Even before they reached, a rain of arrows descended upon the great Xia Guards Legion Corps. Shooting arrows while on the move was a specialty of the Mongol cavalry. When Bayan saw this, he let out a sigh of relief, smiling with a look of escape from death. If he were truly caught by the enemy, no matter how strong he was, he would likely die. When Erlai saw this, he was filled with frustration. He did not want to give up. The enemy's arrow rain was intense, causing men and horses to fall. Zhang Hongfan's goal was simple. He wanted to use the arrow rain to prevent the great Xia Guards Legion Corps from advancing and save Bayan. No, we cannot give up like this, Erlai said, his eyes sharp. All units, speed up. Erlai, at the crucial moment, moved forward instead of retreating, staying at the front of the formation. Seeing their legion general so valiant, the great Xia Guards Legion Corps were inspired. They roared, charging forward with reckless abandon. This time, Zhang Hongfan and Bayan were utterly stunned. They had never seen a unit so fearless. Quick, protect the commander. Zhang Hongfan, not daring to underestimate the situation, charged forward. If Bayan died, according to Mongol military law, even if Zhang Hongfan survived, Kublai Khan would execute him. Thus, no matter how challenging it was, Zhang Hongfan had to save him. Zhang Hongfan reacted swiftly, but Erlai was even quicker. In the blink of an eye, Erlai caught up. He raised his halberd and swung down. Protect the commander. Bayan's personal guards leaped in front of him, forming a human shield. Swoosh. Erlai's expression remained unchanged. Coordinating with Luoshan, as the halberd struck, a head fell. Even the formidable Bayan personal guards were no match for Erlai, appearing as mere schoolboys in comparison. At this point, the great Xia Guard's Legion Corps had caught up. When Erlai saw that, he did not waste any more time, going around the personal guards and continuing to chase. It seemed Bayan was about to join the main force. Erlai did not waver, and Luosha could feel its master's determination. Though it had been charging for such a long distance, it increased its speed once more. With a hoo, Luosha leaped, carrying Erlai and landing right behind Bayan. "Commander, be careful." Zhang Hongfan's eyes widened when he saw this. Bayan instinctively turned around, only to see a black halberd growing larger in his eyes. Pucci. Before Bayan could react, the halberd sliced through his head. Blood splattered, and brain matter flowed. Honglong. Bayan fell from his warhorse, and a general of a generation met his end just like that. Seeing their main general die in front of their very eyes was a huge blow to the Mongol army. Before they could even react, Erlai, who had been in pursuit, started to work once more. Kill. Seeing their legion general display his prowess, the guard's legion corps behind him erupted. Their faces flushed with emotion as they quickened their pace, determined to work harder to destroy the enemy's rear troops. The battle grew more intense. The morale of the great Xia troops rose, while the Mongol army began to show signs of fear. The successive blows weakened the confidence of the Mongol cavalry. Such a powerful commander had been killed in one blow. They were now a leaderless group of soldiers. The disunited Mongol army was clearly no match for the charge of the great Xia Guard's Legion Corps. Zhang Hongfan's face was uglier than ever. The moment Bayan died, his fate was sealed. The question was what he should do now. In an attempt to save Bayan, he had managed to gather 20,000 troops and hurried over to assist. More troops were still gathering in the barracks, but they needed time to reinforce. As Bayan had predicted, in Zhang Hongfan's eyes, the 10,000 elite cavalry could hold out for half an hour, giving him enough time to lead his troops in support. Who could have known that this group of personal guards would be wiped out so easily? The thought sent a chill down Zhang Hongfan's spine, a cold sensation that pierced his heart and made him shiver. The great Xia Guard's Legion Corps did not give Zhang Hongfan much time to think. The high-speed charging cavalry moved like lightning, sweeping across the wilderness, their killing intent and aura rolling over the battlefield like a tsunami. Everywhere they passed, people died. The Mongol soldiers did not have time to collect their dead commander's body before it was trampled by the Guard's Legion Corps, merging with the earth below. At that moment, a cold breeze blew across the battlefield. The black capes of the great Xia Guard's Legion Corps rustled in the wind, and the tassels on their helmets danced, becoming the most striking sight under the night sky. These tassels were not merely decorative, they had significant utility in battle. For instance, as Erlai charged forward, the following troops could use the tassels to gauge the direction of the attack, distinguish allies from enemies, and even sense the wind direction. In an instant, the two armies collided like a flood. Due to Zhang Hongfan's moment of astonishment, the Mongol army found itself without a commander. Some soldiers charged forward while others turned to flee, plunging the battlefield into chaos. At that moment, the orange sun finally sank below the horizon, taking the last vestiges of twilight with it. The earth grew dark, as if it could not bear to witness the slaughter. Strangely, as the sun set, a bright moon rose high in the sky, casting a gentle yet prominent white light that illuminated the earth. This was a disaster for the Mongol army. The night sky provided no protection, instead, it served as the ideal light source for the great Xia Guard's Legion Corps. In the moonlight, the great Xia soldiers moved like ghosts, surrounding the Mongol army. Within a few rounds, the Mongol cavalry formation was torn apart by the great Xia troops, who scattered in all directions. Who? Erlai expelled a white puff of breath. Currently, his body was drenched in sweat. Even a fierce general like him felt exhausted after such a battle, especially after killing 2 Mongol generals in succession. On the surface, it seemed simple, but it drained most of Erlai's stamina. When Erlai saw this, he decided that it was enough and ordered the troops to rest on the spot and form up. The successive charges were a massive strain on the Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps, especially on the horses. Under such intense battle, some of the horses were panting and spitting out white foam. If they did not rest, the horses would be exhausted to the point of death. Send a signal to the city and report that Bayan is dead, and the enemy front line is crushed. Seek instructions on whether to continue or retreat, Erlai ordered. The order seemed complicated, but they had a pre-planned signal. Therefore, a red signal bullet was fired, indicating the mission's success. The 2 following yellow ones signified that the front line was eliminated and further instructions were needed. At the south city gate of Linen City, apart from Wuqi, who was commanding the troops, Ouyang Shua, Xiang Ba, Wentian Xiang, and the other Grand Council members were all present. Looking at the rising red signal bullet, Ouyang Shua let out a satisfied expression. As expected, Erlai had not disappointed him and won the battle. The Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps are truly worthy of their reputation. Xiang Ba smiled and congratulated. When Tianxiang clenched his fists tightly. His face was filled with awe and emotion, and his body could not help but tremble as he looked at Ouyang Shua with acknowledgement and respect. The strength of the player forces had completely stunned Wen Tianxiang, making him submit. Ouyang Shua smiled, turning to Wu Qi. Bayan is dead, and the Mongol army's frontline has collapsed. It's time to capitalize on our gains. What do you think? Since he was now the commander, Ouyang Shua felt it was important to show respect to Wu Qi. Wu Qi nodded, Your Majesty is correct. Heaven itself despises the Mongols. Since it's such a bright moon, we can still wage battle. With Bayan dead, the Mongols have no leader and won't be able to fight back. General, you can give the orders without any qualms. Ouyang Shua smiled, and Wu Qi began to formulate the plan. With Bayan dead, the eastern and western wings of the army no longer needed to carry out the encirclement. Wu Qi ordered them to immediately fall back and attack the enemies in their vicinity. Erlai was to lead troops south to capture the southern barracks of the Mongol army. In addition to moving the cavalry outside the city, Wu Qi deployed troops inside the city to break out and cooperate with the cavalry to clear the Mongol barracks. This was indeed a bit risky, as they were fighting at night. However, if they succeeded, the reward would surpass their expectations. When Ouyang Shua saw this, he did not speak up in opposition. Desperate times called for desperate measures. These minor gains would not be sufficient to sway the battle, and the main Mongol army was still in the field. Thus, they needed to seize the moment and expand their winnings, and swiftly so. With the Mongol army leaderless for the moment, it was the best time to strike, to escalate the fear among the enemy and bring about a complete collapse. If not, and they did not give them enough pressure, the Mongol army would come back to their senses, and all their hard work would be wasted. As expected from a god general like Wu Qi, he saw the entire battlefield with clarity. In less than 5 minutes, the new order was spread through signal flares. This was also a secret weapon of the player troops. If not, they would not be able to spread orders on such a night. The moment the military order was given, 180,000 southern Song troops used the moonlight to start a slaughter in the wilderness. Erlai led the 30,000 Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps troops. Zhang Shiji led 50,000 elite cavalry and followed closely behind. The vast army flooded into the Mongol southern camp. The current southern camp was in complete disarray. With soldiers who had retreated from the front lines, the southern camp soldiers already knew that their commander, Bayan, had died in battle. General Zhang Hongfan was also lost in the chaos. The successive failures nearly caused the southern camp troops to collapse. An army without a commander meant that the southern camp was completely out of control. Under Erlai's leadership, the fate of the soldiers was foreseeable. The fall of the southern camp was just a matter of time. During the process, there were already Mongol cavalry fleeing toward the eastern and western city camps in an attempt to escape. When Erlai saw that, he did not stop them. When these soldiers escaped toward the eastern and western camps, not only would it not be useful, but it would even spread fear around and disrupt the entire Mongol army. At the same time, Lianpa and Zhao Zhuang led the two wings of troops and were about to surround the Mongol southern army. Just as they were about to do that, they received the order to fight their way back. Lianpa had a complicated expression on his face. Looking at the south camp, from which killing shouts were spreading, he said in a low voice, "Send my orders. The front troops will become the back troops, and the back will become the front. The target is the west camp." "Yes, General." Lianpa was a proud general. He was not willing to let the great Xiaguard's Legion Corps claim all the credit. On this night, the Handan city army should not go quietly into the night. Behind them, many Mongol west camp cavalry were falling. A night of slaughter was unavoidable. Zhao Zhuang led the East Wing troops, and the war they fought was similar to Lianpa's. The news of Bayan's death spread quickly to the east and west camps and slowly toward the north. This completely shook the fighting spirit of the Mongol army. Should they send out troops to avenge the commander, or should they defend the barracks until daylight? No one could give a correct answer. Everyone could only fight for themselves. Some chose to attack, some chose to defend, and some even had internal conflicts based on differing opinions. Just as the Mongol army was hesitating, the 4 city gates of Linen opened once more. More troops swarmed out and charged at the east and west camps. That's right. Wuqi took risks, but he was not a fool. He knew how to attack 3 sides and let one off, moving the troops to strike the east, west, and south camps, and letting the north go. This would instead quicken the defeat of the Mongol army because they had a way out. This night was destined to be a chaotic one. Under the night sky, the killing shouts, hoarse hooves, and screams mixed together, causing the originally peaceful wilderness to become bustling, so that no one could fall asleep. In the latter part of the night, the east and west camps were ablaze. The southern Song soldiers used the chaos to set fires everywhere, ready to burn the entire enemy camp. Just as Wuqi had anticipated, since Bayan and Zhang Hongfan were not overseeing the north camp and it was also night, the soldiers there did not dare to leave and chose to defend their position. The raging flames illuminated half the sky, and screams echoed from within. The flames flickered in the night breeze, blurring faces. On such a unique night, who could predict the future? In the morning, the first light of dawn shone onto the north outskirts. The Mongol army, having endured the night, was poised to charge out and teach the South Song a lesson. Just as they were about to advance, however, they realized the South Song army had already retreated like a flood, leaving behind a battlefield in disarray. Looking around, there were no surviving Mongol cavalry. The east, west, and south barracks were still engulfed in flames. Each tent was burned to the ground, and the land was scorched black. Black smoke billowed out, and corpses lay sprawled over the area. It formed a chilling scene. The ownerless warhorses neighed, defending alongside the corpses, not willing to leave. The soldiers of the north camp looked at all this, and their eyes were filled with anger and confusion. What should they do? Continue charging or retreat? At that moment, only their emperor could make the decision. Return and wait for orders. The deputy general of the north camp led the men back. With the defeat weighing heavily on their minds, both sides had incurred a blood debt, which meant the war was far from over. The moment they broke through Linen, they would massacre the entire city. In the morning, the massacre that had lasted for an entire night was finally ended. The 3 barracks of the Mongol army had collapsed, and the survivors had either fled back to their bases or toward the north. South Song camp chased and killed for an entire night. As the killing became too frequent, Many soldiers had even spent their weapons. The entire wilderness was filled with visible Mongol cavalry corpses. There were no prisoners in this war, and you either lived or you died, there was no third choice. When the army returned to the city, there was an uproar. Victory! During this battle, they not only killed Bayan and crushed the Mongol army but also obtained large amounts of grain, solving the grain crisis. A significant portion of the Mongol Xiang cannons were also destroyed in this battle. When news of Bayan's death by Erla spread, the entire city buzzed with activity. As the main general of the Mongol attack on the southern Song, he had spilled too much Chinese blood. In Linen alone, many families had lost members either directly or indirectly, due to his actions. His death naturally delighted the citizens, and some even set off fireworks to celebrate. However, amidst the good news, there was also some bad news. Just last night, Lu Xiufu was unfortunately killed. Upon learning of Bayan's death, the Mongol troops guarding Lu Xiufu murdered him in a fit of rage. When the news spread, Linen City was both joyful and solemn. As the chancellor of the southern Song, his death was a significant loss to the imperial court. The 8-year-old emperor cried his eyes out, demanding to meet Mr. Lu. Lu Xiufu had sacrificed himself for his country, and all his descendants would remember that. At the north city gate of Linen, although Lu Xiufu's death brought some tragedy to the city, the great victory was still a cause for celebration. Soon, both the imperial officials and the citizens joined in the festivities. In their eyes, the defense of Linen was already secure. Some officials even began to think about launching counterattacks to reclaim lost territories. Of course, these discussions were only in theory. If asked to lead such efforts, they clearly lacked the courage to do so. Early in the morning, accompanied by Jia Su and Su Chu, Ouyang Shua came to the north city wall. Every movement of the Mongol northern barracks was in his sight. Watching the enemy reorganize their flags and drums, Ouyang Shuo's expression grew increasingly solemn. Ouyang Shuo was not blindly confident, and the Mongols were no rookies. Last night, they had caught them off guard. The Mongol army, known as 1,000,000 strong, had 400,000 troops in just the 6 bases alone. Moreover, many Mongol troops had escaped in the chaos last night. Considering the northern barracks, once all these men were gathered, they would still have formidable strength. During last night's battle, the southern Song camp had suffered casualties. While the Mongol cavalry were weak against the Great Xia Guard's Legion Corps, they were not so against others. Though the specifics were unclear, at least 30,000 men had died. Killing 1,000 of them, we lost 800 in return. After a night of battle, the situation for the southern Song camp gradually improved. Ouyang Shua gazed out at the northern land, his field of vision seemingly traversing the air toward Sonha city, where Kublai Khan was. It's time for the final battle. For some reason, Ouyang Shua suddenly felt his blood boil. He yearned to join the battle himself and face the legendary Yuan ancestor. Perhaps the Chinese blood in his veins was the cause. On the 17th day of the battle map, in Sonha City. Among the 6 cities surrounding Linen City, Sonha City had the strongest defenses and was the most well-prepared. Out of the 400,000 Mongol troops, half were stationed around Sonha City to protect their emperor. Within the city stood an outstanding golden tent. To build this tent, the neighboring buildings were demolished. Inside the magnificent and bright tent, Kublai Khan spent a sleepless night. The constant bad news had made him furious, like a beast that devoured all men, so no one dared to approach him. Since last night, 3 maidservants had already been killed by him. The entire Sonha city was cloaked in a terrifying atmosphere. Everyone, regardless of who they were, was extremely cautious, fearing the emperor's wrath. The Chinese people in the city were genuinely afraid, hiding in their homes and unable to sleep. When the Mongols were angry, who knew what they might do? At 9 a.m., the sound of horse hooves suddenly echoed from the southern gate's official path. Looking up, a group of cavalry fleeing from the front lines came into view. The defending soldiers paid little attention, as many troops had fled back from the front lines since last night. This group was nothing out of the ordinary. When the defending troops saw these men, they could not hide their expressions of scorn and mockery. In Mongol eyes, fleeing was a truly disgraceful act. The Mongol army had strict rules. If troops fled without fighting and were captured, they would be tortured. The method was simple. These deserters would be placed in bags and thrown onto an empty section of land, where cavalry would charge and trample the bags until no one could move. The gruesome and cruel scene could terrify onlookers to the point of losing all color in their faces. At this moment, the guard noticed the leading general and exclaimed, "General Xiang?" He saw a person with lifeless eyes, his body covered in blood, and his face dirty. The armor on his body was torn and tattered, hanging loosely. Those unfamiliar with him would definitely not recognize him as Zhang Hongfan. When Zhang Hongfan heard this, he looked at the man with a surprised expression. This guard had worked as his personal guard for a long time, which was why he recognized him so quickly. With this connection, Zhang Hongfan felt a bit more confident. "Take me to see the emperor, I've sinned," Zhang Hongfan said in a coarse voice. Hearing his words, all the soldiers turned to look. Zhang Hongfan's fame extended beyond South Song. He was well known among the Mongols as well. Given his role in yesterday's massive battle, he naturally attracted a lot of attention. The soldiers regarded this fallen general with either sympathy or disdain. According to Mongol rules, the death of Bayan meant that Zhang Hongfan should have died in battle. If not, the consequences would only worsen. Not only would Zhang Hongfan be executed, but his family would suffer as well. In such circumstances, if a deputy survived by luck, they would often choose to take their own life, hoping to secure a title that could benefit their family. It was unusual to see someone like Zhang Hongfan in Sonha City, wanting to meet the emperor. As an experienced Mongol general, Zhang Hongfan was fully aware that he might not even get to see the emperor and that his death could be ordered. Despite this, Zhang Hongfan seemed to accept his fate. However, reflecting on the battle, he knew he could not simply die. It was not because of his loyalty to his country or his family. Instead, it was because deep down, he still had some plans and thoughts. The defeat of the Mongol army and the death of Bayan meant that even if Kublai Khan wanted to lead personally, he desperately needed a general to assist him. Therefore, he decided to take a gamble that Kublai Khan would not kill him for the moment. He believed it was worth preserving his life. Moreover, during the battle the previous night, he had only followed orders as a deputy general and did his best to save Bayan. He had not failed in his duty nor fled from the battle. Once Kublai Khan understood the situation, he would likely spare him. Zhang Hongfan was a man who valued his life but was also driven by ambition. Thus, during the previous night, when he fought his way out, he thought it over and decided to head for Sonha City. "Take me to see the emperor," Zhang Hongfan said once more. Only then did the guard react. "Wait, I'll go report right away." Perhaps the heavens had not abandoned Zhang Hongfan, as the first obstacle of meeting Kublai Khan was immediately overcome due to a familiar face. If no one had reported, Zhang Hongfan might not have had the chance. Not long after the guard left, he returned with the emperor's decree, bind him and bring him to the golden tent. Zhang Hongfan heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the emperor was willing to see him, he still had a chance. What he feared was being executed without a hearing. What outsiders did not know was that in that brief time, his hands were drenched in cold sweat. No one knew that this general had walked out of hell. Zhang Hongfan took a deep breath and was ready to enter the city. From now on, he had to think about how to assist the emperor's expedition. Cleaned and grammatically edited version. Zhang Hongfan took a deep breath and was ready to enter the city. From now on, he had to think about how to assist the emperor's expedition. Sonha City, Qihan Tent. The tied-up Zhang Hongfan finally met Kublai Khan, the emperor of the Yuan dynasty. "Speak, what exactly happened last night?" Kublai Khan had calmed down from his anger. As a mighty lord, he would not let his emotions dictate his actions. Otherwise, Zhang Hongfan would not have survived this long. Zhang Hongfan relaxed a little. He dared not hide anything and described everything that had happened. While recounting the events, Zhang Hongfan did not add his personal emotions, providing an accurate account. Kublai Khan had his own judgment, which was why Zhang Hongfan did not dare to play any tricks. One had to say that Zhang Hongfan understood Kublai Khan well. Listening to his words, Kublai Khan continued, "What plan do you have?" These words pardoned Zhang Hongfan's death sentence and gave him a chance to atone for his sins. Zhang Hongfan suppressed his emotions and simply said, "Yesterday's defeat was due to a lack of military unity, but it did not really affect the core of our army. With proper planning, and with your majesty leading and boosting morale, we will definitely break through." Despite the circumstances, Zhang Hongfan did not appear dejected and seemed genuinely confident. "Be more specific," Kublai Khan said. "Through these few days of battles, I have discovered a fatal weakness in the enemy," Zhang Hongfan explained, using his analytical method. "Earlier, we sent Chinese laborers to build the castles, but the southern Song troops did not stop them. This shows that they are hesitant to attack their own people." "You mean?" Kublai Khan was growing increasingly interested. "As long as we gather a group of the Chinese people and drive them to the front lines, then force them to charge at the city gates while shooting at them, Linen will open its doors," Zhang Hongfan stated. "Once the city gates open, Linen City will surely fall. A Chinese person, if standing there, would definitely want to skin and boil Zhang Hongfan alive, thinking, this man is simply too evil." For the sake of his personal honor, Zhang Hongfan was willing to sacrifice the lives of countless Chinese. One must not forget that although Zhang Hongfan did not grow up under Southern Song rule, his blood was pure Chinese. Kublai Khan was truly pleased, as Zhang Hongfan's suggestion was precisely what he had in mind. He had already decided that after capturing Linen City, regardless of the protests from the Han officials, he would subject the city to a 3-day massacre. There was no one who does not pay a blood price for killing Mongols. Kublai Khan had the men untie Zhang Hongfan and said, "You are in charge of this matter. If you capture Linen, not only will you be pardoned, but you will also be promoted." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhang Hongfan's face turned red. "Go and prepare. In 3 days, I will lead the expedition to Linen myself." "Yes, Your Majesty." On the 18th day of the battle in Linen City. 2 days had passed since that siege attack. Starting from yesterday, the 6 Mongol army camps had been shattered, and now they gathered once more on the front lines. After the sneak attack ended, the northern camp assembled 250,000 Mongol troops. The 6 camps, including the soldiers who had escaped, numbered around 450,000 men in total. This also meant that, during the sneak attack, out of a total of 300,000 men from the 3 Mongol camps, 100,000 escaped while 200,000 died. In just one night, the Mongol army lost twice the number they had lost in the war so far. At this point, only 700,000 men remained from the million-man army. Even so, the Southern Song was a formidable obstacle. Last afternoon, they had completed the casualty report. After the massive battle, 290,000 troops remained from the original 340,000. Among these, 150,000 were cavalry and 140,000 were infantry. The 150,000 Great Song Guard troops were even more decimated, with only 50,000 left. Logically, Linen City had 340,000 troops defending it. Facing the 700,000-strong Mongol force, holding out for 12 days should not be a problem. After all, the Mongol army's surrendered troops, support units, and miscellaneous forces were all exhausted. Even their Xiang cannon had suffered heavy losses, making it difficult for them to repeat their initial siege tactics. A direct siege was not one in which the Mongol army had much of an advantage. As a result, after the sneak attack, It was as if a massive storm had risen within Linen City, and even Chen Shinjun and others were optimistic. However, Ouyang Shua felt uneasy. After the battle, at Ouyang Shua's insistence, the Grand Council did not lower their guard. They sent out patrols to investigate the Mongol army's movements. Very quickly, the news of the Mongols capturing Chinese civilians was reported to the Grand Council. What are they planning? Sending Chinese to build castles again? Ouyang Shua did not understand. Without the prisoners charging at the front, the Mongol cavalry would not dare to begin the siege. If that happened, Ouyang Shua would not be afraid. With the grain they had acquired as a resource, Linen City could hold out until the agreed deadline was reached. In the hall, the expressions of Zhang Shiji and Wen Tianxiang suddenly became serious. The situation is not that simple, Wen Tianxiang said. His face was truly grim. Ouyang Shua's eyes narrowed. Do you all think back to something? Xiang Ba and the others exchanged glances. Wen Tianxiang and Zhang Shiji glanced at each other and then spoke in a low tone. Based on Mongol military habits, they do not only capture civilians to build castles and for labor. There is another strategy, which is to force us to open the city gates and let the people in. The moment the gates are opened, the Mongol army would take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Xiang Ba asked, since that's the case, why did they not do so earlier? It seems more effective than the previous strategy. No matter how they viewed it, forcing the city to open its gates seemed more practical. Zhang Shiji replied first, under normal circumstances, the defending side would rather watch as civilians are used as human shields and would not open the gates. Therefore, this strategy might not be effective and is not their preferred method. It is only because we showed mercy by not firing upon the civilians while they built the castles that the Mongols saw our weakness. The atmosphere in the hall grew awkward. Zhang Shiji's words hinted that he was not in favor of being too merciful to the civilians. When they voted on whether to attack the castles, Zhang Shiji had voted in favor. Please note that I have left the historical and cultural context of the dialogue largely intact, making only necessary adjustments for clarity and grammar. The content refers to a strategic discussion during the Mongol invasion of China, where the Mongol forces are implementing psychological and military tactics to influence the defenders of a Chinese city. This dialogue includes a mix of historical strategy and dialogue typical of Chinese historical war literature. Clean text and do simple grammar edit, based on Mongol military seeing that Lu Xiufu had become a sacrifice, and only 6 members remained in the Grand Council, Ouyang Shua, Guozi, and Wen Tianxiang would not refuse the civilians from entering. Thus, no matter how they voted, Zhang Shiji would lose. The best outcome would be a tie. Who knew that Xiang Ba would step forward, saying, since we have already done this, we must see it through. If they use such despicable methods, we must fight them to the end within the city. Zhang Shiji looked at Xiang Ba in surprise, and his face grew even uglier. With Xiang Ba's support, there was no way they could reject the civilians. Thinking of the 700,000 Mongol troops charging into Linen, Zhang Shiji felt a deep pain. Ouyang Shua remained calm and smiled. There is a way to defend, and a way not to. We have defeated them once, and we can do it again. Easier said than done. If we do not defend, how will we fight? Zhang Shiji was not so optimistic. Seeing that Zhang Shiji was not making things easy for his king, Jia Su stepped forward. General Zhang, do not lose hope. I have an idea. Please share it. Everyone knew of Jia Su's reputation and held high hopes for him. Jia Su said, my king is right, there is a way not to defend. Since we know the enemy will use such tactics, we should simply open a gate and let them in. What should we do after that? Zhang Shiji asked. Very simple, once we open the gate, we will position an army outside to act as a human shield to prevent the enemy from entering. Jia Su's idea was novel. Zhang Shiji was a bit hesitant. I've calculated, if the troops outside are to be large enough not to be overwhelmed, we would need at least 200,000 men. Then, wouldn't Linen be left defenseless? How would we defend? When Ouyang Shua saw this, his expression turned serious. Though he did not raise his voice, it was filled with resolve. Defending Linen is not merely a military matter and is not solely the concern of the player forces. We need to make it clear to the people that if Linen is breached, the Mongols will slaughter everyone. If they don't want to be massacred, they must fight for themselves. To live, one must ultimately rely on oneself. When Zhang Shiji heard this, he felt a sense of shame. That's right. The people of Linen, and indeed the entire southern Song, have become too reliant on the players. They have forgotten that the players are guests, and they are the true masters of the city. How could they ask the guests to charge forward while they stand idle? Ouyang Shua did not pause and continued, though we do not have enough troops, we can recruit young and strong men. No weapons? They can find some from the battlefield outside the city. No defense materials? They can dismantle their own homes. No fuel? They can use their cooking oil. No iron to make arrows? They can use their own bowls and pots. We must make them understand that this is not a regular city defense, but a battle of life and death that concerns the survival of their civilization. For victory, we must go all out and gamble everything. Ouyang Shuo's words rallied everyone and made everyone realize that this was his true feeling. The southern Song was wiped out because the people lacked the determination to go all out. If it were the Han or Tang dynasty, things would not be so bad. This battle gave Ouyang Shua many thoughts, which was why he said those words. He believed that only by using the power of the entire city would the victory in this battle have real meaning. Otherwise, it would just be a passing cloud. Ouyang Shuo's words resonated with every member of the Grand Council, and all of them agreed to Jiasu's plan. When the meeting ended, everyone got down to work. Due to Wuqi's exceptional performance, Ouyang Shua proposed not only to bring him into the Grand Council but also to appoint him as the overall commander. After Lu Xiufu's passing, Ouyang Shua became the undoubted leader of the Grand Council. At the same time, the military forces underwent a reorganization. They chose the gate that would open to face the northern city gate, which was opposite the Mongol barracks. As Ouyang Shua put it, they needed to use their strongest forces to confront the strongest side of the Mongols. For this, they moved all their 150,000 cavalry forces. Besides that, they also mobilized 50,000 infantry forces. In total, 200,000 men, led by Guizi, were to be deployed. Only 90,000 player infantry forces and 50,000 Song guards were left in the city. To the citizens of Linen, this was far from enough. The moment the Grand Council meeting concluded, the Imperial Court's soldier recruitment order was issued. Since massacring civilians was a common practice for the Mongol army, and the Southern Song army had just won a significant victory and struck a heavy blow, when the Imperial Court sent out the recruitment order, the people readily believed it. They all eagerly joined the army and prepared for the impending war. Young, able-bodied men bid farewell to their parents and spouses and headed to the recruitment point. Then, they followed the general out and began to gather supplies from the battlefield before the Mongols arrived. South Song was not renowned for its military prowess, so its armory could not compare to Chang'an's city of the Great Tang dynasty. There was not much equipment or weaponry available. As a result, to address the lack of equipment for the new recruits, they had to resort to this method. Fortunately, after the ambush, nearly 200,000 Mongol soldiers lay dead on the battlefield. 2 days had passed, and the sun-exposed corpses began to decompose, emitting a foul odor. As one approached, a swarm of flies, like a black cloud, would scatter, sending shivers down one's spine. This battlefield saw many different ways of death. Limbs torn off were common. Some bodies were cut in half, their intestines spilling into the air, causing one to retch. Others had their skulls crushed, with fluids oozing out. The entire scene resembled hell. The new recruits suppressed their fear and disgust, wading into the blood-soaked area to gather equipment from the dead bodies. Some of the braver ones immediately donned the gear. Many, however, lacked the courage. These individuals turned pale and vomited. Eventually, when they could vomit no more, they coughed up bitter bile. Before joining, they were ordinary people who had never seen a dead body. Facing such a gruesome scene, vomiting was a natural reaction. No one possessed such mental fortitude. This could also be seen as a welcome gift for the new recruits, to help them understand the brutality of the battlefield. Only by witnessing blood could they remain calm during the upcoming battles. Besides the young and the strong, the other individuals were also used. The ladies took out the precious vegetable oil, gathered it all up in a huge pot, and transported it to the city wall. Artisans, under the leadership of the generals, started to demolish houses. They then transported the wood and stone to the city walls. Temples, often majestic and made from high-quality wood and great pillars ideal for defense, were also demolished. Seeing the temples being demolished, the monks could only sigh, the way of the world is changing. Some young monks, skilled in martial arts, turned and joined the military. The city's various workshops worked around the clock to produce arrows. At every moment, civilians would bring their iron pots, iron basins, and other iron items. Even the royal family participated, not only by opening their treasury but also by gathering up ironware. The 8-year-old emperor even wanted to demolish the palace to take revenge for Mr. Liu but was stopped by the officials. Some officials could not help but weep and choke, "Your Highness, no matter the state of the imperial court, we haven't reached the point where we must demolish the palace. It's a symbol of the empire and cannot be demolished." That's right. If you want to demolish something, you should demolish our residences. Some officials agreed and immediately demolished their own homes. This was an unthinkable action before, as if their views had suddenly changed overnight. The imperial court and people were united in their effort to save the country in its time of need. Reality proved that a group of desperate people, when forced into a corner, could often display shocking strength. The historical Battle of Yashan, where 100,000 troops and civilians chose to jump into the sea rather than surrender to the Yuan dynasty, was the most clear demonstration of this strength. Earlier in history, during Qin Xiaogong's reign, the Qin state ceded land for peace, facing both internal and external challenges, and was cornered by the Wei state. At this critical moment, the people united and worked together, leading to the Qin's eventual rule over China. There are numerous examples of similar achievements throughout China's 5,000-year history. Linen City was destined to be a legend. Overnight, the entire city of Linen sprang into action. Facing life and death, people lamented the lack of time and wished the Mongol army would arrive later. However, this was merely their one-sided hope. On the 20th day of the battle map, frontline scouts reported that Kublai Khan had set off from Sonha City and was personally leading the expedition. Based on their travel speed, the group was expected to arrive by the next morning at the latest. The moment this news was released, the entire city of Linen was filled with a tense and busy atmosphere. As they say, when a forest is vast, it houses all kinds of birds. On the brink of national crisis, there were many valiant soldiers, but also scoundrels who sought to sow chaos. Ruffians roamed the city, committing robberies and even assaults on women. Along with the Mongol spies hidden within the city, Linen fell into panic. When Ouyang Shua heard the news, he ordered the divine martial guards to patrol the city. They were instructed to punish on the spot anyone caught robbing, disrespecting women, or spreading rumors. In times of chaos, iron-fisted rule was necessary. Under Ouyang Shua's strict control, the divine martial guards executed several groups of ruffians, eventually stabilizing the situation. Amidst this turmoil, it seemed the final battle was drawing near. On the 21st day of the battle map, in Linen City. At midnight, Linen City, which had not slept for long, quietly awakened. Pu Qi in the pitch-black darkness, the drawbridge at the north city gate was slowly lowered, and the city gates swung open. On the nearby streets, groups of soldiers had already gathered. Along the streets and atop the city walls, torches were lit and placed. Under Zhuozi's command, the soldiers used the torchlight to swiftly move through the darkness and pass through the city gate. First came the cavalry, followed by the infantry. The entire process was tense but orderly, with no sign of panic. Once the 200,000 troops assembled outside the city, it was already 7 a.m. The sun had just risen, casting its rays over everything. On the northern outskirts, the 200,000 troops formed a square formation, appearing truly majestic. The sunlight glinted off their iron armor and spear tips, shimmering brilliantly. Only from above could one truly see the formation of the 200,000 troops. The left and right wings were led by Erlai and Zhao Zhuang, each commanding 50,000 elite cavalry. The rear lines were personally led by Lianpa, a master of defense, with 50,000 infantry there. The most special unit was the middle formation. At the front were 25,000 cavalry from fallen Phoenix City, while the middle comprised 25,000 Guards Legion Corps troops. At the rear were 3,000 Divine Martial Guards led by Su Chu. Ouyang Shua, clad in martial gear, rode on his mount, a subspecies of the god beast named Little Green. He stood at the center of the Divine Martial Guards. This also meant that Ouyang Shua was personally leading. At the start, neither Feng Qiuwang, Erlai, Jia Su, nor anyone else supported his decision. However, he had his own reasons. Since the establishment of the dynasty, Ouyang Shua, as the king, had very few chances to personally lead troops. Even if he did not truly go on the battlefield to kill. This time was different. For some reason, since the start of the battle map, the killing intent within him had risen uncontrollably. After witnessing the cruel methods of the Mongols, his hatred turned into killing intent, and no one could curb it. Ouyang Shua needed to release this on the battlefield. The blood of the former Ouyang Shua was still boiling, and he did not wish for it to turn cold after ascending the throne. Besides personal reasons, Ouyang Shua led the troops because of the plan Jia Su had given him. As a top strategist, Jia Su's plan was obviously not as simple as saving the civilians. That could only solve the problem but not address the root cause, and it was not enough to turn the battle around. To settle it once and for all, the best way would be to kill Kublai Khan just as they had killed Bayan. If that was not possible, they needed to harm him severely and scare him away, making him call off the troops. Therefore, Jia Su crafted a comprehensive battle plan. The 200,000-strong army outside the city was the core of executing his plan. Moreover, this plan required a key person to deliver the final blow. Ouyang Shua was the top choice for this role. Apart from his personal combat strength, he also possessed two secret weapons. Even so, Feng Qiuwang and the others did not support it until Ouyang Shua showed them the substitute doll. After that, they were finally convinced. In the military formation, Ouyang Shua, heavily guarded by the Divine Martial Guards, looked toward the north and muttered, "Kublai Khan? Let's have a battle of kings." The blood in Ouyang Shua's body began to slowly boil. At 8 a.m., Kublai Khan arrived as expected. He was accompanied by 200,000 troops from Sonha city. Kublai Khan's golden imperial chariot was heavily protected by the army, making it truly eye-catching and stunning. Zhang Hongfan rode a black warhorse and followed beside the chariot. In front of the army, 100,000 Han civilians marched. They were all thin and pale, with eyes devoid of life and energy. Their clothes were tattered, and they were gaunt. Since the Mongols attacked Song, the Chinese land had trembled under the hooves of the Mongol horses. Numerous Chinese women were raped and murdered, and the entire race faced a dark period. After the Yuan dynasty defeated the southern Song in history, they established a caste system to protect the Mongol nobles. At the top were the Mongols, followed by the Simu people, then the Han, and lastly, the southern people. The term Han referred not to the Han ethnicity but to the Nuzan, Han, and other peoples conquered later by the Mongols, such as those from Sichuan, Dali, and Korea. The southern people, or the civilians of the southern Song, were placed at the bottom. As a result, the true Han people were the lowest class in the entire dynasty, treated unfairly and looked down upon. They were virtually no different from slaves. For example, they were prohibited from hunting, learning martial arts, possessing weapons, praying to gods, or moving about at night. The Yuan dynasty exercised total control over the Han people. Out of 10 households, only one cooking knife was allowed, and they had to provide for the Mongol soldier who monitored them. Additionally, the first night of any daughter's marriage had to be given to a Mongol. The Han people were not allowed to have surnames. Their names would simply be their birth dates. Under Yuan dynasty law, if someone killed a Mongol, they would face the death penalty. In contrast, those who killed a Simu person would need to pay 40 units of gold. When it came to killing a Han person, only a mule was required as compensation. During times of war, these disparities in treatment became even more pronounced. For instance, during the 1286 invasion of Annan, out of every 3 horses belonging to the Simu people, 2 were taken, while all the horses of the Han were seized. Most official positions were held by Mongols, and if they were insufficient, Central Asians who offered enough bribes would be selected. Most Mongol official positions were hereditary. For each state or county magistrate, the land under their jurisdiction was considered their personal property, and the Han people were treated as their slaves. They had no legal or administrative obligations to the Han. The Mongol emperor could treat the Han like grain, distributing them to relatives as seed. After the southern Song was defeated, there was a grand reward ceremony. Some received 100 houses, while others were given tens of thousands. If each house had 5 people, this meant 50,000 slaves. Mongols could even invade farms at will, often appearing suddenly and driving the Han people away from fertile land, allowing crops to grow uncared for and be consumed by animals. Perhaps due to such harsh rule, the Yuan dynasty lasted only 98 years before it was succeeded by the Ming dynasty. At 8 a.m., Kublai Khan's imperial chariot was brought into the northern barracks. After meeting with the defending general, Kublai Khan disembarked from the chariot and proceeded to the commanding tower. He noticed the 200,000 troops gathered right away and said, "They really have some spirit." The South Song camp's actions surprised Zhang Hongfan, and he said carefully, "Your Majesty, should we stick to the plan or wipe out the enemies first?" "Stick to the plan. Leave 400,000 here, and spread the remaining 300,000 out on the 3 sides. We must take down Linen." "Yes, Your Majesty." Spies in Linen City reported that, apart from the 200,000 troops outside, only 140,000 remained within the city. Once the city was breached and the army entered, these forces would pose no real threat. As for the recruits that South Song had gathered, they were not even a concern for Kublai Khan. Since he began his attack on South Song, the South Song civilians had been synonymous with weakness in his eyes. They did whatever was asked of them, without any killing intent, and they did not resist, no matter what the Mongols did to them. How could such civilians give birth to a strong army? Although Kublai Khan's thoughts were a bit biased, they were also true. South Song was a peaceful dynasty, and the civilians were far removed from war, so their weakness was an undeniable fact. What Kublai Khan did not know was that in desperate times, people could exhibit exceptional strength. Very quickly, the Mongol army spread out in 4 directions. The 100,000 Han civilians were also divided into 3 groups and chased toward the east, west, and south gates. By 9 a.m., the Mongol army was in position. Siege. With the order, the Han people were herded forward like sheep. If they moved too slowly, they would be shot. The scene was truly gruesome. Provoked in this way, the civilians pushed forward while crying out. Strangely, the drawbridges on all sides were lowered, but the city gates remained locked. What did this mean? The Mongol cavalry, tasked with overseeing the civilians, were ready to shoot them to force the gates open. At that moment, a banner hung down from the city walls, with fresh red letters reading, "Brothers, follow the wall and walk to the north gate." At the same time, soldiers shouted from the walls, urging the civilians to gather at the north. This confused the Mongol cavalry, who immediately reported the situation. The news quickly reached Zhang Hongfan. For this siege, Kublai Khan did not personally command it but delegated all control to Zhang Hongfan, an honor of immense significance. When Zhang Hongfan received the report, he frowned, though he was not particularly surprised. He had faced the players a few times and knew they were not simple and would not give up easily. At this critical moment, he decided to use some methods. Order the cavalry to fire freely and force the civilians to charge the city gate, Zhang Hongfan commanded. Yes, General. As soon as the order was given, hundreds of civilians outside the city fell victim. The Mongol cavalry, trained in archery, could kill more than one civilian with a single arrow. In less than 10 minutes, the civilians at the back were all killed. This ignited their will to survive, and they all charged forward, banging on the city gates. Let us in! Let us in! They only thought about escaping the threat from behind, not considering the disaster that would follow if the Mongol cavalry broke through. In the face of death, everyone was selfish. Those who were clever decided to give it a try and run toward the north city gate. When the Mongol soldiers saw this, they naturally would not let them escape. Their focus of shooting turned to the civilians attempting to flee. If the civilians truly escaped, how could the Mongol forces compel the southern Song to open the city gates? As the civilians were right by the wall, if the Mongol cavalry wanted to shoot, they had to move further forward, putting them within the range of the defending troops. Fire! An order rang out from the city wall. Archers and trebuchets fired simultaneously, forcing the Mongol cavalry to retreat out of range. Jia Su had used the city wall's structure to create a dead zone for the civilians, allowing them to escape the cavalry's firing range. The strong retaliation from the defenders gave the civilians hope of survival. They no longer hesitated, rushing straight for the north city gate. With someone leading the way, others followed. The situation was clear: the city gates would not open, and remaining would mean certain death. Why not take a chance and follow the banner's instruction to rush to the north city gate? In an instant, a large number of civilians surged northward. The Mongol cavalry was at a loss, and even Zhang Hongfan was in a difficult position. He understood why the southern Song had stationed 200,000 men at the north, to protect these civilians. With this realization, his plan had already failed. Recalling the emperor's stern look, he could not help but shudder. Zhang Hongfan barked a harsh order, commanding the troops on 3 sides to begin the siege. Using the 100,000 civilians as hostages was not entirely useless, as the drawbridge was placed down and the city protection river was now useless. As long as they broke through the city gates, they would still win. Indeed, while the Mongol army mainly consisted of cavalry, it did not mean they lacked infantry. Apart from archery, they also loved wrestling, among other things. Their 3 most prominent sports were wrestling, horse racing, and shooting, which gave rise to numerous Mongol warriors. Zhang Hongfan was going to dispatch the most elite Mongol force to break down the city gates. At the same time, the Mongols pushed out the Xiang cannons. These were brought from the 6 bases, and along with them were a set of siege ladders. Though simple, they could still be considered siege weapons. Following Zhang Hongfan's command, the 3 sides launched a large-scale siege. In his eyes, since the southern Song camp had moved 200,000 troops to camp outside the city, the defending troops within would be drastically reduced. They would not even be able to last a day under the attacks of 300,000 men. Once they broke into Linen City, the troops outside would be useless. How foolish, wasting 200,000 troops to rescue just 100,000 useless people. Zhang Hongfan desped South Song's actions. To the Linen civilians, their greatest test had arrived. They had to hold on against the Mongol army and buy time for the 200,000 army outside. Victory or defeat completely depended on this. 10 a.m. at Linen South City Gate. In just 1 hour of siege, the Mongol soldiers had already attacked in 3 consecutive waves. The south city wall was stained with fresh blood, but it still stood firm. This brief hour was a total disaster for the Mongol warriors. Some were crushed by stones, some were burned by boiling hot oil, and some were shot by crossbows. Their methods of death varied, but they all met the same end. As time went on, the siege made no progress. Zhang Hongfan's face grew increasingly serious, and the sweat on his hands dripped to the ground, unable to be wiped away. Though Kublai Khan said nothing, he exuded an invisible pressure that could crush Zhang Hongfan. With no other choice, Zhang Hongfan gritted his teeth and sent wave after wave of warriors to try to break through. The stubborn resistance of the southern Song army and the sharpness of their defenses far exceeded his expectations. How did this happen? As Bayan's top deputy, Zhang Hongfan had followed Bayan in the conquest of the southern Song. While not 30, they had taken at least 20 cities, and he had never encountered such stubborn resistance. Are these the weak Song people? Standing on the command tower, looking out at the fearless southern Song defenders, Zhang Hongfan could hardly believe his eyes. It was as if overnight, a spell had been cast on Linen City. All the civilians were energized, their previous weakness gone, now filled with a killing intent, ready to fight the Mongols like wolves. What a unique people! Zhang Hongfan muttered, his expression grim, as the number of aces in his hand dwindled. Once he used them all, if he did not achieve a good result, he faced merciless treatment. Appointments and ranks were nothing but a dream. At that moment, a messenger approached the command tower. It was a personal guard of Kublai Khan. General, His Majesty has orders. He wants you to lead the front lines. When Zhang Hongfan heard this, his legs turned to jelly. He thought the king was deeply disappointed in him and ready to execute him. Fear swept over Zhang Hongfan like a flood. In that instant, he even considered jumping off the command tower. General? Seeing Zhang Hongfan's uncertainty, the messenger prompted him. Oh, good, good. I'll go now. Zhang Hongfan suddenly came to his senses and felt ashamed of his thoughts. As a general, he could not afford to be so afraid. Even if he wanted to die, he had to die with dignity. Ultimately, the successive failures had taken a toll on Zhang Hongfan's confidence. Under the messenger's guidance, Zhang Hongfan soon saw Kublai Khan. Kublai Khan sat on the throne, his expression neither relaxed nor stern. As a powerful lord, Kublai Khan had seen all kinds of situations. Minister Zhang, how long will it take to capture Linen City? With a group of Han officials around him, Kublai Khan was becoming more adept at the mannerisms of a Han emperor. Zhang Hongfan opened his mouth but could not speak. He wanted to pledge that he could take it in half a day, but he dared not. When Kublai Khan saw this, he said, with emotion, Minister Zhang, I am truly disappointed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfan instinctively knelt and kowtowed, saying, I have failed you, I deserve to die. As he spoke, he kowtowed so forcefully that his head began to bleed. Seeing his general's performance, Kublai Khan said, Stand up. I will give you another 100,000 troops. If you cannot take Linen City, bring me your head. Zhang Hongfan was cautious and did not nod immediately. Instead, he reaffirmed his loyalty to Kublai Khan, saying, I would not dare. Why not? Are you afraid of the southern Song? Killing intent rose from Kublai Khan like a wolf king on the grasslands, ready to tear the enemy apart. Kublai Khan could not tolerate a cowardly general leading his troops. I am not afraid. I am only concerned for your safety. The enemy has 200,000 troops in the north. If we attack with 100,000 men, they might take the initiative to strike us, Zhang Hongfan explained. Kublai Khan's expression relaxed, and the killing intent vanished. You need not worry. I have 300,000 troops defending. Besides, the southern Song would not dare to attack, and even if they did, I would not let them return. Kublai Khan had not witnessed the capabilities of the player forces. As such, he was truly confident in the Mongol cavalry. These men had followed him in conquering the south without ever losing. He still did not believe that there could be an army even stronger than his own. The previous defeat was certainly due to the losers trying to deflect responsibility. As a result, they made the enemy seem so strong. He did not believe it. There was a sentence that aptly described this: experience can help one, but it can also kill someone. Kublai Khan was making such a mistake, using his past experience to judge his current opponents. How would he know that outside this battle map, there was an even larger main map? Although Zhang Hongfan did not agree with this conclusion, he did not oppose it. These 100,000 reinforcements were his last hope. Clearly, he needed to seize this chance to save his own life. The matter was settled just like that. Very quickly, 100,000 Mongol troops left the northern barracks and headed toward the east and west sides. On the northern wall of Linen City, Guozi, the main general of the 200,000 troops, did not appear on the main battlefield but stayed here. He looked down from above, watching the enemy's movements, ready to strike at any moment. To engage in direct combat with the southern Song troops, the Mongol army marched out of the northern barracks and formed up in front of their camp. The Mongol army used 10,000 men as a unit, with a total of 40 cavalry formations, making one's hair stand on end. Such a shocking battle scene could only occur in the game world. Kublai Khan's imperial chariot also appeared on the battlefield, but in a more central position. The 40 formations formed 40 lines, and he was on the 4th and 5th lines of the formation. At this moment, 5 units of 10,000 men each moved toward the 2 wings. Clearly, Kublai Khan had ordered them to support the troops at the east and west gates. Even so, the entire cavalry formation seemed endless, which was why he was so confident. Guozi smiled. They have finally acted. I was afraid they wouldn't. At the start of the battle, the Grand Council had evaluated Jiasu's plan. With the strength of 150,000 cavalry, they could defend against up to 350,000 Mongol cavalry. Anything beyond that would be too much, and they would have to retreat. Therefore, Wuqi had to deploy most of the defending forces to lure the enemy into committing more men to the front lines. As expected, Kublai Khan fell for it and sent in an additional 100,000 troops. This significantly improved the situation for the southern Song camp. Once the 100,000 cavalry had slowly passed, Guozi gave the order to move. Send my command, prepare. The moment the flag on the city wall was waved, the troops received the signal and, like a wave, the message spread swiftly and accurately through the ranks. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers were jolted into action, using the shortest amount of time to check their equipment and ensure they were in top battle condition. A massive battle was about to unfold. Attack! Guozi was truly decisive and did not hesitate. Boom! 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 The war drums sounded, and the flag was waved. On the left flank, Erlai, who had earned much credit for slaying Bayan, suddenly opened his drowsy eyes. Beneath him, Luoshan shook its body awake. Boys, charge with me. Erlai did not say more and lightly spurred Luosha. Like an arrow, he led the charge toward the Mongol army. The 50,000 elite cavalry forces charged out as one, dust billowing. Strangely, they did not charge straight. Instead, they followed Erlai and moved from left to right, making a wide curve. At the same time, Zhao Zhuang on the right also set off. Similar to the left wing, the right wing also curved. If everything went according to plan, the 2 groups would meet at the center of the enemy. Throughout this process, the 50,000 cavalry in the middle did not move and showed no signs of charging. What a peculiar charge! The Mongol army noticed the unusual situation and reported it to Kublai Khan. They dare to come. Good. Let's have a good battle. Although he was the emperor of the Yuan dynasty, his veins still flowed with the blood of the golden family of the grasslands. He was a warrior and a general who had slain many. Kublai Khan had never feared war. On the contrary, the player's provocation ignited his fighting spirit. He could not curb his boiling blood and decided to fight. Hula! Hula! The Mongol cavalry around him were all elite warriors, naturally fearless. With the military order given, they transformed into wolves eager to tear into the enemy. Almost simultaneously, the Mongol cavalry began to move. First, the front row, then the second, and then the third. Throughout the entire process, only the core of the formation where Kublai Khan was stationed remained still. Loyal soldiers guarded around him, serving as the last line of defense for their emperor. The wind howled, the horses neighed, and the earth shook. At 11 a.m., a sudden cavalry versus cavalry battle broke out on the northern outskirts of Linen City. With so many cavalry involved, the dust kicked up by the charging horses was likely to envelop the entire battlefield. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, the players' middle troops began to advance.